I'm trying to
I'm not getting it.
Okay, here we go. Okay, excellent connection. Okay, I fixed it. Now it's live.
God dang it.
Well, I was shocked that at Hake's interpretation of the Bible, because there was the talk about the 12 tribes, and Art was kind of breaking it down, and then Hake was like, "No, I don't follow you." I was like, "What? You don't get that? It's about all of us, that we're all in." I was kind of
Hake was being horrible towards Art yesterday. He was being extra horrible. And he was really doing that and choosing Rashawn the Don over Art, and Art is a loyal fan. I don't even like Art.
I fixed it, Jeff. I fixed it.
Yeah, now I gotta reshare it. Jesus.
I didn't like Rashawn.
Now I gotta relog in.
I found him posturing and fake, especially when he said another man was being like a woman, but he said it in this way that was just so effeminate and womanly, and I was just like, ew,
who was being fake?
No, for Sean the Don, he said that he did a couple times. He just as he was trying to be tough when he talked to people.
Yeah.
He came across very weak.
He's very weak, and especially whenever he hears a black person, he tries to get even more racist and stuff. Rashawn the Don he's one of the worst ones.
I don't even know who that is.
And of course,
stream. Sorry, go on.
No, it's annoying. And then Hake was definitely Team Krishan over a loyal caller Team Art and stuff. And I'm just that's what gets you when and Art's learned his lesson. Art has learned his lesson that he can't trust certain people. That's how I feel about that.
Well, that's all I gotta say about that.
That's right.
Well, I didn't like his shirt either. I don't like that pink little.
Oh, that desert pink that he came out with for Pride Month last year, and I called him out for that. He premiered that shirt during Pride Month.
Oh dear.
Hold on, let me stop because then y'all will say I'm gossiping and things like that.
Which one?
June just feels gay.
Which one? Which Pride Month are you talking about?
In June for the gays.
It's getting cold in here.
Wait, how many Pride months are there?
That's what I want.
Several.
You got February and apparently June and
Latino Pride.
Oh man, I only thought it was June.
Just whatever they can do to shove it down your throat.
There's Mental Health Awareness Pride Month. There's
Pride Day.
That
Pride Day is only on days that end with Y and begin with G. Like Thursday, today, and tomorrow.
When's Yellow Pride Month and when's Brown Pride Month and when's White Pride Month? Oh wait, White Pride Month's racist, so we can't do that.
Month is July. Oh no, we can't have
White Pride.
We
can't have that.
It's White History Month. It is White History Month, not White Pride Month. Thank you. Yeah. White History, not Pride.
Jalen.
Yeah, when's that?
July. July just feels white.
July?
I don't know.
What I heard way back, probably 15 years ago, somebody asked that question, well, when the hell is White History Month? And somebody, of course, responded, every month of the year, you colonizers. And it's just oh my God. There we go.
No, it's July.
Out the white man.
It's all
July 4th, 1776.
So we could live on it.
Well, this whole country that everybody can hate freely is because of the white man. So I don't know.
What is a white
man? We all did our part.
Yeah. What is a white man? It's an Englishman. Oh yeah. The country was people who separated from England, and then we got all the others.
I'm
Or
not
British.
English.
Or wherever the hell they're from, or whatever's in their ancestry.
History began
England,
July
whatever.
4th, 1776. Everything before that was a mistake.
I know
The Wild West.
doing this, but does anybody else ready for another drink?
I'll do a drink with you.
All right.
My beer.
Even though you hate me.
I can't
don't hate
drink.
you,
I'm
producer.
driving.
No, he doesn't hate you. He hates me.
I don't hate you, Buff. You hate yourself. It saddens me that you hate being black and that you hate black people.
I don't ever say I hate being black. Please show me the evidence where I said I hate being black.
Buff, I love you. I love you, Buff.
Yeah.
Your words.
I'll wait.
I don't hate none of y'all now. Producer,
Oh,
why
your interpretation of my words? What are you,
the word
CNN? Are you CNN analyzing a Trump speech? What the hell?
essentially always talk bad about black people but kiss the asses of anybody white. The fuck?
Name one white person's ass I've kissed.
Joshua B. Smith.
When?
How do you know my middle initial?
I'm still looking for evidence of anything you say.
Numerous times on these streams, you'll kiss his
because I agree with him on a topic? That's kissing ass?
About him. You'll agree
What is wrong with my computer? Wow, what is going on right now?
Your computer is racing.
lagging
Wait,
bad.
you're lagging.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're lagging in Discord now.
Oh, Josh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're gonna need a Dell. Get a Dell.
Lord,
y'all
I want to lift up
phone?
Josh's computer in prayer right now.
You need to reset your router?
Or just restart the computer. Oh, he can't even hear us.
I can hear you. That's it.
Yeah.
Nope. He can hear us and he can talk to us.
What? Why is it?
Just the audio. Something with your video. Sorry. Video,
Well,
not audio.
Up your master.
Josh, you got a lot of midget porn downloaded or something? What's going on?
No, I was.
Jalen, did you already do your shot again? Because I can't see you.
How do I fix that, Matthew? Now
What was
YouTube's
porno?
not okay. So I got the lag to go away.
Cheers, Jalen.
Wait, Buff, you ready?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Buff's
Baby.
drinking a beer. I mean, who cares? Cheers.
Yeah.
Fuck off, bitch. You're fired. Cheers.
You can't fire me.
What the heck is happening?
I can't find you? I
you
can't.
what?
Oh, I can't.
No, you can't fire me. You can't fire me.
Fire.
Okay, fine. You might be right. All right. You can stay for now. You can stay till the end of the week. We'll make a decision.
Mm-hmm. We know what the decision will be. I am still the producer.
We're gonna need that company air fryer back.
Company air fryer.
Yeah. Yeah. I hacked it.
Actually, no, that'll be your severance package. But,
You
you know,
voices, but it's buffering. Yeah, we're back on
No,
buffering on YouTube.
that's unacceptable.
buffering, buff.
Make him putting yourself on the camera. You're doing yourself in.
I'm sorry, Buff, but per the contract, you're going to have to give me 1.2 million to sever our.
It's good.
Our
I wiped my ass with that contract fucking 7 months ago. That's all.
Why is Matthew
that was
shaking his head at me?
we used the DNA signature on that as a signature, or the DNA proof on it as a signature. And
John, what's up? You came in at the wrong time.
who?
John Mosman.
John! Join the
John
Discord.
Mosman?
Why is it doing that?
John Mosman. MOS.
Oh, Mosman. Oh, the other
MON.
one of the Mayhem group. Other half of Mayhem group.
You joined at an unfortunate
Other half
time.
of the Eminem show.
Eminem show. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a hard time finding that until I like typed in exactly whatever I was looking for. But
the video is loud.
Is it still doing it?
Matthew said the video is loud.
Said it's good again, but the video is lag.
Lagging? Huh.
Man.
Oh, lags to the voice. It's not in sync, maybe, with what we're
You
saying.
look good. You
YouTube
look good
is
on
telling
Discord.
me error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
do we look like a 1970s kung fu movie?
What is smooth video you ever see with the same amount of viewers? Why is it? I don't understand why it's messing up.
I think because I was messing with that website.
I mean,
get layouts, and now it's
next time just use incognito mode.
It's not incognito mode. Doesn't mean anything.
You got some viruses now.
I got something. I'm gonna look at it on my phone. This should be.
Are you in the car driving, Mayhem? I hope that was
I'm
not
in my truck.
No, he's in an 18-wheeler. You fucking disrespectful
Video
son
was
of a
choppy.
bitch.
Is it back to normal now?
Buff.
Usually I can play a game, play a video, have Discord open, talk, and all that, but this has never happened before. It's because I messed with that.
A lot of folks say they'll stand up to DC and protect our land, but John Curtis is the only one. Next time, just
Is that Hank Hill?
Okay.
Right.
I think it's going good now.
Hank Hill. God.
Or something in the background there.
I wonder how they're going to do the new King of the Hill.
Propane and propane accessories.
Because both Brittany Murphy and Gribble died.
Yeah.
So how are they going to do this?
They'll probably do what they did with Rick and Morty and just have people that can come in and match their voices close enough. Or
worth watching because I've never seen an episode.
I might just kill them off in the show. I mean, there's always that option.
But that would be 3 characters. That's 3 characters that are going to kill off.
I would imagine you could kill off Luann, but Dale, you can't.
And what about Bobby?
Bodies of 3 hostages found in
we
Gaza.
We could find somebody to imitate Bobby.
The dreadlock German girl. They found her body.
Bobby's up at college and they're just getting letters from him like, oh, Bobby says that he had his first day of this.
He interrupts us with stuff we don't know about.
She was kind of cute.
Who?
The German girl with the dreadlocks. In the very beginning of the Israel-Palestine thing, they drove her around through a truck. But she.
Oh, you're talking about Brittany Murphy.
No. See, we was having a full conversation, but because he wasn't interested, he changed it.
Some bodies of the hostages.
Yeah, I found 3
He's in
bodies.
his own little world.
Oh.
Ooh, Dodgeball is a free movie on YouTube now. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh.
What's going on?
If you could dodge a ball, or if you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball.
What did you all get your mothers from Mother's Day? Those whose mothers are still here.
A phone call.
Oh, what you say? I'm mommy. I miss you. I'm sorry. Well, what'd you say?
Nothing. None of that. Nothing that you just said.
I didn't finish my statement, but it came off shady.
I got my mom I got her little picture thing. It says, my greatest blessings, call me mom. And it's got my brother, my sister, and my name and birth date on it.
Oh, where'd you get that? I want to get that from my mother.
Amazon.
I like that. I'm gonna get that for my mother for Christmas, possibly. Oh, I like that. I got my mother a candle, and then we went to see this really horrible movie called Not Another Church Movie. Really
Was
bad.
it that bad?
That sounds good.
You saw that?
I heard of it. I haven't seen it.
I talked about it. I talked about it and mentioned how you had mentioned it to me when I did Radio Tuesday, and it's on my list to check out for the weekend because I got to check back in this coming Tuesday, to get my thoughts on it. We watched the trailer, me and producer here, and it's just like maybe I don't know. I gotta watch it.
And see, I like Kyla Pratt movies. I love basically every movie Kyla Pratt's ever did, but it also still made me want to watch a Tyler Perry movie. And I don't like movies like that make me want to watch Tyler Perry movies.
Well, that's what I really want to see about the movie, because they're making fun of Tyler Perry.
Oh, they are so rude to Tyler Perry. They call him Taylor Ferry.
Is it rude or truthful?
That's funny.
They're so mean.
I've done so much work for that man, and I've never met him.
Did you ever see him?
No, I've met like his second in command or whatever, the person that does stuff for him. I was like, so when I get to meet Tyler, it was like, you probably won't. So I had to make so many deliveries. This man bought like all the mulch in the Southeast for the studios out there here in Atlanta, and I delivered like 90% of it. And I'm dealing with his guy. I was like, so when do I get to meet this guy? You know, because y'all keep telling me, because I had a complaint with that guy because it was like, oh, put it over here in this lot. Oh, wait, we need to move it from this lot and move it over here to this side. It was like, hold on, man. Y'all need to make up your minds. It was consistently inconsistent. And when I'm telling them, you know, the truck, the 18-wheeler, it was like, I can't maneuver where you want this. And they wanted to raise a fuss. And it's just like, well, you need to talk to your boss then, because he can come out here and see this himself. Because since you don't understand what I'm saying, and I'm relaying this back to my company, because a couple other guys were bringing stuff into it. Either way, long story short, no, I didn't meet the son of a bitch. It's a beautiful set, what they did to a American military base, but that's not their fault. They were just part of the closures. Fort McPherson, they were part of the closures when they were shutting down army bases. Fort McPherson caught that, at least half of the base, and now it's probably about to go full shutdown. And Tyler Perry's just going to take over that whole property. But
you get passionate. You get passionate. That's one thing I'll say nicely about you. You get passionate about things.
I can't help it.
Why is that a compliment?
What's wrong with
being it as a compliment? I took it as a compliment. Thank you, Jayla.
Jeez. I like his like dramatic monologues. He'll just break out into these rants and monologues. He'll go there. What's wrong with being passionate, Joshua?
It's gay.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And you just said that so straightforward. It was just like you don't repeat for you. It's gay. God, Lord. Well, yes, Buff, I'll give you that one compliment. I love the passionate rants that you go on sometimes. It's better that we can stand you and you're not like slurring over your words at this point. But yeah, they be entertaining.
I'm not completely drunk yet.
I got my mom a present,
you ready to take
a shot?
Hold on, let me get my bottle.
No, as producer would say, I haven't been to the liquor store today. He's probably asleep.
You got your mama what? A present?
I got her a present, but I didn't send it to her.
Well, you're late. Mother's Day happened the past weekend.
I know it's gonna be late. I still haven't sent it either. Like I've not been doing well. I've been burnt out lately. I'm not doing so hot. So
What's wrong, Terry?
I'm kind of, life is hard. I don't know what to say. I like work and my schedule and like the demands on my body and just I need to rest, but I don't really have.
What do you do?
Would you like for you?
Huh?
You first, Josh.
I said, what do you do for work?
I'm not doxing my job just because.
You don't have to say where you work. What do you do for work? I work in retail.
I work in insurance.
Walmart.
Okay. I'm not asking the address of your company.
I know. No, I know, but you know.
What's the phone number?
Address to my company is 222. Too good for you.
Yeah, he's a truck driver. Buff's an alleged former cop, truck driver. Producer lives on a boat.
Where's my
Yeah, I work in insurance.
I think producer is passed out.
Producer sleeps on a boat like he is right now.
Before my dad passed away, he was telling me that he would pay to get me all the books and stuff that I need to get a real estate license. And he was telling me you need to just, it's easy and you know how to do sales and you know how to talk. And he's like, you need to just get into real estate. And one of my friends that I grew up with just got his real estate license and now he's got a Facebook page and he's selling houses. I'm like, I could do that. So
what this is a personal question. What did he pass away of?
Cancer, prostate.
I'm sorry. All right, y'all bow y'all's heads. This is a time for prayer. Bow your heads. We're gonna pray for Terry. We're gonna pray for Josh. Anybody else want?
You know what it is? I know what it is. We're
gonna pray for Josh's router.
My laptop came unplugged. That's what it was. My laptop's battery is dying. Oh my god, my battery's almost dead.
Kidding me.
I'm getting all these notifications saying battery saver mode, power, and I'm like, what is this? And then everything's cutting out. The freaking power cord came.
He's snoring.
My battery was almost dead. Okay. We're plugged back in. We're at 11% battery when we're plugged in. Should be all right now.
What an idiot.
You shut up.
You heard that?
Yeah.
You wasn't supposed to hear that.
Yeah, you said the quiet part out loud.
You wasn't supposed to hear that.
You definitely pulled a Biden. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Y'all leave President Biden alone. President Biden is not that'll be ages if we keep talking about that man. Y'all leave him alone.
What? There's
well, he is ages, so
I was like, why am I getting an alert that's saying you're going into battery saver mode? And then just now I got another alert and I realized my cord came loose.
Anyways, bow your head. We're gonna pray for Terry and who else you got some prayer?
Who's snoring?
Said okay. Josh.
You know exactly who's snoring.
That's the producer.
Was all right, we talking like 5 minutes ago? How do you have all the lights on your boat and you go from talking and having a conversation to just sleeping?
Just talk, Josh. Give him a break.
I deal with this every night.
He passed out.
I'm surprised he made it this far. He's usually passed out by about 11:30.
Terry, I didn't
know it wasn't a virus because I got that.
Yeah, I make art. I'm not working on it right now, though. It's here. It's next to me on my what's it called? It's easel.
Joshua does art too. Josh, show your picture of the Tupac and the turtle.
I'm not going to get it right
Tupac and the turtle? What?
He has a picture of like this turtle, this really cool turtle That's like my favorite picture next to like the Tupac picture that he did.
The turtle was a Magic the Gathering card that I drew.
Mm.
How much would you sell that for?
$30.
$30
Yeah.
for a sketch?
The
For
Tupac,
a doodle?
yeah, what do you mean? That took me like hours to draw. And when you charge, you don't know. Do you know how to charge for art?
You're undercharging.
That's way undercharging.
Yeah,
Because
that's way
actually,
Yeah,
under.
how,
You
that
charge,
is way under. Yeah.
if you have like a say you have like an art kit that costs you $30 and you use one pencil out of that art kit, you still charge them for all the supplies. You charge them for basically all the supplies, so it'd be $20 for the supplies, plus it took me probably 3 or 4 hours to draw, so my time, and then another fee on top of that for how good it is.
I'll pay you $6 for the turtle and $10 for the Tupac.
You can give
Oh,
me,
fuck off, you
I'll give you the turtle for
low-balling.
30, and I'll give you the Tupac for 100.
Show the people what we talking about.
Actually, the Tupac, I'd probably say no. I'll do it for 100. You send me $100, I'll send you the Tupac.
I'm not sending you no $100. I'll send you 20 mats for both.
No,
Show them the pictures I'm talking about.
I don't want to go get them right now.
You get up all the time to go to the bathroom and other stuff.
Next time
Man
I go
just
to the
dealt with a
bathroom,
major.
actually, I do kind of need to pee, so maybe.
He just dealt with a major computer issue. Let him make sure he's back online.
Yeah, let him
Good.
recover a little bit.
It's that
Good
idiot
Lord.
that
Yeah.
We're
knows
good.
the
We're
bike
good. We went from 11% to 18%. We're going charging.
Wow, that
supposed to
thing
feel bad
charges
for
fast.
the
Oh yeah,
dumbass.
it charges fast when it's plugged in.
Oh wait, I better not say that because
It
that might be
dies fast
Jalen
when it's not
interpreting me
plugged
kissing
in.
his ass. Jesus Christ!
You do kiss his ass though, Buff. You got it.
Shut up, you twink! I swear to God,
Thank you.
you just piss me
No.
off.
I just learned
Good
some
for Jalen.
Well, it's only
You
this
still
big.
got it, Jalen.
It's not a big drawing. It's from a sketchbook.
Was that a compliment?
He still got it. He still got that twink spark. Aw.
y'all stop. Thank y'all.
You don't like
He's
the
doing
spider?
something right. He can go out in the streets and just talk to random strangers, and they talk to him. I can't do that.
You don't
Buff,
like
you talk to people on the internet all the time. What are you talking about?
Jalen?
Well,
You
I
don't like
keep an
the
angry
spider
scowl
more
on
than
my
the
face.
turtle? The spider's way.
I don't
cooler.
want to see no damn spider, Joshua. We don't have to show that spider again.
The spider's way cooler than the turtle.
That spider was too
That
Show the
please don't show
spider.
that
I want to see
spider.
the spider.
I want to see Spider.
Please don't show that spider again.
I gotta pee.
Spider.
Take
Spider.
a vote in chat. Chat, type 1
Put a
in
vote,
chat
chat.
if you want to see the spider.
Woo-hoo.
Type
you
1 in
Okay.
chat
Put
if you want to see the
put
spider.
a 2 if you want to see the spider. Put a 3 if you want to see the spider. Put a 4 if you want to see the spider.
Why am I a bad girl, Matthew?
That's my vote. Yeah.
Girl, that's not-
What did I
probably
do
because you
that's
called me a
bad?
tween.
No, I was just
Ah.
saying, like, he called you a twink. I was like, oh, Jalen still got it.
Which I thank y'all because I have not felt like a twink. The only time I feel like a twink is when I wear like my short shorts or like these things that
Oh
really
my God.
ass. I
Buff
felt
just
like
got
a twink.
I know enough about gay culture. I was part of it. Like, come on.
So I'm not sleeping the night. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yep. Bad
Buff,
dreams.
you bought this
Buff.
on yourself. You're the one that called me a twink. You're welcome. Anyways, back to the serious thing. Terry, bow your head. Dear God, thank you for letting us live another day. Thank you for letting our friends and family live another day. Please let us live another day. Please let our friends and family live another day. In regards to your creation, Terry, give her energy and give her strength and motivation to just keep going. and
Praying
keep-
right now.
Yes, Joshua, don't interrupt.
You know, one
Dear
of
God.
one of the things Jesus spoke
We are
most
praying.
against is people who pray for
Why
audiences
interrupting my prayer? He prayed over
Joshua,
me.
praying.
because it's not a real prayer. It's a fake prayer. He's
Joshua.
doing it for attention.
Joshua, we're praying.
You're praying.
God is you and
He does
I.
everything for attention.
But I'm not doing this for attention. This is real life.
Okay, continue your prayer.
All right. And God, back to Terry, just give her more strength to be able to just be stronger. She's already shown how much strength she has, but give her more motivation to just keep pressing on and pressing forward the way she has. And just to be happy about all these things instead of feeling so drained. In your name we pray. Before I close it out, are there any more prayer requests? And get your creation, Joshua, God, because he being the devil right now. He knows I don't like spiders, and what does he do? He taunts and traumatizes, and I still gotta pray and love that guy. I still gotta pray and love that creation because you called me to. But he being rude to one of your children and your creations, God. Either way, we love you, God, and we thank you for everything that you've done for us in the past, present, and future. In your name we pray. Amen. Now go back to your foolishness, Joshua.
Mayhem John is trying to
Matthew 6:5.
message you in Discord.
Buff, hold on.
But
Matthew
John,
6:5.
he's driving.
Oh, now
Buff.
there's something. Now
Buff,
there's
hold
something.
I
on.
just want to say that right quick.
Matthew 6:5. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen by men. Go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen.
That's your Christian sister, Joshua. You're mad at me for praying over our Christian sister.
Anyway,
Lord,
look at the
have
spider.
mercy.
Look at the spider.
Yeah, Mayhem John is driving, so I don't
That's
think
very intense looking. Wow.
You can't even see all the detail, but it's shooting dang eggs
Oh, wow,
out of
that's
its
cool.
butt.
Oh, I like that.
Oh,
I do
yeah, you
love
said that.
spiders. I do love
It's
them.
shooting eggs out of its butt.
Is he still showing that spider, or can I look again?
Why'd you turn your camera off not to look?
I was about to log all the way off.
Well, you said
Oh.
you wanted to see the Tupac.
I'm not a professional troll. Maybe one day. One day, Matthew, maybe.
He trolling a lot tonight.
Me?
He been extra bold these last few weeks.
You gotta teach him. You gotta teach him, Terry. You gotta teach him.
Rome makes a good
You
point.
don't like the
John,
Medusa
if you-
lion?
not John.
Jalen, you
Mayhem,
don't
if
like
you're
the
driving,
Medusa
don't bow your
lion?
head.
I never saw that one.
The Medusa lion is
Oh, that's
sick.
cool.
Y'all, Josh drew these.
It's
Yeah.
a liger.
Caught
It's
that.
half lion, half tiger.
I drew
It's
this
got-
when I
it's
was
known for its magical
I drew
attributes.
this when I was on a toilet one day. It says "View from the shitter."
I'd give you $30 for that.
Week you talk about your bathroom
Yeah.
every week.
Are you gonna put that in your bathroom, Buff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would put that in
Right across from the
I'd frame it.
from the shitter.
This is a dreadlocked octopus playing a drum set.
Because why not?
Put it away. Put it away. Put it away.
What do you mean?
What, you don't
Hell's
think
your
he puts this in?
problem?
Hold
Why?
on.
Because it looks too much like a spider?
He just likes the
Yes. And squids are that's like my
No,
biggest fear.
I'm freaked out by cephalopods too. They freak me out. I would
Please
hate to be
keep
in the
it
water
away.
and imagine like a squid comes at you. Oh my god.
He even took his glasses off to affect his vision. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
Is
he
it
did.
done?
This is Terry. This is like a witch doing some magic. She got a big old chin. I drew her chin way too big.
That looked like a Little Mermaid.
It's a Bruce Campbell witch.
Now
Army of Darkness.
Where'd Tupac go? I don't even. Oh, there he is.
Hey, where's Tupac?
There's Tupac.
Yeah. See, I'll pay
Oh,
I'll pay
okay.
$20 that one.
Yeah,
That's
Nah, $100.
cool.
that's
That's cool.
charcoal.
That is
Yeah, it's
definitely
very nice.
that is definitely
Okay, let's start a
$100
bidding
worth.
war.
I
I'll
love
start the bid at
charcoal
$1.
portraits.
This is a reverse. So this is where you use leaf charcoal to color the whole page black, and then you draw with erasers. So basically,
Mm.
all the white.
Ah, that's cool.
So it was a black sheet, and then all the whites I drew in with erasers.
That's like the only thing I really
Huh.
respect about Josh is his art. His art is like the only thing I fully respect about him.
Quite talented.
Oh,
I'm trying to find the turtle.
you love Josh, Jalen.
I love praying for him, and I
Yeah.
think he's an artist.
You hear every week. You go out to the club and you
Mhm.
get bored and you want to check in on your little internet friends.
I don't
Don't
be
act
bored
like that's not you.
A lot of
because
these are
usually
like doodles.
club dancing and I'll be on here.
It said music
Wow.
made me
It's the
this way.
sweetest thing.
Wait a minute. That says music made me this way?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Ooh,
top there.
Oh, is that a skull? What the
I
hell?
like skulls. They're cool.
Me too.
That'd be
I
a
got
cool
one.
tattoo.
Music.
These
Why did
were-
a
a lot of
skull?
these were like tattoos that tattoo ideas like this is a doodle, but so
Mhm.
Why are there so many skulls? What were you going through?
heavy lies the crown. Hold on.
I like skulls. I think
I
they're
can't
cool.
find the turtle.
He
Yeah,
draws
man.
skulls. You ask him what he's going through. He was probably going through an anatomy class. I mean, fucking hell. You've never seen a
Please.
skeleton before that wasn't related in a sense of evil or depression?
Anatomy portion of high
What
school.
the hell?
You like
My
skulls?
logo was a
I make
skull,
these.
right? A skull with headphones. But
I make these skulls out of epoxy.
oh,
Oh,
nice.
cool.
You
Wow.
made that?
You're an artist too?
This is a epoxy. Well, it's just a mold, but yeah, I do epoxy, and I
That's
do.
cool. I love skulls.
A lot of these are
What?
like
Here's another one.
a
Ooh,
lot of these are magic cards from Magic.
Is that the turtle?
No, that's just.
I've got a couple of skulls in my
some guy.
collection.
no,
This is just my little drawing.
I like.
When was the last time
on
you
Halloween?
drew?
I don't know. See, this is probably one of the last things I was
I
working
was
on. I was working on a little scorpion,
Oh, a scorpion. Wow.
but never finished it.
I was really upset when like Hake came upon that seal and he didn't take the skull. Because I would have been on that.
Oh, for his beach stream today.
No, it was like a while back that he came upon a dead seal and I was like, the skull was
finished it.
exposed. I was like, how are you just leaving that? Like,
Wait, you wanted him to like
Right.
possibly get rabies or some type of disease and get a skull
babies.
carry? That's an
Maybe.
exposed skull.
What are you talking about? The flesh has been eaten away. It's got like a
Oh.
seal skull would be
And he
amazing.
showed that.
I've got a
Ah.
couple skulls. I've got like a crow skull,
This is
and
the big-
I've got I don't know what it is. I think it's a like wolf skull. It's some kind of canine.
Terry, can we see some of your art since Josh showing some of his?
This is a concept that I've always wanted to draw, but it's gonna be like a bridge. It's kind of like a Dante's the Divine
Inferno.
Comedy is
Dante's Inferno. Yeah.
the Divine Comedy, Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. But basically, it's gonna be like a bridge, and then there's gonna be like a mirror with a guy looking into the mirror, and so there's like angels on one side of the mirror, and he's looking into the mirror, and there's a bunch of demons coming out of the mirror, like ripping him into the mirror. It's a concept idea that I've had, but I've never drawn it.
Don't you feel good looking at your artwork? Don't you miss it?
You didn't look at half of his artwork.
I'm looking. I'm the one that asked.
Oh,
for
the turtle! I
artwork.
found the turtle. There's the turtle.
There's the turtle.
Oh, that's a
That's my favorite
dinosaur.
Oh, yeah.
one.
It's a dino turtle.
Oh,
That's my favorite one.
yeah. It looks like Looks like a alligator snapping turtle.
I think
Yeah,
that's
that's
the name of the
Yeah.
card.
right.
It's from a magic card. I think that's the. I think it's
See?
alligator
Mm.
snapping turtle or something,
Please.
or
Oh, I
alligator
like this
turtle
one.
or something.
That was
That's cool.
My drawings.
That's the one you've
Oh,
been
that's
working on
cool.
for a
Matthew
while.
coming for you in the chat.
Who's coming for me?
Matthew
Matthew's into that.
said you a witch and
I
you
don't
we
do
need
color though. I never have.
And then here's
The way Terry was holding that up, it looked like some type of alien looking like, what's going on in here?
I'm
Okay, see y'all
racist against using color in
Oh,
art.
that's cool.
Oh, shut up.
I only use black and white.
Oh,
Okay.
that's awesome.
Good artists. Like I really respect fellow artists and stuff. I commend y'all on this, and I thank y'all for sharing.
Oh, that's cool.
Now, see how much. Now I gotta look at my paycheck because I might try to buy some from Terry, but she do witchy
You're gonna have to
candlelight
do-
Bible studies.
Let's see.
I've never seen her do
Oh,
a
this one I
candlelight
haven't
Bible
seen.
study.
This one is so cool. I love this one.
Is that what is that?
Oh, I don't know what they are. They're just I just make them.
It's a lot better than some of the
Thank you.
abstract art that I've seen.
Mm.
You know what they look like? They look like when you look in a microscope at like
Yeah, yeah, I get that from them
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Amoeba?
yeah, like an
Microbes.
amoeba or a cell or something under
Or
a microscope.
amoeba.
I've got a couple I haven't finished here. Wow. Oh,
Agent
There's
Orange
like-
You
Amoeba.
draw neutrons and protons. And,
I gotta remove producer.
Oh, that's cool.
SNORESTREAM.
It is the snore stream, but we can't. The listeners
this
snore
one's
all
all
night.
pink.
He's the official
I'll pay
mascot of
$7.
Snore.
Imagine when people snored, we just left them in all night. By the end of the night, it's like 4 people snoring in like synchronicity.
But can he not be the official mascot of the Snore Stream because he always falls asleep first?
He
And starts
always-
snoring.
Wait, Joshua,
Oh,
how
that's
would
pretty.
you send me? Because I don't
See,
want you to have my address.
I don't do stuff like that, like abstract stuff. I like look at something and I
Get a
can draw.
PO box.
I do good
I'm-
portraits.
$8 for a $7 drawing that I'm going to get.
That was my hustle in jail. Was
$7 drawing.
portraits.
I'm paying $7 for that turtle.
You can commission me to do. You want to get me to draw again? Pay me enough money. I'll do a portrait of you in charcoal on a full size piece of paper. I'll frame it, and I'll probably charge you like $300.
Oh, that's pretty. I like the blues.
I don't like
the-
when you draw me. Please
Yeah.
do that.
That's an interesting period. I did a lot of these. Like, oh, and here's another simple one.
Hey,
I know, it's gonna be hard to get the waves in your
hey,
head.
Josh,
just
if
right.
he pays you $7 for the turtle, send him the spider instead.
I like that one.
Yeah, he left when I don't know.
Oh, well, okay.
Because I told him it would be hard to draw the waves in his head right.
That's a fair statement. Yeah, it is. No, we're going to the airport.
Oh, that's cool. Man, you got a lot of art there, Terry.
I've got a lot. I've got years of art here.
Like that one
Me,
too.
I lost all mine.
Like, I used to be really good at art.
Yeah, John, the
But
Discord's open.
my,
Let me send the link.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, John.
But, John,
Thanks, buddy.
John, my
Yeah, do it for Johnny.
here's Johnny. That's pretty. But I was really good at art until my high school art teacher. Like, I would draw something, and it was really good. My classmates were like, "Oh, that's fucking awesome!" And she's like, "A D," and I'm like, "How do you give a grade to art?"
Yeah,
That's a good question.
I
That
loved
is
art
a-
class because it was what we called a bird class. You could fly right through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I always
Wow.
was like, if you need to go to college for art, then you're not an artist. You're not really, because what are you going to be taught that you can't just, you'll learn from doing.
Yeah.
I think I watched
John?
I
Oh,
think I watched a 5-minute YouTube
Damn
video
it.
on how to do that reverse charcoal stuff, and then I just tried it, and that was the first time I ever did it, and came out pretty good. That's one of my, the Tupac is one of my favorite drawings that I ever did, and
Josh, did you put the Discord link in the chat?
There he is.
you
There he is. John.
John just checked, texted me, and I was like, I'm driving. I can't send you the link, bro.
he's in the
Johnny
Discord. You got yourself
Five
muted.
is
You gotta
alive.
you have to unmute yourself.
Unmute.
The first time you come in,
Unmute.
you'll be muted, and you have to. I think if you tap your screen,
I can't really see that, Terry.
It's kind of subtle. There's hearts
Like-
kind of entwined in it, but it's
Oh,
like
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, okay, I see it now. I see the hearts.
if you put little numbers on some of the dots, you can make a connect the dot.
There you go.
Oh, this one's an old one.
Hey,
You cross your eyes,
Yeah,
the
you-
hearts pop out in 3D.
all right. Yeah.
I think that's
that's
my
cool.
favorite so far.
White blood
That is
cells.
really
I
cool.
love
Yeah,
it.
see, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yep.
I'm noticing a pattern here, Terry.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, I think she was into science.
Science.
One day, once I get my
Ooh.
furniture next month in the other room,
That's cool.
I'm gonna turn this whole room into a studio. By the window over there, I want to get one of those glass art tables. Have you seen those, Terry?
Oh
Where's-
yeah, like the drawing tables.
Yeah, it's like an angled drawing table with a lamp that comes
Yeah,
out,
yeah.
and you can shine a light from underneath. And I'll put a camera over there. I'll have a couch with a camera pointed at it, and I'll have
It
like
looks like a pizza.
different scenes where I could,
Uh.
if Floor comes or if people come over, we could sit on a couch over there and talk on the couch. And then if I do like drawing streams, I could put it in the corner and have it looking down.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
I'm down, Bob Ross.
Someday. That's cool. I like that one too.
Oh, that's pretty. Yeah.
It's like a little landscape.
Doing a drawing stream.
I love the
Someday.
colors in this
Yeah.
one. Look at this. This is
I want to
intense
get back
me.
into it, Jalen, because I think I could sell them. Really, I don't like drawing. Is what I'm probably best at, but I don't like doing it
You
too
like-
much. But if I get paid for it, then I'll do it.
I mean,
There's John.
I sort of get it because I'm sort of thinking about retiring from performing, so I do get it.
Oh, this one's all dots. Check that out.
That's cool.
Terry, do you use scented markers?
Hi, John.
Hello, how's it going?
Go right
Matthew
there.
said that, not me.
that's horrible. That's absolutely wrong.
I do like playing with different mediums though, and I would, if I had like a little art station, it would be cool to get into. I've never painted, but that would be cool to try painting. I watch a wouldn't it be cool to do a stream where I watch a what's that guy's name? Bob
Ross.
Ross?
Yeah.
Bob
watch,
Ross.
Watch Bob Ross and try to do what he's doing on the stream.
Yeah.
Little
Yeah.
happy clouds. Happy clouds.
Happy
Yeah.
trees.
Yeah.
By the way, is it? I'm thinking
I'm
it's
just-
Josh, right?
And right
John,
right
yeah.
over here, we're gonna put another
It's nice to
friend
meet
over
you,
there for
kind of
our.
on video. So
Yeah, you
I've been in
too.
the chat, but yeah, but it's nice.
What's up?
And
I'm
Buff,
gonna draw some angry clouds soon.
good to see you.
What's up,
again.
John? That's my first time seeing you. You
I know.
Well, I know you were indisposed.
Yeah, well, yesterday was
last night.
Yeah.
That
You
would be
feeling
cool.
better?
That's actually
yeah,
a good
yeah.
idea, Buff. If you watched a
shit.
Bob Ross video, but instead of all the happy clouds and all the happy trees and all the happy mountains, if you painted basically what he was painted, but much darker and like
Yeah.
angry
Yes.
clouds.
Oh, yeah.
angry
I was trying to
mountains.
think. There was somebody that did like a skit where it was like Bob Ross, and then like they did stuff from like Stranger Things with the upside down. And it's like, what's this? Oh, it's just like the upside down starts taking over the whole Bob Ross.
Yeah, it's a depressed monster. It's an angry monster. That would be
This
funny.
one. This one's cool.
So then at the end you have his nice picture of a scenery, and then you have your like hellscape of just like
Yeah,
We tried to do that
And
as kids, and we did that on the wall, and my mom was not happy about that.
And you know what you should name yourself? You should name yourself Rob Doss.
Rob Dawson.
Ram Dass.
Rob Doss.
Ram Dass is the like philosopher.
Oh,
Ram Dass. He wrote the "Be Here Now."
Are you serious?
oh, I didn't know
It's
that.
like it's like from the 60s. It's this it's really cool. It's like this trippy mix of like, I don't know, he went to India and studied under a guru, and then he like blended it with his like Christian upbringing, and he created this "Be Here Now" about like the way and the path, and it's got all this interesting art in it, and it's got all these different like spiritual concepts of like just one of my favorite pieces in it says hippies create cops, cops create hippies. And it's like this like never-ending spiral. Has you ever noticed that like there's a similarity, not just like in that, but like there's a similarity in between like opposites, so like for most criminals and most police I have known personally have very similar traits as people.
Right.
So I found that like
Yeah.
really compelling. And then, so there's a lot of different interesting insights in that.
And there's a good movie that kind of shows that. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Heat with Robert De Niro and Al Pacino.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's the same
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of thing. It's the same kind of thing where they're the same way.
Yeah.
They're built the same way, except for one is about catching bad guys and the other guy, and I
Yeah.
love that scene when they're just in the cafe
Yeah.
and he's just like, brother,
Yes,
when it comes
yeah.
to you between me and one of my friends, you're going to like make a widow. You're going down, and then the cool, calm, collect Robert De Niro was just like, well, if you come between me and a score, like but it's kind of how they, you kind of see that how like the cop has like a disastrous life, like his wife, it doesn't like him, his stepdaughter, which is played by Natalie Portman in the movie. A lot of people don't remember that, but
Mhm.
What is the movie?
I never
Not
actually
Devil's
listened to it.
Advocate.
Devil's Advocate. Are you talking about the one with
Heat.
Keanu Reeves?
No, what's the movie you're talking about?
I'm talking about Heat.
Heat.
Yeah,
Heat.
1995, directed by Michael Mann. One of his best movies.
Might have
That
to-
and Last of the Mohicans, I think, are his best movies.
I might have to go watch that.
This guy. Right.
Good God, that's
You're breaking up.
You're
You're in a bad
roboting.
reception area. Are you driving right now, or are you sleeping?
he's driving.
Yeah.
Truck driving would be cool, I think.
No, it wouldn't.
Dom
get
Ross.
tired
How
of it
about
after
Rob
2 years.
Josh? Rob Josh.
Rob Josh, I like that.
Don't rob Josh. That's not. I don't want to be robbed.
Yeah, I guess I'm back
What
now.
was-
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna
Yeah.
head out. so
Copyright
that you can have a good. Okay.
All right.
Farewell.
See ya.
Thanks for
Oh
having
yeah.
me.
Oh,
Bye, Terry Strange. It was
thanks
nice
for
to
joining.
see you.
Yeah. Take
And
care.
Bye,
thanks for
Terry.
sharing. Thanks for sharing your artwork.
Beautiful artwork.
Yeah.
Thanks
Things
for
gonna get
asking.
better. The Lord gonna work it out.
I hope so.
It sounds like you. That's like a song. You must be a big fan of Howard Jones with that, right? You heard that song, Jalen?
It's not
What song?
unusual. Oh no, that's
Things Can Only Get Better. It was an '80s song. Came out.
How's it
Right.
go?
Well, I don't want to get, but yeah, it's but basically, I get the tune in my head, but because it's like let's see, because there's so many different great Howard Jones songs, but like because my favorite one's always popping in my head, which is I like to get to know you a little bit better, but things can only get better. It has the boom 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 boom, and then it goes boom 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 boom. It has like the really kind of cool like, and it's like things can only get better. It's basically a very optimistic song. So
Oh no, the only thing I know with that tune would be a 70s song by the Five Stair Steps that goes, "Ooh, child, things are going to get
Yep.
easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter."
Right. Good song.
That's all.
That's a great song.
Jalen,
Josh looked like
you want some
something
Bible
cynical.
verses?
You need some Bible verses.
I mean,
you need the Lord.
I mean, some Bible jokes.
Sure,
Jokes, yeah.
sure, Christian man, say some Bible jokes.
Who told David about the downward journey of a person who would rather listen to the world than the word of God? Psalm 1.
I don't know.
Get it? Psalm 1?
Someone. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Yep.
I get it.
That?
Yeah.
What's bigger than a Leviathan?
Well, you know,
A Leviathan.
Ezekiel.
So basically, these are Bible dad jokes, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
I saw a YouTube video where they were doing these Bible jokes, and they're all like, they were all like, oh, what was the?
I've been telling everybody, like all the cashiers at the truck stop, to give them a brighter day. I'm like, I got a joke for you. And they're like, okay. I was like, during the time that Jesus was here, there were cars. They're like, no way. And I was like, yeah, he told his disciples to get in one accord.
Get in one accord.
Who was the biggest woman in the Bible? Or where was the biggest woman in the Bible from? Samaria.
Samaria. Oh my god. Oh man.
I think Jesus was actually a woman, because even after he was dead, he still had to get up and do something.
You've told me that one before, Mayhem.
I'm sorry. I come from a different realm of Christianity. I've never heard Bible jokes.
I saw a YouTube video that popped up on my feed the other day of these two guys telling Bible jokes. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I tell you, who's a funny Christian comedian? Tim Hawkins.
Tim Hawkins is great.
Yeah,
I know that name. I think I've heard some.
Because he can do it all. He can sing. He can.
Yeah.
He can do the stand-up comedy. He can. Yeah.
The best one he does is the best joke he does is the Raising Hands Church.
Yeah. Yep.
He's like, we got names for those. You start small. You want to get into it. All right, now carry the TV. Carry the TV. Widescreen.
Widescreen. It's not just kind of what he's. Yeah.
Watch the windows. Double watch the windows. Add a little heartburn. Little heartburn. Give Jesus high five.
I love when he did his version
of
he did his version of Imagine, of John Lennon's Imagine, but instead of having like all the atheistic communism undertones in it, it's all like it's like imagine all the parents burning down Chuck E. Cheese. It's like, remember, imagine, liberals not trying to tell you how to live your life. Somehow, he just does a really good job of like hitting that in those. And then of course he did the thing where he like, if like companies started using Christian music for their commercials, and so it's like, so he like one of them was like, so instead of like, I can only imagine, that song, I can only imagine. He's like, I can only eat margarine or butter substitute. because I can't have butter. It's like, I was like,
I like the one he does inappropriate wedding songs.
yes.
Yeah, it's okay, what do you want me to do? So he starts singing, what was it? I heard it from a friend who said you were messing around, or dude looks like a lady.
But yeah, it was like the one that was like, so there's the song that our God is an awesome God, but it's instead of awesome God,
Our God is an
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
it's
I got a personal connection with that song. Sorry.
it's our Ford is an awesome Ford. It rains. It's like, and it handles like a rock. It's like,
What is some of y'all's favorite Christian songs? Because I Can Only Imagine. I love that. I can only imagine.
I sing that in church all the time. They always ask me.
Surrounded by His glory.
Crossroads from Bone Thugs and Harmony.
that's a good song.
Meet me at the crossroads. Of course, you would say that as a.
Whoa! Which Crossroads? The original or the E99 Crossroads? There's two of them.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. As far as I know.
I'm guessing you're thinking the one they did for Easy then.
East 1999 was the first time I heard it.
Second. Well, that's the second version. They did one for oh god, what was the guy's name? One of their cousins that died. That was on the album before E99. And then when Easy died, they redid it to dedicate it more to Easy E.
Easy E, man.
I don't know.
Remember
Why
those
is the
days?
Orthodox Church the best runners?
Oh boy.
Joshua, ask my question. Sincerely, what's your favorite Christian song?
Hold on. You didn't get the punchline yet. Why is the Orthodox Church the best runners? Because they fast.
I don't know.
Because they fast. Yeah.
Because they
They're the only one. They're not the only ones that fast.
Yeah,
Catholics fast
I
too.
know,
Yeah, but
Speaking of which, it is kind of interesting
mine.
because like the Orthodox Church is there's a very kind of there's a reason why it's growing in popularity
among young men.
Yeah, as evangelicalism is becoming more sugary and more sweeter, and then of course it's becoming less and less Christian. It's becoming more just pop theism than it is anything else. But there's like an athletic aspect, and I can remember the Orthodox church I used to go to for a while. It was the priest used to tell me, he says, this is kind of unlike any other church you're going to go to that's an Orthodox church because most of them don't actually have chairs. So it's like standing for like 4 hours. So it's like an athletic thing. I mean, it's just
my god!
I mean, there's like a hardcore aspect of things, and then of course the sensory with the incense, and it overwhelms you. I mean, the entire thing.
I've been wanting to get back into going to church, and the problem is I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, so it's mostly
you're not too
Mormon.
far from me then. Yeah,
it's mostly Mormon churches, but there are not Mormon churches, but we have a Orthodox church nearby, and it looks like a little castle. Like
they're beautiful buildings, and then the inside with the way they do the ceilings with all the saints, and then I mean it's really, really amazing experience. I mean, it's a really cool place to go see, and it's kind of funny because now the Orthodox in our town that I live near to, the Orthodox church is where it has always been is now the thing across it because they just built a Mormon temple right across the street. So it's like,
where are you at?
What type would you go to?
I live in Western Colorado near Grand Junction.
Oh, okay. So you're a couple hours.
Yep. Like just about 4 hours from you. So, in fact, so much so that we decided to go. Okay, do we want to go to a concert in Denver and risk having our converters stolen, and tripping over homeless people, or do we go to Salt Lake City and then
you'll still be tripping over homeless people?
I know, but it's not as bad as Denver.
Not as bad. Yeah, no.
Not as bad as Denver.
For the longest time when I was growing up, I always saw the I always saw the First Baptist Church like everywhere I went, and I kept asking myself, "All right, where's the Second Baptist Church?
Right.
Where's the third?"
How are they all the first?
I did that too.
By the way,
Yeah.
Josh, whenever someone asks me my favorite Christian artist, this is a great little setup. So whenever people go, "Oh, who's your favorite Christian artist?" and I go, "Bach," and then I just wait for their like the classical composer. I go, "Yeah," because that's how he made his bones. I mean, that's how back in the day a lot of those classical composers, because there wasn't like theaters for you to do. The only place you could really do music was church, and so he did a lot of liturgies and all that. So it's kind of.
Oh God, you're reminded me of when I had to get my degree in, when I had to learn all that stuff in music history.
You didn't have to get your degree in anything, but
I had to get my degree, sir, because I chose to get my degree.
So you
I
have
didn't want to
degree,
be
you have a degree in music?
did you choose it or did you have to do it?
Both. I chose to do it, and
I'll tell you my favorite.
So, Jalen, you might appreciate this joke as a man who's studied music.
Yes.
If it ain't Baroque, don't fix it.
I like that one. That's a classic one. If it ain't Baroque, don't fix it. That's for people that really understand the music.
I get it.
Yeah.
What you know about that, Josh? You didn't even finish answering
music too.
A
little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna finish. My favorite Christian song is "Forever Rain" by Hillsong. That's my favorite Christian song, not gospel song. I'm specifically saying Christian song, like Christian rock.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, my favorite song, and I'll tell you the reason why it's my favorite song. It's "Who Am I" by Casting Crowns.
Good one.
And the reason why it's my favorite is because I just went through. I got out of the Army. I was suffering from PTSD. Just got a divorce. Was 28 years old. Living literally in my parents' basement. I hated the world. I hated God. I hated my parents. Hated everything because everything was falling apart. And I got in my car, and I was going to drive it off of the bridge, make it look like an accident. But I was going to kill myself. And I was listening to a country station, mind you, country station. And I said, well, I was kind of upset. So I was like, why the fuck are you doing this to me, God? Send me a sign. And as soon as I said that, that song came on. And it moved me so much that I started crying. Now, remember, I said I was going to drive my car off the road and commit suicide. And I started crying so much that I was like, I can't drive like this. I got to pull over. So I pulled over and I cried and cried. I listened to the whole song, and then I said, okay, I'm yours, dude. I'm yours.
That's the Lord. That's the Lord. Until time, that's a good testimony. That's the Lord right there. Buff, how you listen to that and not believe in Christ?
Because we call it coincidence. I'm not down knocking or down trying to downgrade or call him full of crap or anything. I mean, if that's what he believes, that's the faith he has. Hey, shut up, Wink. Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my thought? Dear God, how unchristianly of you. Jeez.
How you gonna tell somebody
if that's what he had experienced in his life? I'm not gonna tell him he's wrong. I will never tell him he's wrong. Okay, that's an experience that happened for him. That's an experience that led him to believe in what he believes in now. That's an experience that kept him from doing something. That's fine. I got no problem with that. I'm not gonna tell him he's wrong.
Your life ain't changed from hearing that. You literally just heard a testimony of how God is.
No, it didn't, because I feel the way I feel. I have my researcher. I have the way I feel. I have the things that I've been through. I have the things that I've looked up. I've had everything that I have in my perspective of what religion is. And I'm satisfied with my perspective. I never once have told anybody they are wrong for believing in what they believe in, because I don't do that.
No, you just
can
call
believe
God
in whatever
I-very
you believe in.
You
Can I
You
just
can
ask
call
believe in
God
whatever you want to believe in. I
If I
will
may-
never degrade anybody's belief
You
in faith
have.
or
If-
religion.
if I may, Buff, and tell me if I'm off base with maybe an idea where you're coming from on this would be, is that you could see that as not what another person might consider as a testimony. You could see it as an anecdotal piece of evidence that, while it has an interesting impact to someone's life, does not in your life materialize into fundamental observational evidential proof of something that you may or may not believe.
I'm not gonna have a problem with it having a impact on anybody's life.
Yeah.
If
No, but I'm just saying
they-
it's like an anecdotal story, though, is kind of what it is. And I'll be honest,
that was his experience.
Yeah.
His experience.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like when someone
I've
tells you
had
that God
mine.
talks to them. I've never experienced that.
Right. Well, and so I'll tell you, for to me as a person who believes in God, I try not to say I'm a Christian, because I that term is loaded and a lot of people misuse it and misunderstand it in my mind. But one of the things that drove me nuts is I remember seeing that movie, God's Not Dead. And that movie is like, this is entirely like out of this whole idea of where it's like, oh yeah, well, the car just magically stops. And then, oh yeah, then he dies. And then the atheist, and then I'm like to me, like, oh, this is a great testimony to the atheists. And I'm like, no, most atheists that I know, people who don't believe, are going to be like, yeah, that's nice, but that's fantasy. And it's kind of like, and it kind of comes off as this kind of idea of, and this is kind of the problem we have, like in evangelicalism, is this need to have this overtly
Emotional.
spiritual, emotional type of event where the proof is in the emotional catharsis of the energy. Now, to me, I think things add up, and moments happen where a message is received and a message is given, and for the people who are open to that, no amount of evidence, it's the same thing that I do believe, though, about people on the other side who don't believe. And I think a lot of times there's a lot of people that can be given a lot of signs and they still won't believe. So, but I think that's kind of the problem we have, is we kind of talk about these things and say, and again, I don't know why you'd put pressure on that to make Buff think or say or do or examine that as one way or the other.
Yeah,
other than just to say, hey,
I totally respect Buff's position on that. I mean, it could be 100% coincidence,
I'm not saying it is.
Yeah. It isn't, right?
Yeah.
But if it's something that impacted your life in a positive way, that's the point.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. It
helps
you further your way in life.
Evidence.
That's all that matters.
Right there, and
here comes this son of a bitch right here. Jesus. What, Jalen?
I said my piece. I said it. I'm the one that openly attacked you on this. And it wasn't even meant to be an attack, but it is like, I just don't get how you see evidence of Christ every day and you still denounce him and you still disrespect him.
You call it evidence. I don't.
That's one thing I will say.
That's where we differentiate.
So are you Orthodox, John?
I'm not.
No. I've been in an Orthodox church, but no, I'm not Orthodox.
Okay.
If you want to know what doctrinal tradition I come from, I mean, I have no problem. I have issues with just saying that, because obviously, but I come from what I would call a Reformed Catholic background, which most people would call Lutheran, but I want to make sure that it's understood that when I say Lutheran, I'm not talking about what the crazy people are doing in the ELCA, because that's not Lutheranism. I mean, it's not. It's not. So,
right. Yeah.
And that's why I appreciate the other day when you were talking about some of the Calvinist stuff, and I was like, there's a lot I appreciate about the Calvinists.
Right.
There's a few things that I'm like, that's a bridge too far for me, but a mad respect for R.C. Sproul, mad respect for Spurgeon, a mad respect for Alistair Begg, mad respect for just so many different people who are so great, especially to me, I think was the important thing that Calvinists really get and nail at, which is the concept or the theological position of the terminal reality of sin, right? Or what we call the fact that we're dead in sin kind of thing. So
Yeah.
total depravity is the official term for it.
Total depravity. Yeah, I say things and people are like, okay, so I'm not, I don't agree with the Trinity doctrine, right?
Okay.
Mm.
And so I'll get called a heretic for that. People say, well, you're a Unitarian. Well, I've seen Unitarian churches with rainbow flags in front of them. I don't consider myself a Unitarian. I don't consider myself a Calvinist. I was raised Baptist. I don't consider myself a Baptist.
Well, yeah, especially if you don't subscribe to the Trinitarian. I mean, like that would make sense.
Mhm.
Those are all traditional mainstream Protestant sects that believe that. So yeah,
I'm probably I'm more Protestant than I am Catholic or Orthodox.
Right.
But I'm still not. I don't consider myself a Protestant either.
Right.
It's just a Christian.
Right.
I just read the Bible and I take what it says. And so if I don't see these things in the Bible, these ideas, I'm not going to go to the church authority and ask them about it.
And we have that problem, I think, in Christianity with where I think a lot of people take an assumption of a belief and they believe that it's what the Bible says, but it's what they traditionally believe. And when you kind of go through it's what they were taught. And so it's usually built on a misunderstanding of a misunderstanding. So for example, there's a lot of people out there, and I'm not being in any way disrespectful to anyone that adheres to a dispensationalist time frame, but that is relatively within the history of the church a new thing. Like it didn't happen until after the mid 1800s. So to me, it's a strain. It is a mutant strain to what traditionally has been held and believed. So to me, when I look at people saying, well, I believe that some of these things that I see at the 70 week and with the temple and the 1,000, all these things that you get from dispensationalism, pre-trib rapture, all that kind of stuff, those things become problematic to me in a lot of ways, because I think a lot of people say, oh, it's in the Bible. And my thing is this: you can believe what you want to believe. You can have but you better make really good arguments when you're arguing in the situation of what the Bible actually says, because a lot of people, their system of approach of it is either to take one verse out of context and then completely make that something else, and then they disregard the totality of the rest of the scriptures, and then it becomes, in my mind, in my view, problematic. So I think those are important things to learn when you kind of delve into this issue. That's why for me, I'm a baptized Christian. That's what I'm baptized.
I know that's right.
So
well,
Jesus is my savior. He is my God. That's all I can tell you. Obviously I can extend out of that, trying to find a good branch.
There's another atheist here.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
cool. What's your name?
Another one.
Nada.
What's your name?
You're not an atheist.
It's not Ivan.
Is it Nada? Are you the Nada that I see in the chat too?
Oh no, the Russian guy.
Yep.
Oh,
No,
Nada's
I'm a
not
Christian.
atheist.
I'm a Christian, but Ivan.
He's not
Ukrainian
Russian.
guy.
He's not Russian. He's Ukrainian.
That's the Ukrainian guy.
Yeah, Ukrainian.
Yeah,
Sorry.
all the Soviet, all there's a lot of those countries that are like Eastern European.
Yeah, a lot of them.
But they're not all Russian. I know people think they're all Russian. They're not.
You say like a lot of Russian and Ukrainian are.
Is that the guy with the Volkswagen?
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a diesel.
Today on BMW.
Tell him welcome back.
So you're an atheist? You're an atheist from Ukraine? Well, you came to the right place.
He was telling me something interesting just a few seconds ago about. Tell them what you were telling me.
Can you say, because it's hard to.
Yeah, but it's more interesting if you tell them. I mean,
I don't know why. In Ukraine, people don't say like I'm going to the church. You explain this because it's hard to.
He's saying that like people in the Ukraine are not.
Don't show in this.
Yeah, maybe they're Christians, but they're not on social media talking about God and thank
Right.
God and everything. But then they
Right.
move here and they all of a sudden are believers. You think?
Yeah.
And and I
Always
think
think,
maybe it's for the social aspect because maybe that's where they're seeing their other Ukrainian friends is at the Ukrainian church.
Right.
But
Is it
Yeah.
he's
Well,
telling me that
that's an interesting perspective, I think, for sure. To me, I think part of it is too. We can't. I think, in my opinion, given what I've read on stuff, because I think a lot of people have to understand that region and the history that's been there for so long. But when you've had the Soviet Union in place there for so long, and it's so antithetic to religion that
But-
the
but
cultural
most of them are
no, they
most of them
believe
are Christian though.
they believe. You're absolutely 100%.
Currently.
Just not him.
Yeah, they believe, but what has happened is they still have that kind of subdued because they came out of a time when it was still kind of
Maybe.
and I don't think it's the whole thing. I think that's part of it. I think the other thing too is I think especially if you meet Ukrainians or Russians who are Orthodox, the culture of the Orthodox Church is mildly. I mean, it's the same framework of theologically speaking, but it's a different cultural aspect as it is to Americans.
In Ukraine, like every step, it's church
Yes.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Beautiful churches too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know as much about Ukraine, but I know Russia completes construction on
It's the same.
3 Orthodox churches a day.
Yeah.
They're putting up more churches than anybody. But
They are.
In every village, small church.
Well, and
you said they never build a small church?
In every village.
Yeah.
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 That's how it is in Salt Lake City. They have to have a Mormon temple for a certain number of population size. So
Yep.
So when you have densely packed like suburban neighborhoods, there's a Mormon church every so many feet, basically, because it's doing
In
the
my
number of people.
city, it's not big. I know, like 4 or 5 churches.
And how many people?
Live.
But
Uh,
what is that? 19,000?
Yeah.
19,000 people and 4 or 5. That's a lot of churches.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
And it's all Christian.
And again, that's the whole point is so.
But one church is like
non-denominational.
No.
Yeah.
Non-denomination.
Non-finished.
Yeah, that's what I am.
Not finished.
I'm non-denomination.
But it's all Orthodox.
I used to say I was non-denominational too until I found out that non-denominational is actually a denomination now.
It is a denomination.
They have there's a non-denominational denomination.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask him something. Hey, Ivan, how do you feel?
I'm very feel.
You guys know that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually just found out about that today. I didn't know anything about that meme.
Yeah.
But that's his Ukrainian brother. So,
Nice.
No, today's fight with the Tyson.
Well, when is that fight? Is that today or tomorrow?
No, it's
Tyson Fury, I think it's fighting.
Yeah.
Is he fighting
Friday?
It's probably already happened.
Is it? Is it today or tomorrow? Today?
Maybe tomorrow.
I can look it up real quick. Let's see here.
Well,
18.
where I'm at today is tomorrow. So
I don't know where I can watch this. Like
You can actually pirate it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be more belts on the line than ever. Daddy Jub sent me a text about that. He said tomorrow, or was that
It's
today
tomorrow.
or tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow for me, but it's probably today for most people.
Are they unifying the belts or something? Or sort of unifying the belts or something?
That has never happened in the past 25 years. It's like, I forgot I don't really didn't understand what he was telling me, but he's saying in 25 years this has never happened. Basically, like all the belts are on the line tomorrow.
Oh, that has happened before, though. I think, like back in like the Mike Tyson days, right? Like the belts were unified. I think.
Yeah,
Ah.
not as much, but yeah, I mean it's because especially back in the time of like when like Tyson and Holyfield fought. I mean that obviously you didn't. Those were some big boys.
Wait, so who is this with the Texas Rangers hat?
That's me right here.
But
That is John.
My name is
That's
John.
Mosman.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
John Mosman.
Oh yeah, I saw you
Yeah.
in the chat.
That's another
yeah.
reason why I like John.
Yes.
Me and John have a lot in common. We like Star Wars. We like the Texas Rangers.
Yes.
What else?
This is God's team.
What else
I'm
we
just
like?
telling you right now. This is God's team.
Yeah.
Wait, who won? Who won the pennant? Who won the
World Series
World
last year?
Series last year?
World Series Rangers.
Oh.
Yep.
I know one of the middle relievers that pitches for the Rangers.
Which one?
Kirby Yates.
Yeah.
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 I knew him since he was like born, basically. Since he was like a little squirt running around. We used to I raced BMX bikes with like his older brothers.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so I've known Kirby since he was like a little kid. And now I know he's an old man now for a baseball player, but
Yeah.
in my mind,
Right.
he's still little Kirby running around in his diapers, crying and whatever.
Right.
But I know that's not what he looks like now. But
Right.
Yeah.
when you know someone when they're a kid,
Yeah.
that's just how they'll always be, right?
Absolutely.
Mm.
But I think he's doing like decent, right, as a middle reliever.
Well, again, I haven't checked on the numbers lately because, like I said, it's hard for me to get Ranger games up here because I live in Colorado, so it's like, but
And it's hard to pirate them too. I bet, huh?
well, yeah, and
Yeah.
MLB the way their package works, the way they've I've just like so I get a couple of them through like Amazon, I get a couple of them through like Roku, but it's like not. So I like to listen, and that's actually something I still love to do. Is I still love to listen to baseball on the radio. It's still great to listen to on the radio, and even though all the older greats are no longer doing it, but it's great to listen to it still. And,
All right, I'll be back, guys.
alrighty,
I'm gonna show him
All right.
how to watch the fight tomorrow for free.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be streaming during it, and I'll be watching it. And if yeah,
Like fire translation on. Yeah.
if you already know how to
Yeah.
do it, then I don't need to. You know how to do it.
I'll
So-
be back. I'm gonna show him.
well, if I'm trying to figure out what your shirt says on the top part, what your
I
shirt
don't
says,
know.
is it says two. The two. I see the two. Right? Is that two?
Oh, this is it's a band.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of still their backup drummer, Southern rock band, Tulane Blacktop.
Oh, so you're in band. You do music then, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm a big musician. I
Southern
play a lot of
music. Buff got a
instruments.
dang Confederate flag on his shirt. That's
I
crazy.
know. I was just like,
It is the Georgia flag.
Yes,
jackass.
it's the Georgia
That's
state.
where they all
Oh, okay.
originated
It's
from
not a
with the
Georgia
American
flag.
flag.
Right, right.
Yeah.
and like there was like at least 6 of them that still. I mean that that had the cross. The what do you call it? The X. The
Yeah, they slowly faded them out. I
Yeah.
do
Stars,
have my
bars.
personal Georgia flag with the stars and bars and my Mississippi flag where I was born with the
Yeah.
stars and bars before they changed them all. So I had to go
Right.
get a flag before they can't find them anymore. And it's
Right.
just-
right. Because they're trying to.
Yes, we lost. We lost. The South lost. Yes,
Yeah.
they did.
Yeah,
Shit.
they did.
Yeah.
All
What
over
the hell is this?
taxation.
He
It was
lost.
nonsense.
You like the
Whatever.
Confederate flag?
Well, and you know what's sad about that? Buff,
I'm a
is-
Southerner, damn it. I got Southern pride.
if
Sorry.
I'm
If
more
you think about
southern
it,
than
though-
you are, damn it.
Yeah. If you think
He's
about
in
it,
Georgia,
No,
you're in
no,
Arkansas.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I
Right.
don't know.
if you think about it, though, Buff, yeah, the South lost, but they also won too because the Civil War was for state rights, and what happened? You got state rights.
Well, yeah, but at what cost? And
Yeah.
even now, it's still not what it is.
I tell you what.
Mhm.
And I'll tell you right now, if you
I tell you
really-
what.
if you really want to understand systemic racism and what causes systemic racism in the United States, you can stem it all the way back to what the Reconstruction era did, and the unconstitutional federal authority of the government basically punishing the South because they lost, and then forcing them. And we see it today. We're going to see it today now. I know a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but you're going to see it especially after this next election. But you'll see this kind of force of cultures where there's not given enough time for it to do it. And so really a lot of the stuff that came out as a result of that, like Jim Crow laws, like the increase in uptick of the KKK, is a result of the fact of directly, not because a bunch of Southern boys were racist. I know that's the mythos, that's the lie, but it's directly because of the impact of Reconstruction on the South. And that is one of the biggest mistakes we ever made as a country.
So, John, you agree with me that racism?
Facts. This guy's speaking facts. This guy knows his stuff.
Yeah, me and John have talked about this, and
he can lead a conversation. He's a good host.
Yeah,
I'm the host.
Yeah, but you're barely doing anything tonight. You're lame tonight.
I do shows where I talk for 4 hours by myself, so I like to have streams where other people.
Yeah, you're lame tonight, though.
Yeah, see, like
I have a watermelon shirt on.
Integration would have happened on its own.
It would have,
and
absolutely.
Yeah, it would have happened on its own.
So, do y'all agree with me that racism does exist?
What do you define as racism, though? That is the question.
Oh, there's a whole stream that I did a couple of weeks
ago. I know. I watched it.
May 4th.
I left a comment about it too.
John, you gotta.
I watched it too.
John, you got to go back through Dreaded's videos because they had a big debate. It was a big thing.
He just said he's seen it.
Well, I've seen at least the debate that that was on. It was JS and Jalen. I think it was Steve on Steve's or
yeah.
And I saw that, and I took an interest because as someone who debated both in high school and in college, I appreciated how you set that up. You did exactly the textbook thing you do when you start a debate. You define your terms. You talk about you start off with an impact statement. You come up with at least 3 contentions.
I did that, John. I'm the one that did that.
No.
Started with the Lord's Prayer. Shut up.
First of all, if I started with the Lord's Prayer, which I didn't do anything religious out of respect for Josh, there would have been nothing wrong with the Lord's Prayer. You need to listen to the Lord's Prayer little.
I never went to college, and they wanted me on the debate team, but my grades weren't good enough, so I never got to be on the debate team. But they're like, "We need you on the debate team. You need."
It was fun. It was fun. It was fun.
You did. Yeah.
John, I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I will come back to you and say I'm the one that was given the textbook definitions of everything and not just making up my own definitions of what.
No. You did come up with some definitions, obviously, but the problem is and I'm just, this is a critique. This isn't anything to say a slam on how you feel about the issue. Is that one of the things is when you're dealing with an issue like as broad of a term like racism. And you're trying to define it, especially if you're trying to define if you're on the affirmative or you're trying to take the stance that it exists or what it is. I mean, it depends on what kind of debate you're trying to do. You did set up multiple definitions. I will agree with that. However, the problem is that made it difficult from a debate perspective to track with what you were trying to say because they were all over the place. Whereas Josh had a very concise, very understanding of kind of more of a global idea of what that term was and stayed within the terms of what that was. And
can I ask your opinion on this? What was wrong with giving the definitions from Oxford and Webster?
Because I gave the dictionary definition, then on racism, I gave the dictionary definition, then I gave my definition of what I believe it means.
Yes.
Right.
And what we're arguing about is what I think
I made sure I was universal.
You
never shared the dictionary definition style.
I did. It was in my intro. I read it.
No, you didn't because I listened to that.
I quoted it word for word.
I'm the one that did the Oxford and the Webster dictionary definitions. Pull it up right now.
Okay. But I will say a couple of them. I think you were mildly close on one of them. The problem is you say, well, I used the Oxford, but with one of the definitions that you definitely used, you say, well, you're talking, you kind of brought it into a different, almost like an ideological spectrum than you were more of a straightforward one. And that's when I go, okay, that to me is not as again, if you're going to stick with something and say like how Josh did, is saying this is what this definition is, and again, depending on how you're debating the topic, how the whole phrase of the topic and how the question is being asked and how it's being debated, when you start out and you go and say this is what my understanding of racism is versus what the racism is, then you got to have this kind of issue. And then the problem kind of came is that I think you started off really strong.
He agreed
Jalen.
to my definition.
Right. You started off really strong, Jalen, but obviously there was a couple of things that were said that I could tell, and I don't know if they were done on purpose, or they were just kind of being authentic to what his whole premise was, that started you off on a tangent, and that derailed.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
No, you did what I knew you were going to do, Jalen. You went with emotion and anecdotes.
When I called him an idiot, that was one of the biggest criticisms I got. And then there were like times when I called Josh uneducated. That was some of the biggest criticisms I got for people that was on my side and everything. So those were like the two bigger things. And yes,
well, I don't care if you want to call him an idiot, because there is something to be said about.
I'm also very passionate and very, very much.
And your passion lost you the debate. You got away from arguing the argument and started criticizing his character. You did that.
Right.
Yeah. You keep saying I lost. You only say
you did.
Let me interject.
Had we not brought up George Floyd, you would have been on my side.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Let me interject. All right, Jalen. Okay, when it comes to a debate, the person debating, whether it was Josh or you are not the one that declares yourself the victor. It's actually those that are listening that declare who the victor is.
What should I say? Everybody
in the chat,
Josh's side.
Hold on.
Everybody on my side.
Jalen. Hold on.
Oh, we're all talking. Hold on.
In the chat and in the comments afterwards, everybody said you were very passive aggressive, and there were a lot of people that did not declare you the winner. They said JS was the winner because he stayed on topic, he did not get emotional, and he did not personally attack you.
Whereas
at all. And
for everybody listening, I also learned that I was the victor from everybody on my side. I'm still getting phone calls. I'm still getting phone calls from people telling me
that you're talking about
how I won. I'm still getting comments to this day and stuff. So it's like, it's very interesting. I would have liked to have seen that poll that Steve put up and everything. However, y'all both are on the same side and stuff, and people are on my side. Obviously, have told me.
That's part
and by
of the
the same side, I mean JS and Steve are on the same side.
Like,
that's what I mean.
I didn't know you or JS at the time. Okay, yeah. John didn't know you or JS at the time,
right?
At all. And then when we go in and we watch a debate, whether it's like Ben Shapiro or you or whoever, we're going to be like, I don't know this person. We're going to be kind of centered, and we're going to listen to what is said and how that person acts. And I'm sorry, but when you brought up that Josh was using Wikipedia, as his source, a lot of people know that Wikipedia is very left-leaning. So for him to use that as and I don't know
using a left-leaning media as my source.
Using Wikipedia is not helpful now. So
if a conservative uses Wikipedia, which is his left-leaning source, that means that they're reading other sources that they may not agree with, but they're going to read it and they're going to give you that source and they're going to break it down.
I didn't even know tonight that Wikipedia.
I
never even sourced Wikipedia.
Wikipedia for a serious debate.
He just
And
said
I under
that.
I
He
and,
said
and I
that because
understand
that's like an insult that people use. But I
and I
never sourced
understand where
Wikipedia.
I understand where you're coming from, Jalen. I understand like there are, especially if you're talking about a policy debate, then definitely source of material is going to be vital. But
Yeah,
this was,
because
but this wasn't
and
a
y'all help me
this
to
was a source
understand
of
this
policy debate.
because I want
This
y'all's
wasn't a
opinions.
policy debate.
I feel like there's
Well, they're
something
trying to
that's
give them.
low.
You keep interrupting everybody, Jalen.
So it wasn't a
I
policy.
feel like there's something that's low. Hold on, testing.
So,
Okay, I
so
can hear.
like
No,
for
we're
example,
hearing
okay, what JS was saying, if you move to a different continent, is it the same? So my example is South Africa.
Yes.
Africa is mainly black, right? What do you think it was racist what the Africans were doing to the white people in South Africa? Because you pointed out that the majority rule over the minority. So over there on Africa, on the African continent, the blacks are the majority and the whites are the minority. So was that racist what they did?
Yeah, I think I said that. I think I said racism is wrong for everybody. I think I said slavery is wrong for everybody. It's evil for everybody. Nobody should want to own another person.
That's exactly what JS said.
But here's the problem with so this is the problem that I'm not saying what you're, because I agree. I think anybody that comes from a moral Christian absolution, an absolution platform would 100% agree with what you just said, Jalen, that slavery is wrong and racism is wrong for a lot of the same reasons that they seem to be wrong. But where I'm coming at is
where I have to cut in.
Well, here's what I'm trying
where I have to cut in is my question that I want answered is how
God
is
told
that
people to make slaves at points. Like, I don't
Well,
know.
how is it
from a
when
Christian
people
point,
are giving me my opinion?
Slavery is
or
neither
telling
moral
me-
nor immoral. Slavery is a part of life. We're all slaves, always.
And see, this is why I called him an idiot in the first place. This is why when he says things like that, that's why I called him an idiot.
Jalen, it's in the Bible. It says if you're a slave, be a good slave.
Yes,
talked
it does.
about this in the debate.
Yeah, it does.
Yes.
God
And-
told people to enslave people at points.
So here's the thing.
I mean, I created slavery.
Maybe
So
it
here's-
turns out for the good in the long run. We don't know the future, but God does.
Yeah. Right. Well, this is the problem that we have with the issue, because for one, slavery was an economic system. And you cannot, and I know people want to go back and reinvent it as, well, the whole damn reason why we had slaves was because people were racist, which you can't make that claim because every group has been a slave at some point.
Right. That's
every group, every demographic. So to me, the issue comes, why is it an economically valuable piece of information? Where does the history come from on that? And and part of that is to understand what it was like to be alive in the agrarian age when things like cotton and like tobacco were the product of the world. And there's a reason why the North wanted to put a hold on the South's ability to be as financially independent as they were becoming, because they knew that that was a risk to them. And they were worried about there being another type of divide or schism. And I think the North had a legitimate reason for feeling that, because just less than 100 years before they had done that. So, but the point is, on when we're talking about slavery and when we're talking about why these things are, we have to say, what is the understanding of what is the basis of slavery? So I would argue we have probably more slaves now than we did ever in the time of the North Atlantic slave trade. And I think the numbers show you that. I would also argue that that the way the slaves were treated in the South, particularly the black slaves that came from Africa, were treated much better than the poor Oriental workers working on the railroad, or the poor Irish people working in the Northern Union in the factories. So we had a disparity. We already had this idea of this group of people who had lesser means because of the fact that they didn't come from something. And there was a point in time where, people wanted to call it was a white thing. Well, actually, it wasn't a white thing. It was actually an Anglo thing, because at some point, this country stemmed from England. And there was a thought that if you weren't of English descent, you were lesser. Is that a terrible thought? Absolutely. Is it immoral? Absolutely. However,
I agree with
but
that.
but here's the thing.
People aren't
You have to
lesser
understand the
because of
reason.
their skin colors or where they're
But
from.
you have to understand the
Yeah.
reason why those kinds of ethnicity aspects were a problem. And it's the same thing. I'm sorry, and I don't want to say this on your stream because that goes into a different avenue. But when we're talking about
You can say
the
whatever.
A word, the A word in revolt, and you know, in result, and when we talk about Germany and the Nazis, no one wants to talk about the fact that the Jews were not welcomed anywhere in Christian Europe. Nowhere. We had the Inquisition in Spain. You saw what happened to them in England. Nowhere. And so you see this kind of history. So we know that Italians were treated like crap. Irish were treated like crap. We know that the Oriental, Asian,
Everybody,
background
Asians,
people,
black people,
everyone's, yes.
Yep.
And I would say
Everyone.
you would have been, life would have been more miserable working on the railroad than it would have been in the cotton fields down south
in America.
because
So I do
there
have
was-
this yes or no question.
there was also a Christian value system that was approached in slavery. Now, I still think that it's an asinine thing to think that slavery is a Christian thing.
Well,
Not in a
man
sense-
stealing. The New Testament
Yeah.
says man stealing is wrong, but we didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't steal the men. Africans
So
and Middle Eastern people captured the slaves, and then
Right.
we bought them, and so then
Right.
and then we brought them here, and so it was a profit thing. It was
and it wasn't even us that brought them over here. It was called the Spanish slave trade. It was
So
the
Mayhem
Spaniards.
and John.
It was both. It was both the Spaniards and the
Yeah.
English.
I do
obviously
want to hear
they-
the
Well,
answer.
I did a show where I went over every one of the major slave trades in Africa, and they were all ran by African rulers who were
Right.
happened to be black.
Yeah.
Those were the first slave owners in the African trade.
Yeah.
Were
Yep.
African
The
tribal.
transatlantic slave trade,
Yep.
the Indian slave trade.
While y'all
all
are
of
getting in on this, I do want to answer just a yes or no question from Mayhem and John. Does
Mhm.
racism exist?
Does racism exist? In the sense that there are people who have prejudices against people of different ethnicities or different looking backgrounds? Yes. Obviously, there are people who have.
You see, Jalen, most
that
people
there's
agreed with you.
Yeah. I think
That's the
I think
thing.
it's more,
That was the whole debate.
more
is that
prejudice.
No,
We have that because we can't even admit that it exists and stuff.
That's
We can
not
have a
the
different
problem.
conversation.
yeah, but
and
I'm a
move in
weirdo. I'm a
on
weirdo on the
this.
internet.
I
So
want to
I'm
hear what
gonna-
Buff has to say. I want to hear what Buff has to say.
Buff, what were you
that-
saying?
That's not the problem, Jalen. I don't know how many times I got to tell you this. I was on your side. Look,
The
it
Everybody
sounds-
was on your
I
side,
was
Jalen.
on
Answer
his
that
side.
yes or no question.
Yeah, I absolutely believe racism exists. I've been through the situations where racism has affected me. But to hear Jalen try to debate the points, he lost it. He could not defend it. And Josh came with more stuff to kind of defend his point. I still believe racism exists, but Jalen, you just lost. You went into the semantics and
You only thought I lost
crap
because of
that
the George
people
Floyd
say.
thing. You even said
That was
in
just
in
that was the one
stream.
that tipped the scale. That was just the one that tipped the scale. That's what you typical fucking pro-black motherfuckers do. You try to bring up that, and I can't breathe. I hear white people on traffic stops now screaming, "I can't breathe!
Everyone
I
says
can't
it.
breathe!"
Everyone
You're
says it.
screaming your ass off. You can breathe. I
Yes.
just watch you take a breath so you can say, "I can't breathe." Again, shut up. You can breathe. George Floyd is not a martyr. That
No.
was a horrible situation to bring up to try to defend your argument, and that's
Yeah.
where you just completely lost it.
Mm-hmm.
You started out strong. Halfway through,
I agree.
it fizzled down. You were
Yeah.
almost there.
And
Like
You were
to
almost
be
at
fair,
climax.
to
and
be
then
fair,
your
I
dick went limp.
did say in my opening, anybody who believes in racism is a low IQ, angry person.
Yeah.
And that's a
so,
racist statement.
So that's
I like that. Was a great. That was
that
a
is
great.
kinda
comment.
racist.
Sorry,
Yeah.
continue.
Wait a minute, why are people attacking? People have been
And then
attacking.
maybe
me
I
for
took it
calling
too
you an
far
idiot,
there.
and
I
you
should have
it
said that
first.
because I'm
You
sure
attacked first. Oh, thank you for saying because people was attacking me for calling you uneducated and an idiot, and you struck first.
right, but Yeah.
You
Man,
attack him personally. He's going after a mindset.
I'm saying that
You went after
ideology
him.
Yes,
is
and you
Yeah.
failed. I think you failed because what he was trying to say about the and he was talking about the mentality. And Jalen, I saw the video. I saw the wheels working in your head as soon as he said that word "thug," and it started to trigger you
I
off.
knew it too.
mm,
Yeah, it triggered you. Yep.
And it was like, and
That's
at
why
that
he said
point,
it.
and at that point, it no longer was about a debate. There, you could sense there was a defensiveness, and I'm not
Mhm.
saying there's
And
no
it-
reason to feel that way because let's be honest, that is something that's said a lot about Black people.
I got more defensive.
Partly because
when
there
I
is
was in high
racism, but
school, I
partly
was a
because Black
thug.
people substantially are more in
Yeah.
crime. I mean, so it is
I
both.
got defensive when he tried to bring
I-
up Raven's
and-
on a
Yeah,
bad thing.
and you got mad at him for saying thug, but it wasn't even his words.
Yeah.
He was repeating what somebody else said.
He was saying that whole
Also-
concept is like a mind virus.
Also,
and that
George
people
Floyd
think that
was a thug, so
was.
I don't know what the
Mhm.
argument is.
But I never
But-
looked
but-
at thug
well, the
as like
biggest-
a black or white thing. I was a thug.
No, because it's not.
We thought it was
Yeah,
like a
I know
clique.
white
It was
thugs.
like a
I
prep.
think he's still
You have a prep, you have a goth, and then you have the thugs.
Yeah.
The thugs are
Yeah.
the people who dress a certain way and act a certain way and listen to.
I know
certain
white
music and
thugs. I know
drive a certain
Asian
car.
thugs.
Yeah.
I know Polynesian thugs. I know all
Yeah.
kinds of thugs.
Thug is
Like-
I'm not going to allow y'all to let this man get away with all those connotations, words that he was intentionally trying to
How
say.
about
Now the debate Jalen is back and
how
stuff.
about this,
I'm not
Jalen?
going to
How
let
about
y'all
this?
get away and let him get off scot-free when he intentionally knows why he was saying that. Joshua, you know why you said certain words.
But why would that
Intentionally.
trigger you?
And Bob,
That's
and
racist
Bob,
of you,
and
Jalen.
Bob,
Really?
a lot
Jalen, that's
people-
racist of you.
Let me tell Bob.
Yeah.
Let me tell Buff what people was thinking
You
of him.
assume when I say
in the
thug that I'm
call.
talking about black people. That's racist of you.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
And-
right.
and-
Racist on
and-
you.
Oh,
and-
so Josh,
and
you
his
admit that
point-
racism exists.
And he actually you actually proved his point because the whole point of what he was trying to say was that people who think in those terms are low leveled, like, and that you just showed you had that reactionary reaction.
What
It was
did
like
you-
it was like
I'm
you was like,
sorry,
yes,
John.
yes. Here's another guy that talks about he's talking about thug while we're talking about racism, and it was that. I mean, you could just see that it just completely.
Because this was
whether it was
during the
intentional or
Daryl
not, I
Davis.
don't
when
know,
you
but it
brought
was
up Daryl
effective.
Davis,
Here,
right? That's when you
here's
brought up Daryl Davis, Joshua.
That was a first round
Yeah.
KO, Jalen.
here's
Okay.
another thing, Jalen. Here's another thing too. Whenever Josh was talking about what other black people were saying,
Yeah.
you know, you kept saying, "Oh, they're not on our side." That is a very liberal mindset that
Yes.
black people have to think and act in this certain way,
Right.
and
right.
that to me is a very racist thing.
Yeah, and that's and to me, if you want to get truthful about systemic racism, that is where systemic racism is that there is a particular
That's where
political
he
party
could've won
and
the
liberal
debate.
ideology.
Yeah, where when I call out people like Stacey Dash or people like
No,
Bob,
when your favorite
people like
person is Raven Simone and you talked about black
Yeah.
names earlier in the debate, and Raven Simone, your favorite black actress, said black
Watermelon
names are
Drake.
dumb.
Yeah.
Raven Simone said that. I didn't
Yeah.
say that. She said
Yeah.
that, and she's black.
Yes, and what did I say in that debate and what I might have to say now? What did I say?
I remember
But you
you
can't-
brought up the
yeah,
black names thing, and then
Yeah,
it
and
just so happened that I had on my screen Raven Simone says black names are dumb or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's one of your
Yeah.
favorite
Raven
actresses.
said, I
and
would
that
never
just happened-
hire
that
somebody
just
named
fell into
Watermelon
place. That
Drake.
was perfect.
well, when
She
you,
said,
when-
she
when,
said,
when,
Michelle, she said
when
Michelle
JS
Obama looked like an ape. That sounds
Yeah.
pretty racist to me.
when Josh said, you know, Lil Wayne or Kanye West or Morgan Freeman, your response was they're not on my side.
yeah,
Right.
they're not black.
Because to you,
Well,
that
yeah, I
is
said that
also a
about
liberal
Kanye, and I was
ideology.
worried about Lil Wayne, and I still want to know what Denzel Washington said, and that shocked me that Whoopi said that, and it upset me that Morgan Freeman said that. But he says a lot of things
But
that
what
I
about
don't like.
Raven?
That's why
Because
I
black
don't
people
like
can't
that
have
he
an
says
opinion
he's
different than
better.
yours.
He's an
Is that what you're trying to say? Black people can't have an
do
opinion
you-
like
do
yours. You have to
Do
gatekeep
you
black
believe
people?
when? Yeah,
That's what it is.
When
That's
when
what it is.
Denzel when
Yeah.
Denzel Washington said to a reporter that it's not about it's not about the truth. It's about being first.
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what he said to a reporter. Do you agree that that the news does not care about the truth? They just want to be the first one to get the story out.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think it's racist for a New York Democrat governor to say that black kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is?
Do you think it's racist? Do you think it's racist to say that black people aren't capable of getting ID cards to vote?
Yes. Do you think it's racist? Because I think it's racist to say that black people don't have morality, that they're like a bunch of monkeys, that as soon as they get some violence in their community, they have to burn down everything. I think that's a
talking going on.
Racist thing.
Do you think it's racist for a sitting president to say that poor kids
y'all
can
want
be just
to
as smart
get
as
all of
white
these things?
kids?
Well, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's what Jalen.
Good Lord! While you all are giving your opinions, which I very
we're giving you facts.
While you all are giving that, at
These
least
are things that have been said by your
These are actual things that have been said.
Because good Lord, I can't let everybody y'all all talking over each other.
We're not being hateful. We're not being hateful, Jalen. We're quoting people.
I don't know what I agree on because y'all keep talking over each other. Now, who wants to go first?
Black people are super
Josh, and Ben Mayhem, Buff. Y'all need to go in a certain order. I may disagree, I may not, but at least let me be able to hear you all. Don't talk over each other and everything, because y'all all try to dog pile on me. That's fine.
No.
That's fine. But at least let me be able to hear all of you all individually so I can give you the response you're asking for. That's fair in my opinion.
You're going to have the same answer for each statement we all just said.
Probably.
And you also interrupt whenever we say something that you disagree with. You want to interject. So what's the difference
very much
between us two? Yeah. Well, then how about you let us finish what we're saying, and then you can rebuttal.
Right. I very much want to
practice what you preach.
I got a question for Jalen. Is he here?
He's here.
Jalen.
He's here.
All right, Jalen, I'm going to concede that racism exists. It's real, right?
Yay!
Hold on. No. Just for the purpose of this question. So I believe racism exists. It's real. Who's more racist, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Donald Trump.
Oh.
Wow.
Based on what?
Wow. Wow. As the guy who gave more funding to HBCUs, the guy that hired more black people to his cabinet, is more racist than the guy that said, I don't want my kids to grow up in an urban jungle. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. Black kids are just as smart as white kids.
Poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
Poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
So that's attacking multiple races.
And if you don't like
the 94 crime bill.
If you don't like people attacking George Floyd, then I think you also need to stand for Corn Pop, because I think Corn Pop, he's a hero.
Corn Pop was base. Corn Pop was trying to save all these black kids from this racist white guy at the pool.
That was like smelling their hair and touching them or something in the pools or whatever the hell he was doing. And then he's the one that's like bringing out like a knife or whatever. If you can believe what he's saying,
he's trying to take out a racist white guy, an old white weirdo at the pool. Corn Pop was a hero.
That's right.
Well, okay. You know what would have been better is why don't you have Jalen bring up his examples of how Donald Trump is racist?
Yeah, I did that last week. I'm not going to keep doing this every week.
Name one.
I'm not going to keep stop and frisk.
Name
I'm not going to keep doing this every
one example.
Stop and frisk. I think Joe Biden's 94 crime bill led to stop and frisk. I don't think that Trump.
Okay, so stop and frisk.
In fact, Trump did the First Step Act, which released a lot of those people that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris locked up. Trump released a lot of those criminals.
Josh, can I do something really cool again? Because I love when all the screens just lit up when I said something. I'm gonna say something else. Hillary was robbed. She should have been the president in 2016.
Nobody cares about that anymore.
Oh, they should. They should. They should.
Right.
Hillary
Every
should have been our
election was
president.
stolen except for the 2020 election.
So
What
Jalen,
does that mean? What does that
Jalen,
mean?
let me ask you this. Jalen, let me ask you this. When did
Yes,
Trump give a speech at the funeral of a former head member of the KKK? Oh, I know Biden did it. When did Trump ever do that?
Oh, Hillary's mentor? Is that what you're talking about? Robert Byrd?
Robert
or
Byrd.
whatever?
KKK
No, that was
yep.
Joe Biden's mentor. Yeah, he was KKK.
He was all of their
Yeah,
Did
KKK
Trump?
grandmaster.
Did David Duke endorse Trump, the guy that's over the
What does that? So, okay.
Oh
What is
my
that?
gosh. Okay.
What are y'all talking about?
Yeah, but
y'all are
somebody
all
endorsing somebody.
This is like,
What does that
I
have
don't
to do
know,
with anything?
Jalen. I don't know if you're being genuine or if this is cognitive dissonance or if
This
you're
is
being
ridiculous
disingenuous. I
that
don't
y'all
know.
stand so much for Trump. That's
Well,
crazy.
okay.
Well, you know,
back in-
you know what to me is ridiculous is that people are telling you examples of where Joe Biden has done things or said things that come off as borderline racist, versus you having a problem with Trump because there is one racist out there that likes him.
Well,
So does that mean that
Trump
every
did
black
more
person that votes for
things-
Trump is a
Trump
racist?
did way
Is that-
more things
Why
for
don't y'all
black
tell me
people
this?
than Joe Biden did.
Hold on. You all try to
Trump
convince
did more
me to
things
vote
to
for
help
Trump.
black people, and Joe Biden did more
I'm not going to
policies
do
to
that.
hurt
That's
black
not my
people.
business.
Look, let me
Actually,
ask you this, Jalen.
Can
Let me
I,
ask you this.
Mayhem,
Hold
before
on.
you
Let
do
me ask
that.
you this real quick. Let me ask you this, okay?
Okay.
Before he even ran, he was in music videos, hip hop music videos. He was in cinema. He was in everything.
He's got
Everybody
pictures
wanted
with Muhammad
to be
Ali
with
and
Trump. They wanted to shake his hand. Yeah,
Well,
Muhammad Ali.
They loved him before
He was
ran.
never a racist then.
he was on
Yeah.
Oprah, and Oprah told him to run for president.
And then he.
Are you also talking about when he was on the Fresh Prince and stuff?
He was on
And,
everything.
okay, so
When he
so
made an
far-
appearance in Home Alone.
He was on
too.
everything.
Which is the
so
point.
far I heard.
Yeah.
So far I heard. Stop and Frisk and David Duke endorsed them. What else? Is that
Okay,
it?
so do that.
Yeah, but he
So,
didn't
like
even
I
do
said,
stop.
since
He
I
didn't even
asked
do
my
stop and
question
frisk.
first, why don't y'all convince me to vote for Trump? Why don't you five convince me? I want to hear from John first because he seems like he's the most logical. I want to hear from John first because he
Your
seems like
wallet.
he's the most logical. But then I do want to hear from all y'all why
That's
I should
never
vote.
going to happen because you're pro-black, you're programmed. They told you to stay on the plantation, and that's exactly what you
Shut
did.
up.
You know how many
I got-
fucking
I got
people
the
of
only one-
true black
Convince
race
me
are
that why I
ready to
should vote
kill
for
your
Trump.
ass because we don't play the shit that
Bob,
you play.
Shut
play that
up and convince me
twink
why I should
shit.
vote for Trump.
All right, so you
Why don't
against
you do
your
that?
own damn
Why don't you
people while
give
you
me a
telling
better
me I hate
reason of
myself
why I should
as
vote
a
for
Okay,
black
Trump? Because I
person.
maybe-
sincerely
You
want to
hate
know.
yourself as a
I'm
black
not gonna
person.
give
You
you
don't
a
stand by
But I
black
will
tradition.
keep going
It's
back and
about
forth with
raising
you.
a
And I'll
fucking
play
family
you
in the
fucking place
traditional
because you love
sense
to do
of
this
the
all the time
household
too.
of a man
You might
and
have
a
got me on
woman.
that one.
But
All right?
again,
Jalen,
convince
you gotta
me.
let
You five
Buff
You
talk.
keep
You gotta
talking all
let
you want, bitch.
no, because he gonna talk, but I still want to hear him try to convince me to vote for Trump. I just want to hear from John first.
Ain't nobody
'cause he's
trying
the
to
most
convince you to
logical.
vote for
I'm not going
Trump.
to convince you to vote for Trump, but
Ain't
the
nobody
fact
trying to
that,
convince you
the
to vote
fact
for
that, the
Trump.
I
fact
just
that
want to hear y'all's reasons why y'all like.
Supreme Court ruled on stop and frisk in 1968, bro.
Okay, I gotta run in the store, so I'll give mine real quick. And
Okay.
it's the simplest one that everybody should know already. Your bank account / your wallet. That's it. What else you need?
Mm-hmm.
Is he sending another stimulus? That's the
No.
only thing
No,
that
he's
helped my
talking
bank
about the
account.
price
was
of
Jobs.
shit on the
The
shelves.
economy. How many people you know are laid off, got fired, don't have jobs, no work, not enough? I
For
mean,
Trump's administration, a lot more than Biden's.
Okay.
no.
So 1968,
No.
1968,
Wow.
Supreme
Sorry.
Court ruled on stop and frisk. It was found unconstitutional in 2013, and Trump did bring it back. And this says 2016. Hold up.
You got to understand, Jalen gets all his information from
And
CNN.
I'm going to sincerely, like,
Clearly.
I'm going to sincerely try to listen to you all, like, convince
Right.
me to vote. So I'm
No,
going to
you're not.
try
Yeah,
my
nobody's trying to
hardest.
convince you.
You know,
Stop that.
I'm going to try
That
my
fucking
hardest to not
bullshit.
stop,
interrupt.
stop being
That
ingenuous.
fucking bullshit.
You're being
Nobody's trying to
I really
convince
am going to
you
try.
vote for Trump. We're trying to open your eyes to actual realization of what's going on in this country. Nobody's trying to convince you to vote for Trump. Stop that fucking straw
Oh,
man
shut up,
bullshit.
Steven.
Stop that bullshit.
Fucking
That's the
And
only
they still
argument
need
you
reasonable
got.
suspicion for stop and
the
frisk.
the mere
Okay,
fact,
go ahead.
the mere fact that you look at this as a political thing is the problem, right? Because racism, especially the way that certain people on a certain side of the aisle present it, is done as a political thing. And in that way, racism in the way they want to try to present it does not exist. Okay? Because to me, that has no bearing in everything. As for the reason why I'm asking you questions about the Democrats and what their stance on and their history, they're noted. You cannot deny the facts of their history with racism and slavery. It comes back down to the fact that the same people who are telling you what's racists are the racists themselves. So to me, what you vote for is your business. Okay, if you want to vote for Biden, if you think if you can seriously believe that everything you can see from Biden and everything he's doing between eating an ice cream cone, shitting his pants, and being able to not put together a coherent sentence is to you presidential material, then by all means, Jalen, nothing I can do or say will convince you.
No.
So
I love the way you said that.
Now, power to you. Okay. And I hope Jesus Christ comes in your heart and shows you the truth about a lot of things, because just saying his name also does not mean you're on his side. And just because you think things from a certain perspective, I do believe that it's sad because it comes down to the same thing. And we're seeing it over and over and over again. You take one group and say, hey, these people over here are your enemies. And then we're fighting each other. And instead of realizing that the fact is that's the elites that are behind it all. But you want to keep on saying, oh, things like David Duke, and oh, by the way, he said this and he did this and he did it, which after like 3 seconds you realize those are talking points that don't have basis in anything. If you have a legitimate reason not to, I can tell you there's a lot of good reasons not to vote for Trump. The problem is the biggest reason to vote for Trump is the fact that the guy in the office right now and the disaster of the last 4 years. And the fact that he and everybody in that party want to continue to blame half of the United States, continue to want to blame Putin for inflation, and they want to continue to lie people. They want to continue to make you think something. They continue want you to believe that being black and being Democrat means you have to praise icons of thuggery and crime because that is black, instead of showing you amazing black men who have done things with their lives and have done things that got education, that be able to have a family. The idea that somehow is white or betrayal of race.
George Washington Carver is one of
that
my
is
favorite.
the biggest racism I think there is, and that is systemic racism. Because guess what? The fact that blacks are the number one demographic of the victims of abortion in this country tells you that there has been systemic racism. It does exist. Just the people that you're believing it exists from are the ones that are perpetrating it. And that's all I've got to say.
You could have won the debate, Jalen, if you would have pinned me down on systemic racism, because I would have had to agree with you, because I've seen
Joshua.
I see it. If you would have said, Josh, what do you think about anti-white racism coming from the government? What do you think about when Joe Biden says that the evil white supremacist is the worst threat to America? You could have won the debate because I would have had to concede. I would have been like, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I'm going to listen to you. I want to hear all of this. I wanted to hear from John. I want to hear from Mayhem next. I want to hear from all of y'all. I sincerely do. That's why I'm trying to control myself and not interrupt.
Why, just so you can disagree with everybody?
I mean, I still want to listen. Y'all said I wasn't listening. Y'all said I was talking over you. So I want to give everybody the chance so I can listen to everybody. And it's not me being disingenuous like John just said. I do want to hear everybody's opinion. I think that's fair. I would like to hear Mayhem's opinion next.
Okay. All right. Well, like John said, I'm not going to be able to convince you to to vote for Trump. There were a lot of things that Trump did in office that I didn't agree with, like when he was talking about taking the guns first and then doing due process. No, that's not how it works. He made mistakes, but the economy was a lot better. Unemployment was lower. He put more money in your pocket. And then when you see what Joe Biden has done, this administration is not about who is the best for that position. It is how can we be more inclusive, and look at who's in certain positions. Their merits don't stand for themselves. It's just social justice warriors. You've got trans people in there just because they're trans. They're not the best. You got a woman in a position because she's a woman. It's not on their merit. And then, you look at Joe Biden, like John was saying, where
our health advisor is an overweight trans person. That's our health advisor.
Yeah. And like, that doesn't make any sense. So, I'm not, you vote for who you want to vote for, but I can't change your mind, but I hope that I can open your eyes to see all these things that you look at what shutting down the Keystone pipeline. That took an effect on our oil, which also took an effect on our gas, and our gas prices. If you live in California, they are extreme. They are really, really extreme. And on top of that,
all the trucks. What are the truckers going to do? Like you, Mayhem?
Yeah. Right. Right. And I, as a truck driver,
yeah. Do you know how much energy it takes to work an electric semi?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Like my job security was at risk when they were talking about doing electric and doing self-driving and all of that. Like, they want to get rid of truck drivers. Why? This is a dangerous job, and you have to have somebody behind the wheel all the time. Because that computer
is. You live in a 15-minute city, you don't need a truck driver.
Right.
If you live in a 15-minute city.
Yeah, and these politicians, a lot of them are out of touch with their constituents.
Hold on, Floor.
A lot of people. Hi, Floor.
We got some
estrogen. A lot of people voted for Obama. Yeah. A lot of people voted for Obama. One, because most white Americans didn't want to seem racist, and the black community voted for Obama because they said, "Hey, he's my skin color. He's going to do stuff for me." What did he do? Absolutely nothing for the black community. Trump did more for the black community. Absolutely more. And he did not even take his presidential pay. He donated that to organizations and things that he supported and loves, especially the black not the Black Caucus, but the black colleges. He gave to that.
Black colleges.
Yeah.
Gave him the funding.
HBCUs, First Step Act. He
not Obama and not Black Lives Matter, because they're too busy buying mansions with the money of people like you, Jalen. Who think that by giving them money and virtue signaling and putting a Facebook post that says Black Lives Matter is actually going to change
everyone one-on-one. Let me finish listening to them one-on-one.
This is what liberals do, though, Jalen. You don't look at the policy. You look at what CNN told you. He said some mean tweets, and so he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
But really, his policies, Trump's policies, did a lot of things to help black people.
I'm glad that John. Yeah. And I'm glad John brought up BLM. Remember what happened? BLM supported Biden because he said, when I get into office, you'll be in the Oval Office and we'll talk about these problems. And then when he got into office, he was like, "Fuck you! Thank you for voting for me. I don't care about your problem."
And
they got
meanwhile,
at him.
BLM took $4 million in donations from ActBlue Democrats like you, Jalen, and they built mansions and TikTok houses.
Yep.
Why you keep interrupting these people and I'm trying to listen to them,
This is
sir?
my show. I'm adding to it.
Okay, but they're new guests. Let them have the chance to speak.
Okay, well okay.
It ain't like you listening to any of this anyway.
You're going to be
you still gonna be part of black. You still gonna be ignorant as
let
shit.
them
You
finish.
still gonna be on the plantation. It doesn't matter what anybody in this panel says. It don't matter what anybody says right now. You still gonna be the pro-black
and when you call
gay
somebody
motherfucker
like Buff and
fucking defends
I know you
this
don't
goddamn.
say Uncle Tom, but that's the term that we. I know Sambo was the bad one. Uncle Tom was the good guy.
You know what I call him? I call him a straight up coon. I call him a Sambo.
And that's another thing I don't.
Sambo the dog, a coon, but. We're going to let them finish. I'm sorry that I'm not following my
But that's
overall.
racist. That's a black guy being racist to another black guy because of his ideology.
Who's the real racist? Oh shit!
You can't be racist if you're black. That's what
I'm going to give my full response, but I want to hear from everybody. I want to hear what Lord thinks I should vote
Hold on 1 second, John. John, the whole reason I went into the South Africa thing in the debate was because a lot of and Jalen's not one of them. Jalen doesn't believe in this, but a lot of black people believe that black people cannot be racist. That was my whole thing.
That's retarded.
Yeah, because if you go off some of the dictionary definitions, they include marginalized. So only the marginalized people, or only the majority can be racist to the marginalized. And so that was my whole point about
all it is
Africa,
all it is Marxism and class and it's all about it's all about intersectionalism, and that's why I've seen videos where there's at a pride event and there's like these two gay guys and one of them's white, one of them's black, and the guy goes, "But you're not a black gay guy. I'm a black gay guy. You're just a white gay guy." Oh, and now you can't just say you're a gay guy. You're a cis guy. And then right. And it's just it just festers off on this whole damn thing. It's like how many check boxes you need.
So when I say idiot, I said idiot in the debate, and I said you're Marx's definition of a useful idiot, I'm not saying people are idiots. What Marx is talking about is the people who just blindly follow this separation.
And here's an example. Jalen, this like a month ago was under $6. Last time I bought it, it was a little under $7, and look at it now. Is Trump president right now? I don't know.
Yeah, and they say Biden's not responsible for gas prices going up. As soon as the Keystone Pipeline got shut down, gas prices tripled.
Day one.
No, Josh. It was Putin. It was Putin. It was
Putin's fault. We're gonna blame
he's not blaming it all. He's the reason why they lost the 2016 election. He's the reason why we have inflation.
We didn't blow up
he's the reason why we have Trump. It's all Putin's fault.
we didn't blow up that pipeline over there in Russia either. Yeah.
All right, Mayhem, did you finish giving your points on why I should vote for Trump?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I've covered most of it.
And I'm very interested to give my response. I just want to make sure I'm hearing everybody out. Buff, what
you gotta hear Floor out. Floor just got here. What's Floor got to say?
Yeah.
Okay, Floor. Why should I vote for Trump?
Hold on. Stop.
Why you should vote for Trump?
No.
Hold on.
Floor.
Okay.
We're not trying to convince him to vote for Trump. We're trying to convince him to realize what's actually going on. Nobody's trying to convince him to vote for Trump. He's using that as a defense
mechanism. My question
mechanism.
was, why should I vote for Trump? Why should I be convinced? And that was the question I posed that other people was answering, dumbass. Floor, what's your answer?
I am a woman. I don't talk about politics.
She's just trying to. You're trying to be a pick me. You're being a
That
pick
is
me.
so base right there. That was so base right there.
That
Oh,
is.
if you were a Kansas City kicker right now, you'd be canceled. Okay, that was base.
Oh
Love
yeah,
it.
yeah. I gotta bow down to that.
Yeah.
Lord.
It's okay, Floor. I give you permission to talk about it
Oh God.
because you're smarter than Jalen.
Can I talk? Well, Jalen, let me ask you, Jalen, why were you vote for Biden?
Oh no, we're not asking questions right now. I'm literally just getting because they've asked me so many questions before you got here, and I'm formulating a whole
Yep. See,
response.
this is his game. This
for
is his game right here.
Nope.
I like how
I'm
This is
Discord.
her response.
preparing,
I like
a
how Discord has
full-blown-
put Jalen in his own little section at the bottom.
Like I love this.
Mine is too.
I'm going to give any answers or any like rebuttals at the end, but right now I'm just listening to
No.
all of it.
Floor, you asked Floor the
Well,
question,
have
and
you
she
have you
is trying
life
to.
have your community life has improved since Biden?
Yes, Floor. I just want to listen.
How?
I want to listen
What
to
community
y'all
is that?
convince me why I should possibly not vote for
Has the
Biden
gay
in November.
community, you don't believe that before Biden, the gay community was just fine. They were having their rights. They were just doing fine. Nobody really cared about them, and as much as they didn't care about us.
Oh, Floor, why are you doing this? No, I have to just listen. I cannot give my response right now. It's
No,
like when
because I'm a woman. Because I'm a woman. You already know. Like I am a wife. Trump is very pro wife and pro husband and pro having just a good economy and just be normal, not be a degenerate. I'm not saying that you are a degenerate. What I'm saying is just that the fact that even womanhood has been corrupted so much, and the fact that sadly in your community men think that they can do what a woman can, and women now think that they can do what a man can. It's just, I don't think that if you look around you, your community has improved. I'll say that it has decayed to a point that it's a mockery. That's, I'm not trying to offend you, but that's just what it is.
That's a great point.
all right.
It's a great point because what you're seeing is what is happening. What you're seeing happening is what's happening with the LGBTQ community, and it's the same with the feminist community, right? So what happens is it used to be women, there's the patriarchy. Patriarchy is bad. Women need to have a platform. I think we all agree with that, except for if you're for dudes being able to compete in a sport with a woman, then that platform they can. But or when it comes to the first time a man becomes a woman, like Caitlyn Jenner, he becomes the woman of the year. But the other problem is what, especially if we go into the issue of the trans issue, and no one wants to talk about this, but it is actually obliviating the feminist lie and all of the things that have been built up from feminism all the way into the homosexual thing. So I remember it used to be, hey, I was born this way. Now it's gender's a construct. And if gender's a construct, then orientation is a construct.
Spectrum. They like to use the word spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now they're eating themselves off. And this is the whole damn problem with liberalism, the way how it's been allowed to excel this way, because now it's all about intersectionalism, and it's all about, not just, how many check marks can you have? And it's like, now the feminists, we've been attacking men in this country for a long time. Now women are under attack, and no one wants to talk about that, but because we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But yeah, this is what is happening. It's the progenitive of what is based in this idea, where once you start going away from traditional gender values, from traditional gender roles to traditional understandings of marriage and love, that this whole thing goes off the rails, and it has. And I'm eating popcorn because, I mean, if I was in the gay community, I'd be pissed off, because now everything that they had fought for many years is now being eradicated, because we have to give And it's the same thing that happens. It
Well, what is gay if gender's a construct?
exactly. It isn't. It's a choice.
Like,
oh, wait a minute. That's what
I think
Christians. That's what Christians were talking about in the 90s. That it was a choice.
I think that a man thinking that just like when you see a transgender, you see how a man looks a woman. Because we women, and I have said this multiple times in this podcast, like we women don't act like that. We don't over feminize ourselves. Like the fact that like nobody calls me and tells me, oh my God, Flor, you're such a girl. Like you're such a woman. Like nobody tells me that, like it's pretty obvious I'm a woman, and I will find it weird if somebody calls me up and tells me, hey, Flor, you're totally a woman. I'll be like, yeah, I know, like I'm a woman.
Right.
And it's not just that. It's also like the fact that we women go through, for example, fibroids in our ovaries. We go through cervical cancer. We go through so many things that
well,
are
Floor,
painful
men
through
can
our
have
lives to
ovaries
just
too. Right?
and the fact that they smile and they're
Males or
like,
no
oh,
men
I'm
or man. I
dying
don't know the lingo. Males or men. Some of them.
and
One
the
of them.
fact that they're dying to have a menstrual period, that's just so anti-woman. Like if
Yes.
you ask any woman,
Yes.
do you want to have your menstrual period?
Yes.
All of us will be like, please take it away. Like nobody wants it. And the fact that these transgenders are like, oh,
putting popsicles in their
I
butt.
just got period cramps. It's really weird, like to a woman to look at that, you reject it automatically because
Floor,
it's
did you
like
ever see that?
men are mocking women.
Did you see where they were
What?
putting red icy popsicles in their booty holes, and then so that they could experience what it was like to have a period?
Why would they do that? Why would you want to put that up your
That's
butt?
a thing.
That doesn't.
That's a thing. That's a thing that happens. I don't. It's weird, but I'm sure it's a very small. I'm not saying this is what
I
they're
just
all doing.
wanted to ask another woman real quick about periods and if they think periods are great and like them. Go ahead.
No, we hate them. We hate them. We absolutely hate them. If we could have the choice of living
say that as a middle-aged woman, I actually think periods are good.
What the hell?
Because
That's his
I
wife.
feel sort of
That's-
young. I don't really want
menopause. That's a good point.
So,
It's a good point.
No.
I mean, yeah.
That wasn't his wife. That was a video. I thought that was your
Well,
wife.
that was my wife. That was my wife.
Oh, let her keep
Oh, that
talking.
was?
Let her keep
Oh.
talking.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah. She was just saying, like, she was giving the point of view that it's good because
Hey
it means
man,
you're not.
you gotta announce that. That was weird. I thought she was on a voice modulator.
I thought you were doing a voiceover.
I thought it was
I didn't know what was
I
happening
didn't
just now.
I was like, what's
I
going
thought it
on?
was a video for a
Right,
second.
like I'm not saying that periods are bad, not at all. But what I'm saying is not that we want them. Like actually periods are very much necessary for us. We have to go through that cycle every month for fertility, for basically it's our maintenance, right? But it's still like any woman, if you will give them the choice, hey, do you want to have your period the rest of your life? Or well, not the rest of your life, but like for the next 40 years of your life? Or would you like to just go on to your life without a period, or even, you know what, it will be fine if we will have the periods. It will be fine. Okay, yeah, I can get it. But the hormonal changes, the pain, the cravings, the headaches, it's just, and having it every single month, it's just not fun.
Yeah, don't forget the anger. Don't forget the anger.
Yeah, that's where it comes
The
from.
anger, the
Have you guys
sadness.
seen me? I'm jumping here on my period, and I'm a biatch, like I'm passing around.
Yeah,
and
watch the
I
stream
fuck
from last
everybody.
week.
It's not fun, and the fact that men go ahead and they get these huge boobs and these hips And when you look at him, even like me, for example, like I'm a natural person. I don't believe in makeup. I don't think that that's good for us. And it makes you look younger, actually, if you don't wear it. And then you look this ultra feminine men that are actually like more feminine than me. It threatens our femininity too. It confuses us. It messes up with our mind, because we are like, that's how we're supposed to look like to be attractive, to have all this makeup and to have these huge boobs and these huge booties and just overwalk in high heels. Like I don't wear high heels, guys. Like I don't wear high heels because I don't need them. I don't need to look.
And why would you want to wear a bra if
feminine.
you didn't have to? I mean, I don't understand that, because
Why would you want to be closer to a man's height? Because I like a woman to be smaller than me. I don't want a woman who's taller than me.
Yeah,
and maybe that's a preference, but
no, I think it's because you're normal. I think it's because you're normal, and most women also don't like men that are shorter than them.
Right.
So
right. So why?
It's like it's hardwired in our bodies. It's like a security thing. It's like when a woman is with a man that's bigger, taller than her, it's like it's a security. It's like I'll have stability.
If a woman said I wear heels because it accentuates my legs, and men are attracted to legs, then I would understand it.
Yeah.
Like I get that.
Even like for example, I don't that's the beauty of us, right? Like even we women, like our hands, right? Like our hands are feminine and our necks are feminine, our backs are feminine, our shoulders are feminine. And the fact that all these men can come in now and just pretend to be us and just put some fake nails, and it just, everything is so fake. Like I don't see how the younger generation of women feel more secure about their femininity and about what a woman actually is looking at that, because that only enhances us women be asexual. Because if you notice, all this trans, all they do is they look sexy, right? Like
Sexualized.
quote unquote sexy.
Did you see the Texas
Yeah,
teacher
super
who had
sexualized.
the Texas shop class teacher?
Yeah.
Who had
Oh dear God.
the boobs hanging down to her knees.
And
it's like that
his
is not
knees.
what makes you a woman, is having giant fake boobs.
Yeah, I mean that's more akin to being a pterodactyl.
While that is a visual that I'm sure everybody appreciates, I am interested in hearing everybody else's opinions, convincing me. And Flora, we've talked about the whole woman thing, but I'll give my opinion again on that soon.
Don't
But
you think it's a little bit of a waste of time, because you're not gonna get convinced somebody no trope? So why do you want people to convince
I truly want to hear. No, Flora, I want to hear. I want to hear why you all vote for Trump, why you all support him.
Why do you want to know that?
To hear that.
That's between me and my ballot.
Thank you, Floor. This is a pointless conversation with him.
Before we all answer that question, let me just tell you, Josh, that shirt.
Oh, Floor.
You don't like the. You don't like this shirt.
Only because you're hungry
Give me
now.
some of that. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
God damn it. She's gonna make a whole
so
rotisserie chicken now.
All right, okay.
Are so attractive.
You're gonna go eat now because this shirt has food on it.
All right.
Married. It's okay.
Well, Laura, are you okay if we move on? I want to hear Josh and Buff's opinion. I want to hear Buff's opinion first. He's going to try to say, "Oh, you don't care," but I do want to hear
what I done had to say to your fucking pro-black ass. Look, you stuck on the plantation. Look here. Let me ask you this.
Don't ask questions.
I'll sum it up in this. No,
just say the reason you're voting for Trump. I just want to know why you're voting for Trump. I just want to know that.
Because Trump never told me that I'm not black if I don't vote for him. And I'm going to leave it at that. Mic drop, bitch.
That's the only reason? Okay. So
who did tell me that? Biden.
I feel like there's more
Mic
reasons,
drop.
Bob.
I'm done.
And
Fuck off.
this
Fuck
is your
off,
chance.
pro-black.
This
Fuck
is
off,
your
stuck on the
chance to
plantation.
actually tell me,
Fuck off,
Buff,
you
I will tell the shit
brainwashed
out of you.
son of a
You know
bitch.
this. You
You
know you
brainwashed
don't want
motherfucker.
this.
Half
I
of
am
my
trying
culture already don't
trying
stand
to-
your ass, but I
Bob,
tolerate you. All right, we don't play that gay
Bob,
shit. But fine,
Jesus Christ.
you are one person I tolerate. That's fine. But I find it so damn sad that you are two states of mental fucking delusion. You gay, black, and then also you're Democrat and stuck on that plantation. But that's where you're gonna stay.
three.
You ain't never gonna change. You're gonna be programmed for the rest of your damn life. You're gonna believe every fucking lie the Democrat Party tells your stupid ass.
I beat your fucking ass yet again.
Oh, I thought you were being quiet while the persons that you were talking to were arguing to you, but you want to argue with me.
I'm pretty sure
because you
I'm
hate
pretty
me
sure,
for who I am.
I'm pretty sure
Hold on,
Trump
Josh.
was the
Give me 1 second.
Trump was the most pro-gay president ever.
I'm trying hard. Like Joshua, y'all see I'm trying hard. I really do want to.
Jalen, Trump was the first president to come in who was pro-gay marriage. Obama was not pro-gay marriage when he got elected. Trump was, and which I disagree with. But Trump is a populist. I don't look at Trump as my conservative king or my Christian king. I just think he's the best guy for the job right now.
The only reason Obama was not pro-gay marriage was because he married a dude. All right, that got a damn sex change. That's that. We'll put that over there. All right. What? Do I lie?
Hold on, because he can't keep doing this while I'm here. Now I'm giving you your chance to speak.
Jalen, everybody spoke. Everybody spoke.
Maybe you shut the fuck up.
You get your platform.
Logically, so I'm really trying. I'm really trying with that bullshit. Hold on,
This is
Floor,
gonna be very
real quick.
and then you can keep going on your rant against Buck. This is gonna be very quick, I promise you. Another reason why I think that Josh, because I wouldn't vote even if I could. Another reason why I think Josh should vote for Trump. I think, well, then I guess I'll vote. Then I'll vote for Trump. It is migration. Trump was one of the biggest, like literally, if Trump will be in office right now, Josh and I will be together. Like we will literally be living together by now.
Because immigration is legal immigration is easier under Trump. Illegal immigration is easier under Biden.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. For Trump,
Biden made it harder. Democrats make it harder for legal immigrants to come here, but easier for illegal immigrants. Yeah. So, but
or the fact that Biden and the Democrats are spending $66 million on illegal immigrants and not on the black. That's probably the big reason why a lot of black people have left Biden, because he's clearly choosing another demographic now.
I don't think women should vote for, but when I say that, I understand that in the current system we live in, we need the women's vote. Like we're not going to win if you were here living with me, you would. I would say let's go vote.
I would say that.
I was listening to this other show, and like we have to all admit that Biden has made Americans hate and this is actually I'm going to say my community, the Latino community. The other day I was listening to the show, and some dude called in, and he's like, "I hate people with an accent." And this was like a white man, and I was just like, whoa, like what a haters. Like, that's not our fault to have an accent. Like, we at least are learning the language, right? Mm-hmm. But this guy went ahead and said, I hate people that have, like, I hate when people call in to your show because they have an accent. And I was just like, well, that's fucked up to say, because English is my second language. But at the same time, I can understand them because Biden has let in all these uneducated Latinos that are just there to fuck up the country. And as soon as they hear an accent that is Latino, they just automatically hate us now because they think that we're like it's messed up, like at least us, the one who's trying to learn the language, go by the rules and stuff, we're still gonna be. I bet you a lot of people when I go to the States are gonna be like, this question will be probably the most asked question: Are you legal or are you illegal? Are you legal or are you illegal? You know, like
Yeah.
it's Biden has put hatred into the Americans towards the Latinos
When I called my
and
mom,
divided them.
when I called my mom on Mother's Day, she was talking about how I was conceived in Turkey because my mom and my dad were on a military base in Turkey. And she said when we went to Turkey, if you didn't at least show that you were trying to learn their language, they wouldn't serve you. Like if you went into a grocery store in Turkey and you just started talking English, they're not even going to serve you. They're not even going to sell to you. They're not even, they don't care. They're going to say, get out of our store. But if you show an effort, and you show that you're trying to assimilate to their culture, then that they'll treat you like you're home. Like they just want to see an effort. And she said the same thing with the clothing style. She said we couldn't wear certain things, and you're not going to go to somebody else's country and walk around like how you do in your country. You're going to have to,
except for you're in America.
Right. And my mom is like Christian woman, sings in the choir, blah, and she's and you know, she said the same thing. She's like, and I said the same thing. I said, except in America. And she said, yeah, in America, it's everybody just comes here and does whatever they want. But in other countries, they don't put up with that crap.
Well, and like especially countries like Norway, where they have a lot of welfare. Before you get any welfare or anything, you have to it's like a 7-year course. Like you have to learn their language. You have to learn the history of like the Norwegian, like all the generals and all the. I mean, it's like,
Yeah. And I work with an Arab guy.
Yeah,
so I work with a bunch of Arab guys. There's one Arab guy who I can't stand this guy because I'll use basically sign language. I'm like, no, don't do this, do this. And I'm using basic sign language, saying very simple words. And then he'll just, okay, so I work in retail. We're stocking items. He puts an item in the wrong spot. I go over and I say, no. I shake my, no. This no go here. Scan, and I show him how to do it on my phone. It goes over there, and then I hand it back to him, and he puts it right back in the same spot. And I'm like, this guy needs to go. I don't want this guy. But then there's another Arab guy named Sarab who lives near me, and he's really cool because he's like, oh yes, clean. And he's like, I say, this is trash. And he says, trash. And I'm like,
well, you know what?
Yeah, Rob, you're cool.
When I was in the army, when I was in the army, I went overseas. Obviously, I went to Germany. First thing we did was we learned German. We learned the customs of Germany. And then when we were getting ready to go to Afghanistan, to deploy to Afghanistan, we had to learn the customs because they wipe their butt with their right hand, and if you wave at them with your right hand, you're insulting them. So you have to learn custom over there, so you don't
crazy
offend
because in
them.
America we shake with our right hand, so that's something that we wouldn't even think of. But if you go over there, their culture, they think that's an insult.
Yep.
Oh, that reminds me of this story, because down here, a lot of Americans, they like to retire down here, and they build their houses and stuff, and almost all of them speak Spanish, but you can tell when it's a tourist American, because over here in Guatemala, we have the custom, like even if you don't know the person, it depends on the time of the day, you tell them good morning, or you have a nice day, or good afternoon, or good evening. And you can
used
tell
to be a thing
when
in America,
it's
but
American.
nowadays we don't say hi to nobody.
Yeah, the other day I was with this friend and we were walking, and this American lady, obviously she was actually African American. she was African American, and she was
You
walking
mean she
like
was
so
black?
stuck up. Like there was some.
She was.
She was black for sure. She
She
was
was
so black,
a of a
and
country where her
She black.
skin tone was
and
in that
she
certain
was just
aspect.
she was walking with such an arrogance, you know, and we all told her like buenos dias, and she just ignored us. And the funny thing is that my friend who is Guatemalan, she was like, "Ugh, Americans so uneducated," you know.
Yeah.
But
And what
a
happens when she
lot of
goes to the grocery
Americans that
store?
live
She's
down
gonna
here,
get
they're used to
robbed.
it.
They're gonna give her a crazy deal, like.
But I want to hear what Buff has to say. It sounds like Buff
That's
has
great.
something to say.
I'm trying to finish wiping my ass with Jalen right quick. Fucking
Bob still wants to
dear
go
God.
back to that. I think we
I'm
moved past
trying-
Jalen's little.
I'm trying to leave the $50 on the table so this
Well, no,
whore
because
can
I
get the
really do
hell out
want
of
to
my
give.
room.
I really do
All
want to
right?
say what I wanted to say, but nobody was like letting me speak or anything. I was letting y'all all
All
finish.
right, go ahead, Jalen. Talk.
They
Okay,
went off
so
into something
I
else,
very
right?
much. But
No,
do
bitch, you
you
gonna let me
actually
finish.
have?
No,
Do you
no, you
have
gonna let me
something
finish.
actually?
You gonna let
Shut
me
up,
finish.
Ma.
How long are you
No,
gonna stay
I'm
on the
gonna.
plantation? All right.
Ma,
How do
Ma,
you support? No, your
why you
question
do that?
is, how do you vote for Trump? How do you vote for? Your question is essentially rooted into how do you vote for anybody in the Republican Party because you're a brainwashed Democrat. Let me just put it simply like this: I don't vote for anybody in a fucking party that started one of the most racist organizations in American history, the Ku Klux Klan. Okay, tell me, how do you vote for that party? Tell me that. Tell me the accomplishments of the
Are you
Democrat
done?
Party to benefit black people. Tell me that. Shit. Here's your $50. It's on the table. Get the fuck out of my hotel room, dude. Shit, I'm done with you.
What is this? Okay, are you done with? Are you done? Because I really want you to finish so I can finish my
Table's
statement.
right there. Get your money.
I really.
You guys are in a hotel room and you're talking about finishing. I'm just trying to get this in my head.
I know, right?
John
Hey,
Buff is
I make
also
weird allegories. I make
and
weird
homosexual.
allegories.
He just doesn't let people know that.
No, Jalen
Anyway,
thinks I'm gay because he wants me to be gay because he wants to.
nobody wants you on their team, Buff. I definitely don't want you on my
Outta
team.
here, dude.
It's shameful and disgraceful. Don't nobody. I definitely don't like you. I definitely don't care for you. I definitely don't want you on nothing on my team. The only thing that we
Suck
got in
my
common is
dick
that
as
we're
soon as I
black male.
told you I love Joe Biden.
You hate being a black man.
You'd be on
Shut
your
the fuck
knees.
up. You want to talk about plantations all the time when you're the biggest slave? Shut up
Hey,
and let
I
me
don't
finish.
know this. I don't know this, but I bet that person in chat is Yoda, because he's the one that needs his chats to be read.
Online friend?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
You
John,
gotta have my chats read.
You might be
Oh,
right.
please
You might be
read
right.
my
Don't
chats.
let
Shut
that be
up.
Yoda. Don't let that be Yoda, because I'm already mad.
Jalen, can I ask you a question? You know I have never been rude to you, and I just disagree with you, but I'm not trying to be rude. I just wanna understand something. Like, why are you in a lot of blacks so hooked on the slavery thing? Did you lived it?
Why am I so like? Why am I still like so caught up about slavery and stuff, and it never like fully happened to me?
Yeah.
Fully? What?
That's I think that's what she's asking.
Yeah, but fully? What do you mean fully? At all?
No, Floor, I understood exactly what you said.
Yeah. Okay. So
My question is,
why do I still care about slavery? And even though I never experienced it, right?
That's not exactly what she said. It's the hang up. Why is it being used? I think this is what you're saying. Why is it continuously used as a defense in black culture as to why they should feel so damn oppressed?
Is that what you asked?
right, like
Yeah.
I will think that you will celebrate the fact that you live in your best life. Like,
It's
I
called
see you free in
Juneteenth.
the clubs. I see you free speaking. I see you being able to vote. I see you being able to do basically anything that any other race could in America. So I don't understand why we're so, and this is probably just a woman point of view.
No,
That
no, it's not.
why
Nope.
I would like
It's
to,
an
because I think
it's a
Buff would like
legitimate
to hear this answer
observational
too.
point.
I will
Get
give this
over
answer.
it already.
I will give my
Get the
answer on.
fuck over it.
I will give my rebuttals of what y'all said about Trump and everything. For the slavery thing, it's the simple fact, Floor, that so many of my ancestors still had to go through that. When
Get
I still
over
see the video clips of the water hoses, still seeing those pictures of people with skin like mine being hung,
Get over it.
and then things like what happened in 2008 when college students were still being hung, when people that still look like
You just
me
said it was
are
good that a guy dragged
not.
a black guy dragged a white guy in Haiti up to the stairs and stabbed him naked. You just said that was good.
Yeah, and you said it
Oh,
was
the John
beautiful.
Zombie stuff.
Beautiful.
The John Zombie
Beautiful.
stuff.
Earlier in the
I think
earlier
what
in
I
the
say,
night.
beautiful with a smile on my face. So and then this goes back. This actually goes
What
into
about the
the whole
Asian
Trump thing.
railroad slaves that were used for target practice while building
Hold
the
on,
This
hold
railroad?
on,
goes
Bob.
into the
Yeah,
whole.
why am I not crying about that?
This goes
Because I
into
don't
the
give a
whole
fuck.
Trump situation. I don't want to.
I don't give a fuck.
This is the answer y'all want. This is the answer y'all
But
want.
I was living in the States back in 2007, 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and I don't recall any type of issues with being black at all.
A lot of
I
issues,
don't
man.
know what you're talking about.
A lot of issues. And you also said Biden
I
is
had a
the
great.
a lot of
We had a
Latinos
great.
in life and stuff. That's not the case because y'all's President Trump that y'all love so much. I mean, the whole build the wall thing. He wants to keep foreigners out. That's so unfair.
Right?
Illegal.
Yeah.
Illegal.
Illegal.
I
Yeah.
don't want
You know,
to
Jalen, why
overtalk
don't you
because
just
I
never
live
lock
right
your
there.
door? Never
As a
lock your
black man,
door.
I don't
Never
feel
have a
safe with
fence
that
in your
man being my
property,
president.
okay?
I don't
Just
feel
never
safe
lock your
with
door.
that man
Keep your
being my
door
You should
open.
let
I'm
some.
giving y'all
You
the
should let
answer
them
that
stay
y'all
with you.
wanted.
Jalen,
So,
but
You should let them stay with you.
you
I
do
see like
realize
four.
that not
I see
having,
four.
you do realize,
I
you
do
do
hear
realize
four,
that
but
not
there's other
having
people talking.
that
Hold
wall,
on, four.
you
Start
do
over.
realize
Hold
that
on.
not having that wall, do you realize that not having that wall had made my process of seeing my husband legally? I know the language. I'm an educated person. I'm willing to work. I'm willing to follow the rules. And you
Well, you're
realize that I
also
can't
married to
see
that
my,
man.
but
You
you can't
already
see,
been
but
over
you
here
see
legally
that I
because you have this
legally,
last name.
have to wait now many more years just because there is so many illegal people in the US and they're a priority, but not people like me who is married to a US citizen and we're married because we actually love each other. Do you realize that all these illegals, these criminals, have had now more rights than I do being married to a US citizen?
Again, I'm still very much confused why you can't be in the U.S. and you're married to a U.S. citizen, and
Yeah,
I
because
still
you
don't.
don't understand the immigration system. You're not that bright.
Okay,
Because
so
She's explained this to
Jalen,
you
I was
like
saying in a
multiple
very,
times and you still don't
it's a
get it.
very simple way. It's a very simple thing. I'm not in the US for
Look
me
at
to be
Biden.
able to be with my
Biden's on the
husband.
panel.
Look at Biden. Dang.
So, like
Hey
I was
guys,
saying,
I'm just here.
yes, Laura, I hear you. Yes,
Mr.
Laura,
Biden,
I
what are your thoughts
acknowledge you.
on
I
this
hear you.
process of what Floor just said?
I just
I tell you that the Trump Pop says that yeah.
I think you
Well said, sir. Well
all
said.
time. I feel like nobody's giving y'all that education to even that immigrant lawyer. So live with John.
Flora, I do sympathize for your situation. I really hate that shit. I do see that shit, and I do hate it. I got some friends across the border. They have trouble going. I got one friend specifically that goes to El Salvador and has to have problems coming back, even though he has dual citizenship. But meanwhile, the southern border is wide open. And
Right.
it's like, oh, come on in. He has to get
even if you
held
just
up at
travel,
every damn checkpoint.
it's
and all
harder.
this.
It's harder to travel back and forth from America than it is to illegally come to America. You get more benefits illegally coming to America for the first time or the 10th time, you get arrested and you get released and deported, and then you come right back over. That's easier than legally traveling from America to another country and coming back.
So that's why they say it's immigration. It's not immigration. What you're seeing is illegal traveling and trespassing into the United States. And then usually what's happening is people are going, well, all of these people are asylum seekers. You really expect me to believe that kind of bullshit?
It's a damn invasion.
It's an invasion. It's an invasion. There's a reason why they're not bringing all the kids over with them as they are. It's because
it's way more nefarious than people.
Oh yeah.
Well, like we understand it, but it's there.
But you know what's interesting? What's interesting is if I explain to you let me ask you this, Jalen. If I told you about a Latin American country that tells you, my wife just visited this place.
I can't even get my own response. Go ahead.
But basically, if I told you this was America, you would think America was racist. But if I said, if you come to this country, and if you come from another country like America, you cannot get a job. You have to wait your turn, and a lot of times you won't ever get a job because they prefer to give jobs to the people living in the country first.
And if you get a job, it's very.
Is it El Salvador?
It's Costa Rica.
Costa Rica is doing great.
Yeah.
Costa Rica.
Y'all believe the wall should be
They're doing
built?
great.
I'm asking y'all believe the wall should be built?
Let me ask you: do you think you should lock your door? You think you should lock your door?
Let me answer that with this. Yes, because I, as a veteran, the illegals that come over here get more benefits than those that fought for this country. There are less homeless vets than there are illegal immigrants, and they're giving them homes. Our vets, they ain't doing shit for them. And now what really pisses me off is they're giving these illegals a fast track to citizenship by joining the military.
Right. And we know that this isn't about immigration. This is about
leave the door open. You said we should leave the door open.
Dang, I had a point.
I'm asking you: would you leave your door open at your house?
No.
Oh, would I allow anybody in?
To you, Jalen.
Yeah.
Yes, I think everybody should be allowed into America. I think.
No. That's not what he asked you.
I said,
you're gonna take in some people on your couch or what?
Can I come over to your house tonight?
I'll be to the freest country in the world.
It's not going to be the freest country anymore.
You're gonna buy them food and
because
you're avoiding my question is what it is, and it's because you realize you can't answer that question. Right?
You don't understand. I don't think that, Jalen, you don't understand the type of people that is the Latinos. I'm a Latino, and I can tell you, there is, like anywhere in the world, there is the good quality citizen and there is the bad quality citizen. No good quality, including me, like I have a good quality life down here. My dream is not going to America. Why? Because I'm good here. You know, like no matter what's going on, I love my country. But what you guys are getting in the US illegally is the people that nobody wants here.
Exactly.
It's the people that are just not educated, the people that come into your house and they get paid the minimum and they're okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not these are not people that graduated even high school. These are people that are willing to grab anything that they can, as long as you say, hey, this is free, and they will grab it all to themselves. And that's something so common in the Latino community, and it's so fucking annoying. We hate it. That if you tell somebody, please grab one, or be mindful because there's other families who are going that also need it, they don't care. They will grab it all. You know, and that's the type of people that are crossing the border.
I do want to ask,
these same people that are going to go into the military to fast track. When everybody was saying that it's an invasion, this is another theory that is going around, especially in the veteran community. Is most American citizens that join the military, if the government said, point your weapon at American citizens, they will not do it because they love this country. They love the citizens. So now, if you get a bunch of people that don't care about this country, that want to fast track in there, now they're easily able to point that weapon at you. And when the government says kill them, they will.
Yep. Here's the question I do have to ask this because Jalen, because you were talking about racism, and I just thought about this. Do you think would you think if I told you a white Republican governor said that we need to find jobs for illegals in like the Coast Guard because of how good of a swimmer they were? If I told you that, would you believe that was racist?
That does sound racist, but
would you believe that was racist, Jalen?
No, I'm not going to keep doing this and stuff like that.
Okay. So basically, you're broke and you don't want to say it because let me tell you, it wasn't a white Republican; it was a black.
What's going on, John?
It was a black mayor who said that. Okay, black mayor who said that. Who said that we can find jobs for these people coming over because they're good at swimming. Basically, what he said is they're wet packs.
Who said this?
Well,
who said this?
The Chicago governor, the governor of Chicago.
I think if we're taking in a bunch of illegal immigrants and then we're going to draft them and send them to fight with China and Ukraine and the Middle East, because we're about to have a war on 3 fronts. That's kind of smart. Maybe that's the only reason I can make sense of it.
Y'all know I find all of y'all to be urban.
But here is the question, though. These are people that are not even patriotic to their own country.
Russia.
Like what makes you think that these people joining the military just to get a citizen, they will be patriotic enough to not betray the Americans?
Right.
They're not.
Right.
They're just.
And when the government tells them go door to door and take all the guns from the American citizens, they're going to be the first ones to step up and do it.
Why do you guys think that we third countries we are eating shit economically because nobody has the balls to stand up to their own country?
This is why
Jalen. Hold on, Jalen. Back to reality.
Y'all keep interrupting me. So
well,
what?
It's a 1 versus 6. We can't help it. But Jalen, listen, you talked about the wall. Do you know the wall would have cost $23 billion, which we had funding for that from tariffs on Mexico and our tariffs on China under Trump that would have been paid for by Mexico. $23 billion is how much the wall would have cost, a one-time payment. Maybe there's some upkeep, but it's nowhere near the same price that it cost to build it. $23 billion. We spend like $150 billion a year on illegal immigration, dealing with the illegal immigration. So the wall pays for itself in a sixth of a year. In 2 months, the wall pays for itself. So if the money issue is a thing, like what are you talking about?
It's ridiculous. Okay, can I finally give
That's
some
a fact. It's not a ridiculous, it's a fact.
Okay, so it seems like I have the floor again. So first, I wanted to say, there was a reason I wanted to hear John's opinion. Like I said, I felt like he could get things a little bit more logically and stuff, and I feel like he's a good orator. So I will say that and everything. I don't trust Trump as the president.
You just like him because he's nicer than I am.
Josh,
but he's still based, and he's still saying. And actually, he said the same type of stuff I would say.
If you don't want me to say anything,
go ahead.
Fine.
I'm sorry.
Bye.
I'm quiet. Oh, he left. Damn it. He'll be back.
Hey, now that he left, can I show you guys something that I bet you guys haven't ever seen in your American life? What?
Ooh. What is that?
You
A potato?
Know this fruit?
Is it a potato?
Guava.
Damn! Got a giant ass knife. Calm down with that thing.
Serious. Don't cut your hand. Don't cut your hand.
What is that?
Ooh.
Papaya?
Papaya? No, what is it?
No. It's called oh my god, how can I forget the name? Zapote.
Zapote.
I thought she was on a show a bigger sandwich than she ate before.
What is that in English?
By the way, I don't know who has the Roddy McDowell or the Roddy Piper, picture from They Live, but I love that. That's awesome.
It tastes
Mhm.
delicious. It's something I don't know how to describe the flavor, but it's like sweet and it's like almost like a pumpkin, kind of like it tastes almost like a pumpkin that is being cooked already.
I have to say I do feel bad for Jalen because I can understand how he might feel like he got ganged up. The problem is that people were giving him critical thinking, and when you break down, and I saw
No,
that.
Jalen does this to himself.
Right.
He puts himself in this position. He continues to stay on these irrational viewpoints and thinks he's making a point when he's really not at all.
Nothing
He's
Jalen loves more
pro-black.
than a gangbang.
Well, with all the talk about hotels, I was just, you know.
Yeah. Hotels are $50. Gangbang.
But
Well, no, it's like
oh, he's
like
back.
if I go,
Yay,
I knew he'd be back.
oh, he's back, Jalen, you're back.
Lauren, what
You,
color
Jalen. We
is
need
that?
one voice of dissent. We need it.
Okay. I was trying to see if it was like more reddish or looked like kind of a grapefruitish kind of color.
I wait every year for this season because this fruit is a little bit expensive on the expensive side, but it's just so good. I could eat tons of this thing.
It's worth it. It's
You gotta
worth the
treat yourself.
expense.
You gotta treat yourself. Yeah.
Well,
This is love the country. I hate the fact that I'm gonna go back to a place where everything is boxed and pre-made and greasy and you know, when you can have this delicious fruits.
My wife was in Costa Rica, and she tells me like the food, the fruit, the seafood is amazing. So, you know, all these people can come in here, and if they want to have the bugs and the be told how many farts they can have in a day, and be micromanaged.
Right?
You know, fine, I'll go to Costa Rica.
Yeah.
But guess what? I'm not going to be able to like just go there and wean off the system, and that's fine. That's fine. But I will say this: I love, you know, so much of what's down there, and I'm almost at a point where I'd rather live in a Latin American country than I would the United States, just because of how crazy the United States is.
A lot of Republicans, Americans are moving down here because we are more of a conservative country.
Yeah.
And they like that. They like that. Oh, by the way, I met somebody from the States today. I was in a lakeshore taking a swim, and this guy had this coolest camera I have seen. It's like this camera from the 1980s. And I was like, hey, can I take a picture with your camera? And his name was Steve, and he is from Atlanta. And I was asking him, you know, I was like, so why are you moving here? And he's like, the U.S. is a mess right now. Like, that's literally what he said. He's like, the U.S. is a mess. And then he looked at the lake and he's like, how can I not think about moving into this paradise where the women are more conservative, where people are more polite, and nobody gives a shit about your race.
Right.
You know,
well, that's because you don't have people in a political system that are using it as a way to exploit people, well-intentioned people, into voting for them. And guess what? Let's be honest. The Republicans do the same thing when it comes to pro-life issues. So both parties do the same thing. It is the same. It's the same grind. It's the same scam. It's the same everything. They want us to get fighting each other. They want us to get pissed off about what we think are moral issues that we should be fighting about, instead of talking about the fact that our country is continuing and the people who are in charge of our country are the biggest idiots. And if you don't think that, like, did you guys watch that hearing between MTG and AOC and all that? I mean, it looked like an episode of Jerry Springer.
That she was making fun of her eyelashes.
Yeah.
Talking about that one.
And you know what? You know what I hope? I put this on Facebook. I said, but here's my hope.
Maybe I'll talk about that on Monday because I don't.
Here's a base take for you, Josh. Here's a base take for you.
Can somebody send a link to the video in the Discord? I'm not gonna play it now, but I'll talk about it on Monday because
I'll send it to you when I get a second.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say was that it's a great example, and I hope now we can get past this point. But this is base, and people are going to piss off, but that's okay. Because pissing people off sometimes is a good thing. But this is why this whole idea, this myth that if women were running the country, we wouldn't have all these problems. And I'm like,
Oh.
yeah. You saw the cat fight.
We have
You
like
saw
1,000 times more.
You know,
problems.
I mean, it was just like
every great war was
I don't
fought over a
understand.
woman.
I don't understand why American women, and I feel like this is an issue with American women. I don't care if they're white, black, brown, whatever they are, but I don't understand
Asian.
what's so bad about being a housewife. What's so bad about listening to your husband? What's so bad about you just staying at home and be a mom? And even if you're not a mom, take care of the house, you know, like make sure that when your man comes back home, he has a nice meal. He comes back home and his home is clean. You know, he just work all day long. You know, for you, the least that you can
It's because
do
the
is cook
TV.
him.
The TV told them that all while they're growing up, and the internet and
Did you watch
strong
the
and
debate I
powerful
sent?
women.
Did you watch the debate that I sent you this morning for? It
I don't
was
know, but like I literally just opened Facebook right now, and I noticed that you've been sending me messages on Monday, and I just saw them because I don't get any notifications or anything.
today. There was you know the guy from the Crucible, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
It was his wife and Pearl from Just Pearly Things. You know her.
Oh God,
I'm
I
not a
can't
big fan
stand
of
that
her.
chick.
I don't like her either. But it
Yeah.
was those two against Lauren Chin, who is attractive, but and I like some of
whatever.
this. She's alright. She's alright. And then some other girl.
All right,
ugly.
Josh. Okay.
But anyway, it was
Here he
two.
goes into heat.
It was two ladies versus two ladies on Tim Pool Culture Wars, and they were talking about feminism. And shit, what was the point I was getting at? Oh, but yeah, they were saying stuff like that. Rachel said, and Rachel is based. It's one of the most based women. That's Andrew's wife, and she's like, she's working on her second book about feminism, and she said she got pregnant when she was 20, and her whole family turned their back on her and said, "Now you're going to be nothing. You can't go to college. You can't be a whatever we dreamed that you were going to be, this great," because she was a academic all throughout her life. She was a very smart girl, and this is a note that I took in my phone. She said this. She said there are high IQ women, and I agree with that. There are very smart women. I know it sounds crazy that I'm saying there's such thing as
Yeah, it
smart
is.
women, but there are smart
I'm
women.
married to one of them.
There are some
That's
smart
supposed to be
women out
smart
there.
over
I know.
time.
It's crazy, guys. I know. My
Oh,
chat's
smart. Yeah, that's why she's up here.
everybody's gonna roast me, but she said her whole family turned their back on her because now she couldn't pursue her academic career and she was just going to be stuck being a housewife. And she said before, high IQ women should not be it. The worst thing for a high IQ woman is to be in the job force, to be in the to be in politics. The best thing for a high IQ woman is to raise high IQ children. You know,
That's
I like that.
based.
That's pretty based.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're a
I
smart
understand what she's
woman,
trying to
if you're a
say.
smart
I'm-
woman, you should be raising the next smart children, and you have a
Right.
smart husband who's doing a smart job. You have a smart woman. You know, you work together to make smart children. That's the
Oh, that makes sense.
yeah.
So my low IQ mom, it's good she was at work, so she didn't have to like tell me dumb shit. You know what I mean? I mean, she's nice and everything.
Well,
But, you know.
so then, if that's the point, and really, what they should be doing in that sense is, being a part of being a home wife would be in being that is an educator for your children, and that's probably the best way to probably make a change in the world is to take your kids out of government propaganda centers, which, by the way, look like prisons. Have you ever noticed like a lot of public schools look like prisons?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
And when
Yeah,
Buff
I was
calls
looking
me a
at
misogynist, I say all the
children.
time, when Buff calls me a misogynist, I say all the time that I think a mother is probably the most important job in the world.
Without a doubt. 100%.
Like
Yeah.
that's that raising the next generation, like being there with the kids, not sending them off to some other, not sending them off to a daycare so you can go work at whatever menial task you're doing all day, but raising your children to be the next generation. That's why America was on a rise, and we stayed on a rise, and now we're seeing a decline in all that because
What do you mean by rise when you say rise? Like, can you give me a period of time why you say or when think that? Like, a rise when?
1950s, the 50s,
Well,
the
but
40s,
see,
they were great for America.
But let me just stop you there, because if you think it's the 1950s, we do know that was the beginning of women coming into the workforce more. I mean, there were still housewives.
That was I think that was in 63 and 65 where women started to be more in the workforce.
Well, they started being in the workforce during World War II where they had to be in there, and then it kind of became a thing that gradually towards the 50s. But I would argue that part of the reason why the United States became such an economic superpower is because, now I'm not saying it's a moral or good thing, because to me, what we saw happening in the 50s and 60s was when we started seeing the family split up and the mom is working and the dad's working and then the kids are working, right? And we have like this crass consumerism, and you start to see the advertising and the idea of, women, you make your life better with a washer and dryer, and or makeup, and like there was all these different things that were like marketed to the different aspects. Whereas before the World War II, when you had advertising, it was like, everybody enjoy a nice Coca-Cola, fun for the whole family, like we saw this demographic, and then it's like it became a thing that became huger in the years. But I would say that we did see an increase of probably education and scientists. I'm not saying they're good or bad. I'm just saying we do see some substantial numbers of some of the things that we would classify as America becoming a dominant superpower. And I do think that one of those reasons is because we saw more women in the workforce. The thing that I have to deal with, and the thing I think is I totally respect that. The only thing that I would say is this: the problem is we've sold women on this myth that you are being something more when you go to when you go outside of the home and you're listening to a man telling you what to do versus listening to your husband.
Yeah.
In the home.
So what
and
she said,
and a lot of women think that a career is dignifying in that sense, because it's, well, I'm being, I have a career, meaning I have a job and I have an education. And it's like, yes, we always educated women. That's why you had the refinement schools, right? That taught them how to do the manners, and you had that with the governances, but all that. But we spread it out of this issue. What it became a problem is this myth that women weren't something unless they're being told by another man in another place. And then what we saw is an increase of the work week. We saw in the increase of all these things where women became out of the home. And as a result, I think we started to see a lot of these statistics about crime increase.
And so the way she explained that, and for Terry too in the chat, it was once we installed the income tax. So
Yes.
once you have an income tax, you can only bring in so many illegal immigrants, but the best way to make more money off of an income tax is to double your workforce by having all the women join the workforce. And this isn't women work. I know women work. Women work when mothers work. Mothers work when they're cleaning and they're taking care of their kids. They're working. Yes, they're working.
And it does have an economic value. That's the reason why back in the day you would have a dowry. There was an economic value system intrinsically in place that valued that work. It wasn't in a vacuum. We were just told this lie that it's not as dignifying because your work is going towards the family versus towards yourself.
This also caused a lot of problems with inflation. If you have your inflation, your taxes, taxing people, once you double the workforce, now inflation goes up and taxes go up and blah blah blah, and they're making more money from all that. But shoot, what was I about to say?
Which is why people, when they say, "Oh, well, we need an income tax increase," and I go, "No, minimum increase. We need a minimum wage increase." They don't realize that only people who are stupid think that a minimum wage increase is
It's a
actually
living
good for you.
wage. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because all they're doing is they're raising the income tax rates. So I always say, if you want more money in your pocket, you want to make more money, then let's stop giving the government money on both ends, both on the employer's end and on the employee's end. And a lot of people don't realize this, especially who go to work and don't realize that some of the money that they're getting I'm not getting paid as much. Well, it's because your wages are already going towards taxes that the employer is being forced to pay on. And then you're being doubled down. And then you you buy a soda, and then you're getting taxed for that. Especially if you're in a blue state where they're like, wow, we want to de-incentivize you to be able to buy a soda, so we're going to add $2 more for sugar tax, and then everything you do is taxed. Everything you do in this life is taxed.
Terry, your feminism is showing. How about I'm a lifetime underachiever. So I've worked in all the fast food places and retail places and all the stuff. The management is always women. All of the managers at the place that I work in
always.
retail are all women. Fast food, restaurants, they're all, the management is women. That's because men realize, oh, I can make more money by doing harder work. I could go work in construction and make more money and you know,
right.
And so the women stay at these lower level jobs. Why do we need a bunch of women managing McDonald's? Why do we need a bunch of women managing Walmart? Why do we need a bunch of women? We don't.
Right.
But our society's been conditioned to think this is natural, and women want to work their jobs. Those women should be taking care of children and raising the next generation of smart children.
Well, and I think a lot of it too is that, look at those type of jobs. They're not jobs. It'd be one thing if you went through an education and you got a doctorate.
How about this? How about this? In those jobs, I don't know about all of them, but actually in most of those jobs, what is their role? Like as a retail manager, the role is mom.
Yeah.
But the top bosses and the CEOs and the executives are all men.
Right.
But their role as like a shift manager or retail, let's say a retail clothing store manager, they're like mom, basically.
Yeah.
So they go to work to be fake mom.
Right.
Exactly.
And it's the dilemma. That's the whole lie they're being told, right? Is all the things that they think is wrong with being a stay-at-home mom, they're just co-opting it with, I don't want a man to tell me what to do. Bullshit. Every woman alive at some point is doing something that a man told them to, whether they want to believe it or not. Whatever mythos you want to believe.
Who built this company that you work for? that you're the manager of.
And,
I guarantee you, it comes back down.
That's why. That's why I have a huge problem when they talk about this. When they talk about this wage gap, because women in the workforce, they try to balance family and work, and men are more like family oriented. But like if I got a call that my daughter did something at school, I'm not dropping everything I'm doing and going to pick up my daughter. I'm like, oh well, whatever, okay, But their mom would be like, oh, I gotta leave work. I gotta go take this. I gotta have this rest of the time off. And then they say, well, men make more money than women, but they're also not comparing the same exact jobs.
Right.
And men do more of the dangerous jobs. Men do more of the hard labor jobs that pay more, and I never understood the whole wage gap, because it's just a lie.
It's a feminist lie.
And then,
if you bullshit.
And if you look at other things too within that dynamic,
wage.
Go ahead. Buff. What do you want to say, buddy?
That wage gap bullshit between truck driving, law enforcement, paid the same amount. I get tired of that fucking wage gap bullshit. And I just gotta say, Rome 13 makes a great point. They took her down.
They took her down. So they say. So Rachel, this is a woman who said this, a smart woman who I respect. She said the reason women shouldn't vote is because government's duty is to protect persons and property. Women can't protect persons and property. Men have the monopoly on force automatically. There's no way. If all the men rose up against all the women, who would win?
Men.
Of course.
There's no denying that. I mean, it's not even a question.
Right.
But
if you would argue that you're crazy or you're dumb.
Here's the thing I'm trying to figure out, because Terry
force.
is saying her knowledge of history is showing, and there's no sale. I don't know what she's referencing, so I don't know. We've always had jobs. I don't know what she's talking about. We've always had jobs. Yes, there were women outside of the home that had jobs.
Women always worked jobs.
Yes, outside of in the home.
Well, that's like the lie that they say prostitution is the oldest occupation. That's not true.
Right. What I was going to say though is that it used to be that most women worked in the home, and their work was in home, and being a mom is a vocation. It is a occupation. But that the other thing is that usually the women who didn't work in the home were most likely going to be prostitutes.
Yeah.
So it's like,
women always worked. They always worked.
So really,
I don't call that work, but
if you think about prostitution, that is all it is you are trading your sweat equity, your labor for money, whereas that's demeaning. That's why I think it's demeaning for women to work in the workplace that way. That doesn't mean I don't think women shouldn't work in the workplace. That doesn't mean that I don't think, because no. What I'm saying is that
I think the oldest job is being a dang prophet or a king or a missionaries is one of the.
Well, I think the oldest job is probably, I don't want to say job, but vocation is that of being probably a steward of the earth. That'd probably be, because that's, if you go back to the Garden of Eden. But
okay,
to provide a service in exchange for monetary gain.
But I do believe this, though. I do think that there has been lost in this conversation the built-in dignity that women have in the home and how they were valued, and how they and then this idea that we were told that women back then we didn't have respect until we burned our bras, and I'm like, you're full of crap. You're full of crap if you believe that.
Yeah, and nobody respects women for burning bras. That's fucking retarded. I mean, that's just like laughable.
Well, and that's like burning a business in your own community neighborhood. It doesn't. That's a support structure, literally. I mean, come on.
Hey, leave Black Lives Matter out of this.
That was the joke I heard the other day. It was in Unfrosted, Buff. What was the joke he said? He said the little kid said, "Did you know that BRA stands for breast restraint assistant or something like that?"
Oh, those kids.
Those kids are so funny. And they're like, I don't think that's true. And he said, I think it is true.
Unfrosted on Netflix. Check it out. It's very funny.
Women worked as cooks. Yes, they did. They worked. If you couldn't work, if you chose not to work in the family, you would be working in someone else's home.
Yeah, and this is like the World War II.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Women started working in World War II. Women sat on an assembly line and assembled guns that men designed.
Yeah,
they just sat there and they just and honestly, actually, where's Flora? Oh, she left. Dang. I wanted to ask her because she sent me a picture of her blicky for YouTube's sake.
What?
She sent me a picture of her blicky. Her
pew-pew. Please.
Her pew-pew. And I wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask her, can you load that clip? Can you fully load that clip? Because I don't think she can.
Without a magazine,
damn it.
Without a loader, without some sort of assistant.
Thank you.
Yeah, I bet you she cannot fully load that clip.
Magazine, not a clip.
Is it a clip or a magazine?
Okay, well, you're offensive.
I have an SKS Does she have an SKS or goddamn?
I have electrician thumbs.
Right?
I have electrician thumbs,
She's
which are
got a
very
M1.
strong, and I have a hard time pushing in all the rounds on a fucking like a 945, whatever. It's difficult when you get to the last one or two. They're pretty hard.
Yeah.
You can use the other case to push it in if you know what you're doing, but it's still hard.
Yeah, fair enough. Gotta have the thumbs for that.
Yep.
I must have the thumbs for it. Well, I was also trained.
Yeah,
Well,
there's that too.
because the rifle rounds are a lot easier. Handgun rounds are kind of hard. I think, like, once the thing's like, once you got like 16 or 17 in there, that last two's pretty difficult.
Hey, Buff.
Load a 30-round magazine on an AK. Jesus, banana clip.
Hey,
Buff. About to the 20s, and it's just like.
But do you remember that? Do you remember that lady that was a politician here in Colorado? It was a few years ago, and she was, Democrats that meant she was anti-gun, and she was like, "Yeah, and we got it. There's no reason why people need a 30 mag clip."
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
What was that? What was that one guy? The one guy that said, "This is the ghost gun. It has a 30-round 50 clip or something like that."
There was
like, what are you talking about?
There was the one guy. They did a whole news report about. Oh wow, this is probably about maybe 10 years ago. About this is the devastating effects of a AR-15. And he's showing the gun, but then they go out. The next scene is they're out there on the gun range, and the guy demonstrating is clearly holding a shotgun. And it's just like
on the watermelon.
What? Yep. On the watermelon? That one.
Yep. I wanted to make a video in response to that, and I wanted to be like holding up my shotgun and my AR-15 and be like, guys, this is and like point out, hold up the shotgun and be like, guys, this is the AR-15. It's the most dangerous you could ever have. And this is the and hold up my AR-15 and say, this is the shotgun. You should buy a shotgun.
It shoots 700 rounds a minute. Yeah.
and it just kind of goes. It just. We have a friend, and I love her. She's a great lady, but she's a Democrat, and she listens to NPR, so you can just tell that she's wrong about a lot of things in life. But I guess there was a liberal that came to town as a stand-up comedian, and he's like, "Whoa, an AR-15! Why do you need that to hunt? You don't need to put 15 rounds in a deer at one time." And he's like, I was like, that's what he said. And she was like, yeah, that's a great point, don't you think? I said, yeah, except for the fact that the civilian model of the AR-15 is a semi-automatic. Well, yeah, we got to get rid of semi-automatic. Okay, so, and then people like Biden go, well, I'm not saying you got to get rid of your shotgun or your pistol. That's exactly what you're saying.
Well, no, you can keep a pump-action shotgun.
We don't have a problem with it. We don't have a problem with you hunting. Well, but
revolver is semi.
We gotta hunt the way it's supposed to, with with the ball and chowder.
Okay, yeah. So you need a bolt action. You need like a bolt action.
Yeah, you can only have a bolt action.
You know what?
Like a powder keg.
You can get you can get around that with a lever action.
Well, but both of those most bolt action rifles load a round that'll put a nice big hole in you too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Steven Crowder did a thing where he had a table set up, and he was pretending like they were liberals, and they had clipboards and stuff, and they're like, "Which of these bullets should be banned?" And they're saying,
I remember that.
This one should be banned, and this gun should be banned. And they're like, this round, this little tiny little round that you said is okay, goes into this big scary black gun. But this big old scary round that you said needs to be banned goes into this gun that you said is okay. And it's like,
yeah, 223 rounds don't look too bad. They're small.
You seen that? What was it? It was on. Was it Anderson Cooper when he had that Colonel on there, and he's like, now if I shot that on semi. Now, if I want to shoot it on full semi-automatic, I just keep firing. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, that's the Colonel that's never been outside the wire.
Yeah, semi is the same as semi-automatic.
Semi-automatic.
That's right.
And I'll tell you what, guys. I don't know about you, but to me, whenever I watch a movie and there's a TV show, and I hear, yes, he mowed him down with an assault rifle, and they don't even like talk about like what type of fully automatic gun it is, because I remember I was like, well, I'm talking to one person. I said, well, like, oh, it's an assault rifle. I said, well, what's an assault rifle? Because technically, I guess you could define it as an assault rifle because you are assaulting someone with a bullet.
That doesn't That's a technical term that doesn't exist. I can't.
But when I see movies, Buff, where it's like the cop or military guy who's like, yes, he was. I'm like, no, I don't trust you as a military expert or a gun expert. Justifying.
I'm not a gun expert, but I have basic knowledge, and I know that the majority of school shootings are done with pistols, with handguns, and so
and.
And if we take gang violence,
I can't watch military movies. Yeah, I can't watch military movies because most of the time I'm like, hey, when the fuck did you reload, dude? Like, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that 1,000-round magazine? It looks like a 30-round, but what are you shooting? When did you reload? Oh, look at I've ruined movies like that.
That's why they said John Wick was. They said John Wick was great because they made sure to account for all that.
Yeah,
John Wick was one of the most accurate.
Another one that was good for accurate was
Thieves too. Den of Thieves was really, really accurate too. The only thing that was not accurate in Den of Thieves is no sane military man would shoot a saw through a windshield. And like everybody knows, windshields will redirect the round.
Yeah. They train cops. They train cops when you're shooting at a windshield. You gotta aim down and you gotta shoot multiple times because they're gonna deflect off the windshield.
Right.
Yeah. The first initial shots, the first 2, 3, will be redirected, but and Den of Thieves, like the gunplay and everything, like the reloading. Everything was spot on, but that one scene, I was like, yeah, those first 3 rounds wouldn't have hit that car.
The shootout at the end of Heat was good. I mean, the gunfire is so authentic. There's the sound, everything was one of the best.
I've watched body cam footage of
William. Nobody's saying the AR stands for assault rifle. We're saying the word assault rifle is a dumb word. Nobody here believes the AR stands.
Yeah, we didn't say
AR
that.
is Armalite.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, pay attention. Pay attention, William. Whoever said that. Yeah, William.
We're just making fun of those. We're making fun of those people that actually think that's what that stands for.
Well, you know what's kind of funny when we talk about movies that get ruined. I'm an arborist. I love trees. I love plants. I love studying like how the different branches and leaves and how they look in different times and seasons. And so to me, when I go and I see a movie, it's supposed to take place in New York, and I see a palm tree or something.
Right.
I didn't realize it's something in LA. I'm like, no. So the one that hit me bad was they made Alien versus Predator 2, the Requiem, and it's supposed to take place in this town in Colorado called Gunnison, Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
And you can tell they filmed this thing in like Vancouver. And I'm like, you guys, this is not Gunnison. We don't have ferns in Colorado. It's too damn dry.
The new Walking Dead series, Daryl Davis, is supposed to be filmed in France, and I'm like, that's still Georgia.
It's still Georgia.
Yeah. Right?
You're still in Georgia, bro.
Dude, RoboCop 2 and 3. Every time they show a shot at a police station, I'm watching this as a kid, and I see the Atlanta skyline. This is supposed to be in Detroit. I'm like, I recognize that. That's where I am.
If AR stood for assault rifle, then does AK stand for assault knife?
Somebody's snoring. We
AK,
lost somebody.
AK stands for actual killer.
I know.
Oh, that's Nada.
Is that Nada?
That's Nada.
I think
That's
Nada. I think Nada be fake snoring on the stream. I seriously think Nada, because he knows this is the snore stream. I think he fake snores when he's ready to get. When he's done talking, I think he. I'm trying to listen to see. Yeah, you heard us.
There it is.
Nada. Nada, come to the dark side.
We have cookies.
I'm glad I have a place. I'm glad I have a safe space where we can come and just fall asleep on the stream. And
Safe space. I always think of that South Park whenever I think of safe space, where it's got like Steven Seagal dancing around. He's like, "I'm a safe space."
Wait, this is a safe space, but Josh isn't wearing his safety pin. I don't feel like it is a safe space.
I don't own a safety pin.
Damn it! It's not a true safe space then.
All right, Nada.
Yeah.
I'm gonna disconnect you now. Okay. 2 snores down.
I wonder what happened to Jalen. He's in here, but
he
what's
muted
up?
himself.
He might have fallen asleep too.
He might be snoring.
Yeah.
Or he's at a gay club dancing on a table somewhere.
That's the point of this stream. We just talk a bunch of boring nonsense until everybody falls asleep.
It's the SNORESTREAM.
Yeah.
Yes, room. AR stands for alcohol room.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Alcohol room.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So, Buff, you play. You say you do drums in the bands that you played in, and is that what your main instrument?
I can play anything percussion, trap set, 3 different saxophones. It'd be easier to name the instruments I can't play.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, man, I love music.
What kind of like?
If you can play a sax, you can play a clarinet or a flute. Because
I would agree.
They're pretty much the same fingering.
So I know you're that Southern rock band, but
I can't play flute. I
can't play
flute to save. I can't get the wind right off of the mouthpiece. I could never play flute.
They do have buttons on some flutes.
Yeah. Well, and probably you also can't pull down the whole prancing thing that happens whenever you play a flute. It's like.
Hey, there's some badass rock flutists out there.
I know. I know.
I love music, but I can't play no instruments. But I bet you I could be on a marching band with a bass drum and go boom, 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 boom. I think I could do that.
Well, I love your expression.
I'm gonna let that slide.
Just let that one go.
Was that the wrong drum? Did I say the wrong lingo or something?
No. Oh, you're right. You're right.
You're right.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're right. There's just different styles of drum lines, and when it comes to the bass line, you're either in unison or you're playing tonally.
Yeah.
And that's like you have like fucking 6.
Oh, trumpet!
Like
trumpet
my drum line in college.
Trumpet is a weird. Trumpet is a weird wind instrument that's different than a clarinet or flute or a saxophone. Can you play a trumpet?
Well, trumpet is a brass instrument.
Okay.
That whole puckering your lip thing. I can play trombone better than I can play trumpet because of the mouthpiece size.
Right.
Oh dear God, here's gonna dig me in a grave.
Trombone is the big one.
The one that slides when you're sliding in and out.
That's a trumpet.
No.
That's the trombone. That's the trombone. Trumpets are 3 valves.
Oh yeah. Okay. You're right.
Yeah.
You're thinking of the tuba.
Yeah, what's the big one?
That's what you were thinking of, Josh. Yeah, that's the
It
tuba.
depends on which one you're talking about. You talking about tuba, unifoam, J20s?
Yeah.
It depends. The one that goes over you with the big bell, or the one you hold in front of you. Oh God!
So of all the instruments you like to play, what's probably the one you enjoy playing the most? If you think we can answer that.
Outside of drums, baritone saxophone.
Okay, but drums is like your big thing that you like. You drum percussion.
Yeah. I've been playing drums since 85, 86. Just kind of starting out young when I got into percussion in elementary school, and my mom kind of pushed me towards the saxophone and woodwind instruments, and that's when I started learning more shit.
Yeah.
And somewhere right between middle school and high school, into high school, my freshman year, that's when I was playing baritone sax, and there was an incident that happened to where they needed more percussion people. Oh, it's the big one that Lisa Simpson on the Simpsons.
That's what I took.
That's what she says.
I took lessons on sax. I can do sax, keyboard, and guitar a little bit, but I'm not good at any of them. I'm not. I can read music a little bit, but I'm not good at any of it. Like,
it's all about having that fun, man.
You gotta have fun.
The saxophone and the violin are my 2 favorite sounding instruments.
What's one of your favorite songs you like to play that's that's a cover, if you were doing like a cover?
Who, me?
You, yeah.
Triple mallet green sleeves on a marimba.
What the hell does that mean?
I played the. Okay, the marimba is like you know what a xylophone is, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Xylophone is a
marimba.
Hold on, slow down, because I'm not super literate
like
on this stuff, but a
piano you hit with sticks. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
The marimba is a giant version.
Yeah, I can play Little Mermaid with 2 fingers with 2 sticks on it.
The marimba is a giant wooden fixture of the xylophone that has these long bells underneath it, and when you hit them, they have nice deep tones. And triple mallet is you got 3 mallets in one hand, 3 mallets in the other hand, and you're doing like those as you play in green sleeves. One of the favorite ones I got to play when I learned how to do it. I would do it over and over, and I had to do it for a Christmas, not recital, but in high school we did Christmas pep rallies, and we did green sleeves. So I did green sleeves, triple malleted it. Just that was my favorite shit I've ever done. Yeah. Outside of that, I played Sleigh Ride by myself. There were the rest of the percussion section didn't show up for some damn reason. I know 2 of them were in protest because they didn't like the band director. The rest of them, I don't know what happened. So I set up. We had a drum set there.
Probably behind the bandstands getting STDs.
Dude, I set up all kinds of shit. The slap chop, the fucking gok blocks. I set up everything, and I played Sleigh Ride by myself.
Yeah.
With this contraption I built, and I did it in front of the whole school, and it was just like, oh my God, I can't believe I pulled that shit off. I'm not fucking around with you. I did that shit. I wish somebody recorded, but we
one of the funnest
recording cell phones.
One of the funnest things that we did in high school I liked, because I wasn't in band or orchestra, I was in choir, and I loved every Christmas time we would do Carol of the Bells, and we would walk through the school, and then our voice would echo off the walls in the metal lockers, and it's just like, oh,
That is my favorite. That is my favorite Christmas
It's a
song.
great.
Girl
It's a
with
great
Ghost.
song to sing in a choral number. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really great for that. So,
So is
that's
a
always
violin considered it's a string instrument?
That's a
right?
string, right?
String.
But
Yes.
it's nothing like the other string instruments. So if you can play a guitar or an
it's like a
an oboe, you know, but a violin is a totally different thing. The bow is a whole different world.
The violin falls in with the violas, the cellos, the basses, you know, your string instruments that have frets, guitars, bass,
But it's a
guitars,
guitar.
electric.
But that's what I'm saying. Like a guitar or a bass guitar, you know, or a boom, 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 where you like playing with
They're
your
all
fingers.
in the same family. They're in the same family because of the fingering.
They shouldn't even be in the same family because there's a bow involved. Once you put the bow in there,
it's just a different. It's a different way of playing.
Playing it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So
whole
instead of-
distinction on what makes it
instead
an
of
instrument
flicking the
is not,
strings-
not how you play it; it's the sound that comes from it.
So you're still using the frets, and you're still using adjusting the frets. It's just how you're plucking the strings.
Because you can play like the stand up bow, you know, the bass. You could play it like a violin. Like, you know, I remember I had a friend that did that in orchestra. You know, the do, you know, and or you could play it like the jazz type of blues. You know, where you're picking it with your finger kind of thing. And
I like good tap guitar where they're like.
Oh yeah. My thing, I love the mandolin, and I love. Are you familiar, Buff, with Chris Thile?
I'm not sure of that name. What I was going to tell.
Yeah.
What I was going to tell Dreaded was that method of going between playing with your hands, plucking, and between the bow on the same instrument of the stringed bass and the electric bass. One of the best guys to do it is Les Claypool of Primus.
Yes.
I recommend you watch a video or two of Primus. Watch well, hell, anything Primus, but
anything Primus.
I just love when they're like tapping on the guitar, but then they're playing.
Hello,
while
Mr.
They're doing
Crinkle.
It, and it's like
Mr. Crinkle.
Yeah, I definitely think Les Claypool is
Oh,
top three.
hell, didn't we talk about South Park a second ago?
Yeah.
Primus.
That's Primus. Yeah. That's Les Claypool.
Yeah. Yep.
Probably one of his better plucking songs, I would say, is probably Jerry's a Race Car Driver.
So that's what it's called as plucking.
Well, can be plucking, or if he's slapping.
Right.
Slapping the bass.
They're usually used in combination because you're coming off of the strings and then coming back with your thumbs and maybe a slight finger, depending on which string you're going to. It's.
I love that. I like that.
And the style and angle of how you play that, it's, you know.
I can't do any of that stuff. I know a little bit about like computer music, and I can play. I can read a little bit of music, and but I'm not super.
But have you does that name not ring a bell to you, Buff? The Chris Thile?
Who is? You have to tell me. It doesn't.
So he was one of the. He used to be in a band called Nickel Creek with Sarah and Josh. I'm trying to remember the guys. The last, I think it was Evans. So I think it was Sarah and Josh Evans. And I was a huge Nickel Creek fan. I've seen him like live 3 times. And then after Nickel Creek took a break, he went to the Punch Brothers. But his stuff is good, which is, if you've ever heard the cover, Nickel Creek's cover of Toxic by Britney Spears, and he's playing that on the mandolin, you will love that song. I'm telling you, it gave me respect for that song because he was just like, you know that you're toxic. I mean, and the way he's playing that with the mandolin is amazing. But like just like how he jumps up, the energy he puts into it. Oh my gosh, I love Chris Thile.
I'm about to pull it up.
See, I'm writing stuff down. You said Nickel Creek.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a
Was that the band Nickel Creek Toxic that did that?
Because
Nickel Creek Toxic. Yep. And they do it like very humorous, and they do it kind of tongue in cheek, which I like. You know.
And they got a they got a violin player. You gotta have the violin.
That's Sarah. That's Sarah Evans. So Sarah Evans is doing the violin, and then Josh is doing the guitar. Her brother Josh is doing the guitar, and then Chris Thile is the mandolin player. He's the blonde guy, but the way he plays mandolin, it's just insane. Like when you see him live, and he's like jumping up, like he's like playing it like a rock star, and you're like, and if you've known anybody that plays mandolin, I couldn't do it because of. You have to have your fingers and your hands like so tight when you're playing that to get that fast. I
love the violin. I want to learn to play the violin.
But Nickel Creek, if you like any kind of that bluegrass, neo bluegrass stuff, they've got their music is amazing.
I really wanted to learn banjo, but I don't know. Banjo just wasn't my forte.
He's playing a mandolin and he's playing a guitar and she's playing a violin.
Yes, yeah.
And he's got an oboe.
They got an oboe. There's a guy that's usually doing an oboe with them. Yeah, he's kind of tours with the band, but 3 of them are the band. But and then they did an album with their last album that it's been a while since I've tracked them, but they actually, the guy who like produced their last album is the guy that produced most of Judas Priest's albums. So I love it that they get into like a different sphere of music and said, this guy who knows how to produce Judas Priest is gonna like start doing it. That's really cool. I love that when I'm a geek for music production. That's where I'm more geek about the history and stuff like that. Like for example, like I love how the story of how the Beach Boys, and let's just call it not Beach Boys, but actually Brian Wilson put together Pet Sounds. Because
Pet Sounds.
The lady's doing the least amount of work here, though. All she does is go,
yeah. But I mean, you gotta. Chris Thile is the reason to watch it because he's playing it and then he's singing it. And he's like, "No, that's toxic," and he's hitting those high notes, and it's like it's fun. I love it. But the way they produce it, they had the greatest studio band of all time, which is the Wrecking Crew, as the music, and then the whole reason why they called it Pet Sounds because he was literally recording Dalmatians. He was like recording like a turkey and a chicken, and it's all in there. And you hear that when you hear the beginning of Pet Sounds, and you're hearing God Only Knows,
Eric Morgan.
And then also the other one, which is woo, nice if we were older. But you can hear them like they've got like a there's like a horn in there. There's like they've got like a. There's like 18 different instruments and like 20 different sounds of like random sounds in that.
That girl is doing fuck all.
Whoa, this is crazy. This guy's
Oh my god.
But the Chris Thile though is what makes that song. What he's doing, he's giving the inflection in the voice,
bro.
And how he's playing it.
This guy's playing. I looked up guitar tap.
Yeah,
and I just started playing a video. This guy's got the guitar sitting on his legs.
Yeah,
and he's playing the guitar almost like it's keyboard.
Right, that's like a steel guitar type of thing.
Oh yeah, steel guitar. Yeah. Look at that co-driver right there.
Look at the puppy. Look at the puppy.
That's cool.
Food. Huh? We go, guys.
Those dogs get so excited. But yeah, I love Chris Thile music. I love.
Yeah, are you gonna drive for me?
I love a lot of that.
This is
a lot of that stuff.
And then
Eric Mongrain.
And you want to see my little wiener? You want to see my wiener?
But one song you
dogs in the truck.
Wait, what? Whose wiener are we looking at?
Wait a minute. Where'd you get the wiener at?
Is there another dog in the truck?
Oh,
how many you
John,
got?
you know I've had
3?
No, there's only 2.
Okay.
This little guy and his girlfriend.
Hold on. Let me show my big wiener.
Whoa, what do you mean, Josh?
He said he's going to show his little wiener, and I said I'm going to show my big wiener.
Stare at us for.
I got what he said and what you said.
Just kidding. It's a joke.
We get it.
You gonna
It
play
better be a
drums?
joke.
That is a cute
You'll
little
be
dachshund.
divorced.
Look at
Oh,
that little dachshund.
he's a little
Crazy.
Riri.
Yeah, I
No,
love and
he's
hate.
Riri.
I
He
love
is
and
Riri.
hate dachshunds because my grandma had a dachshund that was the most caring, nice little dachshund. It was a great little dog. It was a long-haired miniature dachshund, and it was the brown and black. But then,
Oh yeah,
I think I told you this before. My aunt had Fidget, and he was that color. He was all brown,
oh
short
look at his
haired,
pussy.
I had to bring my pussy in. Yeah.
and they were
Huh?
nippy. Fidget was a nippy little guy. I don't like
Yeah.
nippy dogs.
This one I say he's Riri because like if you come over to the house, he'll bark at you, and you'll get to know him. You'll play with him a little bit. You'll sit down on the couch, and he'll lay right next to you. As soon as you get up to get like a drink or something, it's like he never saw you before.
Right.
And all my friends that come over are like, what the hell? I've been sitting with you for like an hour watching this movie. Why are you barking at me? He's like, right. And then you sit
in the
down.
morning.
Yeah.
There's no way in
You're
hell
making
I'm
me
about
want
to
a
wake
cat.
my goddamn dog up. I got a white
that?
bully lab.
What's the cat? What's the cat?
John, you're making me want a cat. I've been kind of thinking I kind of want a cat. I do
they're
love
great.
cats. I've had cats
They're great.
most of my life.
great.
I love cats.
They're great.
Cats
People
are
are like, are you a cat guy or a dog guy? I like both of them.
I like both. I don't have the
I
lifestyle
do.
for a dog, and I know that. And I just wish people who don't have a lifestyle for any kind of animal, or for that case, a kid, don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't have them.
Yeah. Don't
Yeah.
get one.
By the way, Buff, you
get
see
one.
that?
Yeah,
I
I'll take it more extreme than that and say that poor people shouldn't have sex.
Is it the Indiana Jones?
I need another snake in my life. That's what I fucking need. Dogs are fun, but snakes are cuddly.
Snakes are cuddly.
Keep the stream off porn.
Until they cuddle with your
Josh.
neck.
No, Josh.
What?
We're not having a snake.
Ball pythons
no.
specifically.
Floor
you get them
thinks that Floor
at an
thinks
early
that
age.
when I have a studio one day, when I have my own studio where I do my streams and do my work, that I'm not going to have an albino ball python. It's going to happen someday in my life. All my life.
I don't think so.
I'm going to
It's
have
not
a
going to.
I'm going to have a reticulated
They're
white
loving
on yellow
creatures.
ball python at someday in my life. I don't need a boa.
Yeah.
I don't need a 6-foot snake.
Yeah, for like a day.
No, I'm gonna have a white snake. Pause.
You gotta get them from the proper breeder who
I already
has
got a white
a
snake.
domesticated family line. That is shit.
Is that why you're here? You go again on your own. Is that why? Sorry, you said white snake, so I had to.
Nice.
I saw a meme that said the meme said, "I know I'm the only one that likes white snake, so here I go again on my own."
No, I really all my life I've had me and my brothers had 2 ball pythons, and they're some of the best pet. Like, I think cats and dogs are the best pets, but if you like reptiles and stuff like that, I think
my brother loves reptiles.
ball
I've
pythons.
never been a snake person. I don't
Snakes
think
are
they're
so
bad. I don't.
chill. Like, I used to
like-
sit and play video games and just have the snake. It would just crawl around, and then you'd forget it's there, and then next thing you know, it's gone, and you're like, "Oh, shoot, we got to get the snake." The snake just disappeared.
I think that's always the issue, right? With snakes is always
You're
misplacing
piss
them.
management. My snakes have never run off of me.
Well, it never escaped its cage or anything. But if we were hanging out with it on, you start with it on your neck and you're just hanging out playing video games, and you forget about it, and it just disappears, and then it slowly slides off your neck, and you don't feel the difference. And then next thing you know, the snake's like
You were
in the corner
focused on
climbing
your
up a
video
thing.
game.
Yeah,
right. You can't focus too much with on the video game around my cat because he'll just go.
But I would love to do a stream
then,
with
like,
a
he just
4
Yeah.
foot albino pulp python just chilling on my neck.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen one day. You can stay
It's
out of the
Yeah, for like an
studio.
hour, Josh. I already told you. You get that snake. You get that snake, Josh. I'm gonna free it out in the wild right away. So you better enjoy those 5
No,
hours
you
that
can't
you
do
have
that.
with
That's
that snake.
horrible. That's horrible. That's how
Yeah.
It's more horrible that you bring a dangerous freaking reptile into the house.
it's not a
Oh,
dangerous
Rome, that's
reptile.
awesome.
I'm gonna keep Satan in a
Does it
cage and
eat
be like,
me?
haha, Satan, who won
Can
now?
it kill me?
You
Oh my
you tempted
gosh.
Adam
You
and
can
Eve.
have that, Josh.
You might have
And then we
snuck up
gotta
and
free it
tempted
out.
Adam and Eve, but right now I got you in a cage with a little heat lamp. I'm in charge now, Satan.
Rome, that is awesome.
Oh.
I've had 2 ball pythons, but I didn't get to have them that long because of unfortunate circumstances. I had to give them to other homes, but I did to have a good enough time with both of them.
Rome
So
said she had hers for 25 years. They live forever.
Yeah.
They're very chill, like, and you
Yeah,
don't
my
get.
niece has one right now that loves me.
I don't know if you
she's
get
had hers
as.
for about 6 years right now.
I don't know if you get as emotionally attached to them as you do with furry animals.
You can. I think you can.
Yeah, I'm sure you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sure you can, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, it'd be hard for me.
Mine would sit and watch TV with me. Fucking.
I think if I had a snake, I would name it Trouser. So it would be a trouser snake.
Yeah. I would name
You're
mine.
like, hey, come on over. You want to see my trouser snake?
I'm gonna name mine John Holmes. You want to see my 16-inch John Holmes? Like, you wanna see my-
Josh, if you ever pull that, no.
Floor, you just need to learn to accept it right now. You got to start coming to terms with it because one day you're going to be in America and I'm going to have a snake in the studio.
Mine's were
Like
Abbott.
I told you, nobody's telling you that you won't have it, but it would just mysteriously disappear.
Mine's were named Abbott and Costello. But
She would.
Oh, that's great.
She knows
my
she
niece-
can't tell me no, so she would just be like, okay, and then I would get it, and then just one day it would just end up disappeared.
My fucking niece
He's like,
named
oh my
hers
God, you're not
Peanut
gonna
Butter.
believe who
Peanut butter?
I
secured
just found
today,
that
and I
so
can't find
adorable. I
him.
was just like, all right.
Freaking python.
Yeah,
Such a
people think I'm
legend.
strange because I gave my cat 4 names, but like T.S. Eliot talks about why you got to give your cat at least 3 names, and so he's got.
'Cause it's gonna
first name and
respond to
last
one
name.
of them eventually.
No, he actually my cat responds to all of them, and he knows.
Wait,
When I say his full name, he knows that he's in trouble.
wait, keep going. What does T.S. Eliot say? You have to give your cat 4 names.
You have to give your cat at least 3 to 4 names, and there's a normal game, there's a normal name, there's like an extraordinary name, and a name that means something just to you. Kind of that was the concept in his words.
If that's the case, I'm just going to name my cat Tiger, 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 Tiger. Because I know when it gets outside, I'm going to be Tiger, 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 Tiger.
All I know is.
But believe it or not, Buff, my cat does answer to me. He does.
Okay.
Listen. I've got him trained. He's a good cat that way.
Have you seen that video of the guy with the white bunny that actually listens to him?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, where he like the bunny runs off and takes a corner, and he's like, don't go over there, and the bunny stops and comes running
Really?
back.
See, I don't like rabbits because they seem like you couldn't do that with them, but that seems kind of cool.
Oh, rabbits are so
I
cute
want-
and awesome.
They're awesome.
My favorite cats are the Russian blues or whatever they call it, the gray cats. They're fluffy and gray.
Yep.
And they have kind of short hair, but it's poofy.
Yeah.
I love those style of cats. And then when Echo dies, I'm not getting another dog unless it's a Rottweiler. I'm gonna get all my life I've wanted a Rottweiler named Bowser, and I'm gonna name him Bowser.
Bowser.
Nice. All right.
Because it's a good, strong German name
What
for a
about my
German
dog?
Rottweiler. And it's also
Ooh,
a
you should
Mario
teach him
character.
commands in German.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heil! Oh, so I shouldn't do that all the time.
Calm down, Count
Six!
Dracula.
And I gotta ask, is your dog gonna be Zekite? What?
Oh God!
I was asking how tall it was gonna be.
Yeah.
Don't go the Count Dracula
He
route.
said this high, YouTube. He said this high.
Yeah. Yeah, I said this high. YouTube doesn't know German, apparently.
Oh God, y'all don't know Count Dracula.
I do. I
Oh
do.
yeah,
We all
yeah, I
know
do.
Count Dracula.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dracula.
The first rule about Count Dracula is you can't talk about Count Dracula.
Talk about. Hey, but hey, that was kind of cool that he was able to teach his dog that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's more of an
all you do is say
story
shake.
of-
It's just shake and take your
Yeah.
hand away real quick, and it'll go.
If you
Right?
listen to this whole story, it's so interesting the crap he had to go through because he was running for parliament also,
Yeah.
and what he had to go through over that controversy. Oh,
Well, did you see when he was at the steps for his court appearance, and he had the press was there, and he basically he's a smart guy, and he got the press to say something like, I can't remember how it went, but he basically got the guy in the press to say like, "I love Hitler," or something like that. And he's like, "What if somebody said I love Hitler?" And he's like, "Well, if somebody said I love Hitler," and he's like, I'm gonna clip that out of context, and you just said I love Hitler," and it's like context matters, and boom,
Yep.
it was
it
like
does.
it was a meme. It was like context matters. Yeah, he's like, "You're not, we know you're not really saying that." It's
Yeah, exactly. I love his hate for the press and how he uses their own tactics
Yeah.
against him. He's great with that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, that was funny.
I still think about dogs though. Like every time my dogs go and take a poop, I don't know. It's almost like they're embarrassed. This little. They're sitting there and they're like,
kind of broke up there.
"Am I supposed to be doing this?"
Yeah, you're breaking
Oh,
up.
I
You're
did?
saying Yeah, I got what you were saying. You're saying your dog's
Oh,
look
yeah,
embarrassed.
there's-
Yeah.
Yeah, my dogs look embarrassed whenever they go poop.
Yeah, that's a cat.
Like they're not
that's
supposed to.
That's a problem that cats don't have, but I've noticed that with dogs. And I think dogs just, it's like, I'm doing it, but please don't look at me. You know, and
Not
a
my
cat's just
dog.
like,
My dog looks me dead in the eyes, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we're doing this."
I think it's what I've noticed about road dogs is I've heard this from several drivers before I wanted to take mine out. They kind of do that because we're usually, you're usually stopping at different places. They like to sniff around, find something familiar, and when they find a spot they think is comfortable, yeah, they're looking around like, should I be doing this? Too late. And it's
too late. It's like, "I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry." And I look at him like, go ahead. It's not in my truck.
As soon as they get done and they come back to you, you just good boy, reward them.
My
They're
dog's
going to
a
get more and more
spaz.
comfortable with that.
Yeah.
My dog's like a 12-year-old virgin, and he's I don't know if his sense of smell is over exaggerate, but every smell he just starts spazzing. He starts.
It's over 9,000.
It's like, cut it out. What are you sniffing?
This is the only thing that sucks about having two different
Everything.
sized dogs. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? There she goes. Now watch this. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Gotta lift you up.
Got no
Yeah,
choice.
the little boy can't get in there.
Like, dang. But I've seen some drivers with small dogs that can jump up in there.
What,
I'm like,
terriers?
They're definitely not dachshunds.
No, like-
Dachshunds, like they're known for their back problems. Like after a certain
Right.
years, they can't.
Yeah, they're
do it anymore.
they're definitely not. They're a little bit bigger. They're like what is that? Pomeranian maybe,
Ooh,
which sits a little bit higher than a Dachshund. And I'm like, dang, I wish my Dachshund would do that. Just imagine one of these days I'm gonna make a ramp whenever I open up the door. It just goes all the way down.
Yeah.
Just walk right up.
So I have to ask you, Mayhem. Have you been involved in any arm wrestling matches lately?
Oh my god.
No.
I knew you'd pick up on that, Buff. I knew you'd pick up on that. That's one of the greatest pieces of American cinema ever made.
You know, it's funny because that movie is
get the
not
joke.
highly regarded as a truck driving movie.
It isn't. It isn't. It's a Sylvester Stallone movie where he happens to drive a truck. It's a Sylvester Stallone movie where he happens to drive a truck.
Right.
But I love how it was like, this is like the trucker culture. It's like, oh yeah, every time you go to some bar or some greasy spoon, like, hey, remember the last time? I'm gonna beat you this time. It's like as if.
All right, hold on, Josh. Hold on, Josh. The movie is called Over the. Hold on, Josh. The movie is called Over the Top. Sylvester Stallone. He's a truck driver. He drives a day cab. Basically means he doesn't have a bed in the truck. It's just a cab. And what he does to make extra income is he's an arm wrestler in competitive form. So he finds out an incident happens and he ends up with his son that he has never had a relationship with. So the kid's now in the truck with him.
Which he picks up from Denver, Colorado, in the military school, which has palm trees in the shot because they filmed it in LA.
Palm trees, the fucking palm trees. He's trying to get to this arm wrestling championship, and he has a special move where he's wrestling and he slips his 2 fingers over his thumb
And what makes that movie great is cue the Kenny Loggins song. And I know I will get crap for liking Kenny Loggins, but they're like overt sentimentality because that's like childhood right there. So it's like that kind of like, you know, he's doing, and then it cue in the Kenny Loggins song. God, you're the chosen one. I'll meet you halfway. You know, it's just like, it's just, you know, it's just like,
what was his name? I think his name was like Black Hawk or something.
Well, it was Hawk. It was Hawk. Is his name?
Hawk. Yeah.
Oh, great villain name.
It's a good movie.
It's a good movie. It's from that guy Golan who did the Golan Studios, and like he made like the Delta Force movies, which I still love Delta Force, even though that movie is so unrealistic. But I love the whole thing.
Who was in
where Chuck Norris is on the motorcycle and he's got like the little grenade launcher?
Damn movie. You will not talk bad about Delta.
No, I love it. It's just not realistic. I mean, but
with
yeah,
its repetitive musical themes that kept going on.
I mean, you got to have good music.
But somebody knew. Somebody knew.
Main character.
Somebody knew that you just put Chuck Norris and Lee Major, or not Lee Major, but Lee Marvin in a movie, and it was just perfect. It was just. Bum, bum.
Delta Force is when I first met Chuck Norris.
What do you have? 3 lines in the movie? Yeah. Hey. Sylvester.
No, he did pull off and
he does have a few lines, but he uses that brooding facial expression that he masters.
Oh
But
dear
I don't
God.
care what anyone says. Sylvester Stallone is an American icon and a treasure, and God
Yes,
bless him.
Rome.
Not just the Rocky movies, but Rambo and just Rocky 4 is
Yes.
the greatest movie ever because not only did it have one of the best soundtracks of the 80s, but he went to the Soviet Union and he beat the Swedish guy playing a Russian, and it was right. It
I
was
think the best song in that movie. Every time I hear it, I fucking think about that movie. There's no easy way out.
Yep. Yeah, it's right. I think it was Robert. There's no easy way out. It's a road. You know what I'm saying? Oh man,
I don't know. Rocky 3 is still one of my. Rocky 3 is probably my favorite Rocky movie
because of Mr. T. Mr. T's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm a 18 fan fanatic, but it had something to really do with the death of Mick and the revenge plan and what he had to do to associate with his nemesis, Apollo, and learn how to get that rhythm. You know, I had a tiger and all that crap, blah 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 blah. And he used that. It was something about that.
Yeah.
4 is good. 4 is damn good. Hell, all those movies are good except for 5.
5 is universally known as the shittiest Rocky movie of all time.
That shit just didn't make no damn sense.
On, like,
How we back
3
in the
now?
hood? Fuck Creed. Yeah, Creed 3 was with Jonathan Majors, I believe. Or was that 2? No, I think it was Creed 3 that had Jonathan Majors, Kang from the MCU. It actually wasn't too bad. They actually had a decent story, but I hate Jonathan. What's his name? Jordan. What's his name? Fucking Jordan B. Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah.
Michael not B. Jordan. Michael not B. Jordan. That's what we should.
I just hate that son of a bitch. We talked about that last night.
Yeah.
How I only like him in Black Panther, but that movie, that Creed, when him and Jonathan Majors fought, too bad. It had an interesting storyline, but to compare it to Creed, the first Creed movie, to where he's just thrown in as a unknown because this one guy, I can't make the fight. Well, we got this guy over here. Hey, let him fight for the belt. What?
Let's just pick this random guy over here. It looks good.
And everything's easy. So he was like the brother Sue in that movie. Like it was like he just got there. Like he didn't go through the fight and the struggle that like Rocky goes through in the first one, and which really pushed that character. I mean, the whole reason why the Rocky movies work, and especially as the first one, is you see him as a blue collar guy. He's a struggling. He's you see how that's why I love too. Like when you saw how he trains versus Creed, and then also in Rocky 4 how he trains versus Dolph Lundgren, which by the way, I love Dolph Lundgren. He's one of my favorites. He was so good, and he just became an American citizen, by the way. So
he was perfect in that movie.
Yeah, he was so good. He just had he just had that menacing. But I'll have to say this: I'm sorry. As good as he is as an actor, he just didn't. He was not He-Man, and I love Dolph, but he was not He-Man.
I'll give you that. Yep.
And and I think about that too, because it's like that movie. I love it as a kid because of the sentimentality, because I remember seeing it at the drive-thru and all that as a kid. But there were so many different plot lines, like the guy, like the little like, "Hi, I'm Quildorf, and this is the cosmic key. You know, like I was like, what the hell? Like this is not He-Man, you know? And it's just like, it just didn't. And the whole bringing them to Earth, and they're trying to figure out fried chicken. I was like, that's so cringe, you know. And then Courtney Cox is in that, and she's, you know.
Have you?
Like, I do like the guy that plays the cop, the bald-headed guy from Back to the Future. He's really good at playing those tough guys. And you know, but
Principal Strickland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Hey, John, have you watched Rebel Moon 2?
No, I haven't even seen the first one.
What?
Yeah.
Have you?
What? Of what?
Rebel Moon.
The Rebel Moon. The
Rebel Moon.
Oh,
yeah.
Snyder's
the second
Snyder.
First one and second one.
Snyder Wars.
I got halfway through first Rebel Moon, and I was bored off my ass.
I thought the first one was pretty
Oh.
good. The second one sucked.
No, you didn't get to the good parts yet.
Well,
it started off slow.
But you know, you can't blame him because let's be honest, Zack Snyder movies, he does not know how to edit. Okay, he does
Zack
not know.
Snyder can't do Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's what he was going
He needs 10 hours to tell you a movie for it to be great. That's why the director's cut of Watchmen is so good. I mean, he's great at moments, but as a consistency, I don't think he is. But I saw some things on that. I saw some clips on that, and I know that you like it, so I'll have to watch it because so I can, you know, tell you.
Yeah, it starts off slow, and then the second one, it's like real fast paced.
Yeah,
you know,
Watchmen
should
have been 2 movies.
It should have been 2 movies. That's what I'm saying. But that's the point. Like he can't make a movie because he can't edit. And for example, a good movie I'm talking about would be Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch had like 40 minutes of that movie that was phenomenal, and the rest of the movie sucked.
Yeah, I will give you that. I enjoy Sucker Punch. I got it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, no, it's visually great, and the scenes. He's great at making scenes. He's just not great at making movies. And it's like I think that's the thing. It's the difference of you know and it comes back to a lot of I think directors where they just don't know how to edit. They don't know how to tell that story in a way that tells you go, oh my gosh, I want more, I want more, I want more. But when you watch like all of his long director's cut movies, and you can kind of take your time with it, then you can absorb it, and it's much better that way. But
wait,
that's true.
Who do we lose? Somebody else is snoring.
Floor,
are you still awake?
Floor snore?
Oh my goodness!
Floor snore!
Damn, I was gonna ask her something. I don't even remember what I was gonna ask her. I was gonna ask her if she got her dang passport yet.
Oh. So this is what normally the SNORESTREAM does. Is it goes to people fall asleep?
That's pretty much it. That's how it goes.
You're not gonna get that with me. I have too much ADHD in me, and I can take you down some of the damn rabbit holes. And
yeah, you won't get that with me. I'll at one point I'll have to hop off because I'll be going through the mountains and I'll have no signal.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they fall asleep on a stream, but
you created a snore stream.
But people just hang out until they fall asleep, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think Jalen's got himself muted, so like we can't tell that he's snoring. So I'm pretty sure he is.
He's probably listening.
I'm pretty sure he's asleep. I don't know. You said you're going in the mountains. Where are you at?
I don't even know if he sleeps.
Arkansas.
Oh,
it means he's close to home because he lives in a very rural area.
Oh, home time? Hell yeah!
Speaking of sleeping, have you seen The Machinist?
The Machinist. I've not seen The Machinist yet. I know I keep hearing so much good stuff about it. I mean,
it's not that.
Haven't got to it yet.
I think Triangle. So I like. Apparently, the algorithm is feeding me on the bootleg site where I get movies from is Mindbender. What they categorize as Mindbender movies. I love those movies, and so I've been watching all those. And they recommended Triangle. That was a really good one. But they recommended Machinist, and it's kind of like that. It's basically Fight Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what made me watch Triangle. I think I just saw I think I watched, I looked at the little description and was like, that seems something, and just clicked on it, and it was on, and I actually got to catch it from the beginning. And I was just like, oh. And I just let it play, and I was like, what? Wait, what? Hold on. What the fuck? Hold on. That doesn't make that contradicts it.
Yeah, it was good. There was a lot of plot.
It was one of those movies.
There was some plot holes where it's like, okay, well that doesn't make sense, but
no.
But yeah, it was.
Yeah, that whole
pretty good.
I don't want to spoil it, but when they were in that theater room, the ballroom with the, up top in the balcony, and it was like, well, wait a minute, how did you
right?
If it is
once you figure out that it's like a repeating cycle, there's a point where she's looking at herself doing something to herself.
Yeah.
And then she continues her story. So you're following the one girl, but there's a cycle of multiple different versions of her doing the same thing. And so the plot hole is there should be, where's the other version of you? So there's one, I get that there's one version of you and then there's another version of you, and they have this confrontation. But then later in the movie, you're watching the same version of you do this with the other version of you, do this with the other version of you, and it's like, so there should be. So I'm trying to keep track. I'm trying to keep track in my head of how many versions of you there are at this point. At this point, there's 3 versions of you. Why? What happened to this other version of you? Like it.
Well,
there's some plot holes.
The one scene where she found kind of the answer to that still didn't really make sense, but
and so
they
do you remember the scene when the one girl is dying? This is actually, I don't want to spoil it too much, so I'm gonna be vague. But when the one girl is dying and she climbs on the deck and she sees all
that one. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, so you just went ahead and said it.
So all the multiple versions of yourself dead are there, but how come they're not there in other parts of the movie? And then they kind of explain it. She's dragging the bodies away, and it's like, yeah, there's too many plot holes. There's a lot of plot holes in that movie. It's a tough concept to do, which is why I like it, because they did it and it turns out pretty good, but
it's pretty ambitious. It was pretty ambitious, and you gotta give credit. Yeah,
it's a crazy movie on the plot hole aspect, but it still kind of works because it's so damn trippy.
The ending was
in the sense of what they were doing with the cycling, and enjoyed it for that fucking much. Rome says she's loved Fight Club. Fight Club is great. Fight Club is awesome.
The best is where you tie the beginning back to the end, or where you tie the beginning to the end, and at the beginning you're like, this is kind of weird. Why is she like this? And then by the end you're like, oh, that's why. And so yeah, it was a pretty good movie. I liked it. There's some small plot holes.
My
if you can look past
whole
that, then If you can look past that, then it's pretty good.
I don't know. My whole problem with the movie was, they're on their craft and come across the big ship. It was just like, hey, let's just go on this boat. No, typically in naval, when larger craft recognizes smaller craft, they'll typically send out an alarm and say, hey, there's some people here who need help. There's a signal sent. It was never sent. But oh, let's go on this boat because we're white and dumb. Now it has nothing to do with being white. Okay, let me clarify. It has nothing to do.
They were all white.
Okay, so it has everything.
That was an old movie back when we used to have.
It has to do with the fact that they're not black and smart. That's what.
Well, we used to have representation in our movies.
No, if they were black, they wouldn't have been out there to begin with.
Exactly.
Black people can't swim.
Right.
Allegedly.
Damn, he said it. I didn't say it.
He said it. We didn't say it.
I can swim like a fish, but so let's make it. I don't know. Middle Easterns. I don't know. It's like, why would you? Whatever. We gotta set the movie up. We gotta set the premise up. So, hey, here's a mysterious boat that doesn't acknowledge us at all. But hey, let's go on it. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's where it caught me when I started watching it. That's what caught me. That point right there, it was just like, oh, you're gonna go on this boat that didn't acknowledge you. Oh, I can't wait to see where this goes. And that movie went. It went.
Yeah.
It's a good movie.
I have a feeling. That if Buff and I were watching a movie together, and probably John too, we'd probably be like tearing that movie apart, because we're like, oh, that wouldn't happen. Fucking bullshit, like that's one reason why I hate scary movies, because or where they're lost in the middle of the woods and they're like, I have no cell phone reception. We can't call for help. And I'm like, yeah, you can. You can call 911. Because I used to be a 911 dispatcher, and we used to get phone calls all the time just because you took your SIM card out of your phone and give it to your kid. Now we're getting phone calls from your kid. Like, please, destroy your phones, because so I'm always like tearing all movies apart.
No, you got to do what they did in Breaking Bad. You buy a burner phone and make your dirty dealings, and then just break the phone in half, and that eliminates everything. No,
right, right.
No,
yeah, no.
But Breaking Bad
I've worked on some stuff, stories, ideas, scripts, ideas, and I have one for a horror movie, and the kind of concept is that you wake up, you're locked in a car, and like it's reinforced. It's like all these different things, and then it's all about trying to figure out how to get out. And it kind of has that kind of concept with something like Saw, because I think Saw is one of those movies that literally like got you so damn good of how like you'd be in a situation,
yeah,
you have to go through this shit fest,
Yeah. Have you ever thought about how the guy that played Jigsaw in the first movie, I can't remember his name, but the guy that played Jigsaw, he got paid to lay on the floor for like
the whole movie,
however long that movie was made, and he became a horror icon.
He became a famous, yeah.
And then they kind of gave it away too, when like the victims were able to get out of the little games, but they still ended up getting killed. You're like, yeah, that's not Jigsaw. That's got to be somebody else doing it. It's a copycat or something, because he made it to where you get out of it. You just have to do some disgusting stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's just kind of one of those things where it's just like you kind of see how you get a good movie set up, and then either you try to that filmmaker or that person is trying to make another movie like that, or they're trying to make like or they're trying to like, or someone else is trying to make like another working in the working. I used to work for Hollywood Video, and I used to do video rental stuff, and you always knew like, oh,
You shut your fucking whore mouth. You used to work for Hollywood Video?
Yeah.
I used to work for Hollywood Video. Oh my God. Back in high school, I worked for Hollywood Video.
That explains it. That explains why you were movie buffs.
Yep.
Holy shit, dude.
And then we used to have a free competition. If you could stump me on movie trivia, then you would get a free movie rental. If I stumped you, then you would have to buy like one of our candies. So we had like a promotion that we're trying to get.
Wow.
Because you know how I got that? The whole reason I got that job is I walked in and I was looking for an application. I had an application back before you could do applications before being on the computer. And
the good old days.
The good old days, yep. And the lady would come up and
those good old days are gone.
I was waiting for it, and she goes, and the manager was like, "Are you here for like the application?" I said, "Yes." And she goes, "Can you give me just a minute? I got to check this customer out." I said, "Yeah." And like, so she put it there on the counter behind the cashier station. And one of the guys comes up, and one of the guys that was working there, you could tell the guy probably in his life has probably seen 6 or 7 movies. I always thought it was weird that those people actually worked at video stores, because the majority of people who work at video stores are like movie nerds. So, but the question, the guy's like, I'm trying to think of that movie where Corey Haim is in the wheelchair. I said, Silver Bullet. Like, she didn't even say like Corey, like she couldn't even finish saying Corey Haim is in a wheelchair, and I said Silver Bullet. and then
she was like, hired.
You're hired.
Nice.
But yeah. And then
little did she know that was all a setup by John. It was all a setup.
And then my aunt used to work for Blockbuster, and she'd always call me and always be like, "What's the name of that one?" I said, and I always could tell you within like 10 seconds, or if I concept, or a scene or something like that, then it would be kind of like, like I remember one time my aunt's like, what's the name of that one movie where the kid and the two kids go to California, and the one kid's got like autism or something like that. I said, The Wizard. Said, oh, that's right.
Well,
yeah.
Well, okay, all right. Since both of you worked at Hollywood Video, and I don't know about the time that Buff worked there, but I do have a question. It has to deal with the
like 98 to early 2000.
Yeah.
Okay.
98 to 99 for me.
98 to 99. Okay, so maybe you guys might know. Did Sinbad ever do a movie?
No.
Yes, he did.
Shazam.
It's fake.
He did. I knew it.
It exists.
Oh my god.
No, it's fake.
It was so low budget.
It was real as fake.
There are movie clips from it.
No, because I actually have the VHS at my parents' house.
That's all fake. I don't believe it.
No,
bring it.
I actually have it.
You get it. You send it to me. I will put it. I have VHS. I still have a VCR, and I can still connect it to a computer. You do it.
It was Shaq.
Yeah.
You know what?
That was Kazam.
And it was called Kazam.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because they even referenced it.
I just
in
saw
the
meme
show
of that the other day.
Sinbad.
Sinbad, yeah.
Yeah, remember when they had him show up it was not long after the movie. After he did the movie, he showed up in the same genie costume in Sinbad. And I think either he paid them a lot of money to get rid of it because it was sucky, it was stupid, or
Yeah, there's
you
a
know, like
podcast
my
that Sinbad went on where he admits to this, but he's joking.
yeah.
So you say. But see, if I want to try to double down on a conspiracy theory to make you think it's all crazy, and I said, yeah, it's all crazy, then I'm just joking.
But
I don't have a leg on that.
That still disproves Mandela effect if he says so if he was in it, then the Mandela effect is fake.
Yeah. Well, I don't. There is
the Mandela effect.
Yeah,
this is what we're talking about.
There was a
Mandela effect.
There was a theory on Joe Rogan stuff. That Joe Rogan had this theory that it's not the Mandela effect. It's just everybody is gaslighting everybody because
gaslighting.
Yeah,
it's gaslighting.
There's
also misremembering, and that happens a lot too.
Like for example, mix-ups and
so many people go, oh, you know that line from Casablanca. Play it again, Sam. That's not.
I think a more crazy one is the cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom.
Yeah, that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is,
it's actually been proven by a woman on. Well, it's X now, but at the time it was Twitter.
But all I'm going to say is
she proved it. She had a shirt that actually had the cornucopia.
I know there was a damn cornucopia in the damn Fruit of the Loom. Now I understand the Monopoly one is a misremembering because in Ace Ventura he put a monocle on and acted like the guy, so we got mixed up.
Yeah,
yeah.
So there's a lot of good explanations for him, but
logos change. I get that. Logos change, of course. You know,
I gotta say this right quick. A loyal listener to this man's program here, Dreaded, just fucking requested something that me, John, Mayhem, we were talking about last night about doing a Mystery Science Theater style kind of
thing. Yeah.
She just requested it.
I love conspiracies, but
I think that's about 4 votes.
I love conspiracy theories, but I also try to debunk them. So I'm like,
yeah.
Of course you do, because you have to be right.
Well, you know, I'm the same way, Josh. I am. Like, you could ask John. Like, I've actually had somebody because I had somebody reach out to me on my other channel, Tactical Mayhem, and asked me to go over the some footage that had been spread around about the C-17 taking off from Afghanistan. You know, during the Afghan pullout.
Say that again.
Because the numbers. Remember when the news was showing the C-17 with all the Afghanis climbing on it and trying to hold on and trying to escape and everything. Yeah. There was a conspiracy going around because it had like, what was it, 1109 on the front, and there were people on Twitter, X, whatever, sharing this picture and saying, well, this can't be true because 1109 was in Europe. And then somebody else shared a picture. Oh, this can't be true because 1109 was deactivated back this day. So one of them reached out to me and said, "Hey, can you get into this?" So I dug into it, you know, because they thought it was all faked. And I dug into it, and I was like, "Nope, it's real. 1109 is actually the signifier for a C-17 Globemaster."
Is that the plane that was used in September 11th?
That's another theory that was going out too. Yeah,
keep going.
Yeah, no, it's actually a theory that 1109 that just changed the numbers.
One of the planes that was supposedly crashed still exists today.
Mm-hmm.
It's still flying.
Yeah, but you know, I have a different theory about that. It wasn't a C-17 at all because C-17s. The Air Force does have aircraft that look just like commercial aircraft. Like, exactly.
Unmarked.
Yeah.
I didn't see
unmarked.
any markings on those planes.
No.
Yeah.
But that's another story.
So, to that video, I had somebody reach out to me and say, okay, cool. Now, can you do one on chemtrails? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do that one. I don't want to reveal it, but we'll just say,
stay tuned.
It's true and false at the same time.
Yeah. The chemtrail stuff, I think they took a lot of it too far. But now, apparently, a couple weeks ago, there was like some news that come out that there is chemicals in the
the CIA guy director talked
is
about
turning some people gay. Kind of like the same thing they went at Alex Jones and they said, "Oh, he said they're turning the frogs gay." And it's like there is atrazine in the water, and it does turn frogs gay. So, I don't know, man.
Maybe.
Maybe. I love this stuff, but I also try to, and I feel like, I mean, reasonable people like you, Mayhem, and we try to debunk it as hard as we try to believe it.
Right.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're not doing your due diligence. You're not really looking into it.
My only thing that I have on these kinds of things and how people go about that is when you look at information and you first get information, the way you respond to it, that to me is an indicator of the fact that you have been conditioned to think certain things and believe certain things, and you're prone to believe certain things. And so I hear this all the time when it comes to anything that has to do with the moon landing, when it has anything to do with where people just like, why would they do this? Why would they hide information? And I'm like, are you fucking really telling me you can't conceive why a government would hide information from people?
Yeah, that's not a good argument.
Yeah.
Why would the government trick us? That's a stupid argument.
And then like, the other thing too is just like, well, like, it's kind of like, it's like, like, and that's the same reason why I'm very skeptical of anything that comes out about some of these UFOs. It's not that I don't think that there's not UFOs, but I'm skeptical of the government telling us about it because for so long they weren't supposed to exist, and not just that, but they went out of their way to like gaslight people. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, Mirror.
What is it?
Where the guy is like he's in the Air Force. He's like,
I haven't seen that one.
It's a good documentary, and you can find it on YouTube for free and watch it on YouTube for free. But it talks about like how he would go in and go to these like UFO seminars, and he would gaslight them on stuff that wasn't real. It was real, like, and there was a whole misinformation campaign that was happening. So, it's a really interesting document because he revealed a lot of different things, and so it's like there's a lot of outliers there. But to me, it's like when you talk to people like, and it's the same thing like flat Earth. Whenever you get to the flat Earth issue, people start talking flat Earth. And
I was hoping you'd go to that.
It's because you got it.
I'm super anti-flat Earth. I can't stand
because what you have is you have people who I think everyone that believes flat Earth are LARPers. I don't think that's true.
A large percentage of them are trolls.
See, I don't think. I think there's a lot of them
I get that from a good majority of them. I'll ask a lot of them just one question. It's like, what is the advantage of proving whether the Earth is a globe or a plane, as y'all claim, and where's your model? None of them can answer that question. What's the advantage of the government of the Earth being flat? What is NASA?
They'll say it's to make us believe that God's not real because we're the center of our universe.
Yeah,
that would be.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the spherical or plantation flatness?
The idea
because the elites were trying to tell us the Earth was flat, and to keep us from exploring back in the day, back in 1,000 years ago, they wanted to keep us restrained, so they would tell us the Earth is flat. So Christopher Columbus can't go out on his mission to find the new land because he's going to fall off the edge of the Earth, and there's going to be sea dragons and stuff. And
yeah,
and now
and the
we're flipping it backwards the other way. It doesn't make any sense. Why would we go backwards?
The one question they hate is, where is photographic evidence of the ice wall or the edge of the Earth?
Right.
But we have plenty of pictures of.
Well, but here's the problem. Here's the problem that I have with this, and this is the reason why it's a difficult issue, because first of all, almost every image that comes out of NASA, they actually put it on there. This is a composite image.
It has to.
Okay. It has to be, which means
but
you're not
you're
actually
looking at right now. I'm looking at all of you on a composite image.
Well, yes, and true, but understanding the definition of what a composite image actually is. But the thing that I think is important, and this is the thing that is vital for these kinds of things, is for me, my issue is this. I understand why people would.
You can't take a picture of Times Square without it being a composite image. You have to. Anyway.
Well, but yes and no. But the point of it is that we do have things that are quote unquote pictures where it isn't just like a camera floating in space, kind of like there are things that you can tell when they definitely are, but there's things that you can definitely tell when it is actually, there's art that's brought into it. There are things that are in that, but the thing that I think is the issue, and this becomes the problem, is that this is kind of the problem that gets into the conversation, is understanding why someone might feel a certain way about that. I think if you're trying to say something from a spiritual aspect, and for example, if you believe things like the firmament, and you hold to what the historical Bible has said about the firmament, it's hard to believe then. But the point is that given a point of view of how you would interpret scripture, that to me makes sense. And then at that point, what you're trying to say is, for example, for me, I don't think aliens exist. I don't think aliens exist. I think almost every experience that people have had with aliens are either a combination of one or two things. I think it's either, in my personal opinion, demonic activity, or it's most likely some kind of imagined psychotropic type of issue. But my thing I have on the whole thing is, I don't go out of my way to say, oh, these people that believe in aliens, and that is where I see this, because it's the same thing that has happened with things like the C word, and it's also happened where you get this kind of incredulity where people go, I don't. And again, to me, the problem I have with like flat earthers is they will explain to you, this is the evidence, and this is kind of what you get with people who tend to be like believers of things like the Q and all that, is that they will look at something and they'll interpret it as evidence, right? And they'll look at, and at best it's anecdotal evidence, right? It's not actual factual evidence, and so they'll look at that and try to use that as an example to prove to you why this or this happens. And when you acknowledge that there could be an alternative reason for why why you're seeing what you're seeing or hearing or doing that, and then that's when they get into a dogmatic aspect of it and say it's got to be this way. And then I hear people say the same thing, it's got to be this way. No. So my thing is this: to me, I don't trust NASA, never have. Okay. I think there's a lot of legitimate questions you can ask about NASA of why, for example, why we haven't gone back to the moon if it is something, to me,
because there's nothing there.
Well, that's a great point.
I say. I agree with Alex Jones' point that I think that the moon is a graveyard full of a bunch of people that we sent up there and they couldn't get back. And then the one we got showed is the one where we finally made it back. But really, there's 100 people that died on the moon.
I have no idea what you're coming at.
Wait, what?
I mean, it's
oh, you haven't heard that? You haven't heard the moon is a graveyard full of...
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
moon
I've
is a
heard that.
graveyard full of a bunch of experiment. We were sending
Are
rockets
they
up to the moon.
buried?
No, well, not
No.
There's no headstones, but basically we sent a whole lot of rockets to the moon. The only two we got shown were the successful missions that we made it back. And really, there's a lot of people that died trying to go to the moon that we never heard about because they wanted to keep that secret because they were killing astronauts trying to send them to the moon.
Well, and that's where you can say that when it comes to trusting about things about the moon, if you're taking like the issue for the moon, there are legitimate reasons why they would want to be very like controlling of the narrative of what that meant.
Right.
Because obviously it was used as a weapon in the Cold War. It was a way of saying we got there first, we got there, la la. And that's why I'm skeptical of saying, okay, if we accept that narrative or we talked about this narrative, that means we have to accept this narrative, and to say all of the narratives then become taken away. My thing of saying is this: I don't know for sure, and this is how I go about things. But I do know there's a lot of people who take things on faith in the scientific community, in the naturalistic community. And if you don't believe that, then I want someone to go tell me, you go give me a fucking any kind of measurement of a fucking black hole and give me that information. Because what we know and what we suspect of a black hole is completely theoretical. There's no way we can observe it. Whereas to me, when it comes to like the flat Earth stuff, or when it comes like the globosphere, you can see there are things we can observe here on Earth that give us an indication of how the Earth is shaped, of how of how we rotate, all those kinds of things.
The flat earthers don't do experiments. The flat earthers they don't do experiments to prove themselves wrong, and that's what science is. And when they do, when Jeranism made an experiment.
They're looking for science to prove their belief. That's what they're trying to do.
Jeranism was one of the biggest flat earthers. When he came up with an experiment to figure out if the world was flat, he proved himself wrong.
Yeah.
And he didn't back down. He kept going with the well, he kind of fell off the map at that point because he was like, but he's still a flat earther, and it's like you can observe this stuff, and as far as faith and evidentiary blah 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 all that goes is the same people. This is my biggest problem with flat earth is that Christians join it because they say the Bible says the earth is flat. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I have such an open mind.
And there's not, and I would say
I have such an open mind.
I would say this. I would say that the earth doesn't the Bible does not support.
The Bible does not support that shit.
Does not support flat earth the way a lot of people are suspecting or suggesting it says.
A lot of these flat earthers, there's Bryce Mitchell, he's a UFC fighter, and he did a flat earth debate, and he said you cannot be a Christian.
Right. And that's
you don't believe the earth is flat.
Right.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, because this Bible verse and this Bible verse. And it's like, bro, come on now. If you just took this verse out of Isaiah, it says the earth is a plane that has pillars, and in the next verse it says people are crickets.
Right.
I've watched enough of the flat earther videos and everything. Like, what I love to do is I love to go into any chat, and I have such an open mind that if they start talking. Like right now, obviously I'm not a flat earther, but if I was in the chat right now, I would have you guys convinced I was a flat earther. And if you guys were on
what you're telling us,
that's why I say most of them are trolls. My brother said the same thing. He's like, I don't really believe the earth is flat, but I like messing with people.
Right. But I like messing with them.
My point is,
and vice versa. If it's a chat, if it's a stream talking about the globe, I'll go in there and I'll be like, oh, well, the earth is flat. And these are the reasons why. And if they're talking about flat earth, then I go in there. Well, it's a globe.
Those same people will say the COVID Vaseline is bad because, so I can look at the science that was hidden from us and say, CDC
Well, not just-
was
not just-
giving
not
us
just science,
the
not just
CDC
the
was giving us
science,
false
but the
information, and we're looking
Can we
at.
talk about that now?
Well, I'm just saying, like, the CDC was telling us
Oh,
it's safe, it's safe, it's safe, it's safe, but we're observing that it's not safe, and now it's
Right.
coming out that it's not safe, and
Right.
so
So I guess my dog.
If you say that it's safe, and then you have to have somebody sign a waiver, you know, or you know, you make it to where you can't sue
Or you
if
make
there's
it-
any
yeah.
adverse side effects. It's like, is it really safe?
Right.
No,
You-
fuck
you know,
that.
you want to
No. You're telling me that
So
this
how are you
thing
going
is
to be the
supposed to be
science
the
guy?
thing.
You're going to be Bill Nye the science guy with the coof vaccine, but you're going to be totally oblivious to reality with the flat Earth stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're going to ignore all the experiments. You can go do an experiment in your backyard and figure out that the Earth is not flat. Like,
So my point in all of this is that this is the problem that we have, though, is we include different things, side things, and then what we end up doing is then we start to say, well, if you have this objection, or if you say, hey, I'm not going to be based on the verification, because I'll tell you what, I triggered a bunch of people. I used to go into the Denver Museum of Natural History and I told my wife, I said, the Museum of Natural History is church for people who are secular. It confirms biases. I can't tell you how many fucking shit I've seen at museums that just spew infactual things, and we're supposed to believe it because, well, scientists tell us, and that's why I always say, is it science or is it consensus? Because if it's consensus, whenever someone says there's a consensus, my rabbit ears go up, because
that's exactly how I was when I was on vacation.
Idea. To me, whereas observational
when I went on vacation, John, remember?
Yeah.
Well, when I went on vacation, one of the things that I took my kids to was the Science and History Museum. You know,
yeah.
And there was the same thing. I was like, when we went to the planetarium, they showed us our solar system and everything like that, and they were like, "Oh, this and that." I'm like, okay, whatever.
Right.
The planetarium.
Yeah,
but my problem is that we can't get into this topic without someone saying definitive statements about one side or the other, or about saying, and then in that whole conversation, we lose the right for people to say, look, there are things I think we can observe, and I went to that process. I think as a process, it's a good thing to say, okay, well, let's just take everything I've been told, and let's just go back and look at how I can observe things. And that affirmed a lot of things that I was told. Now, a lot of people would say, don't do that. Why would you do that? As if trying to find the fucking truth for yourself is a problem, and that it's absurd and unrealistic, or it is somehow it is a stupid venture to suspect that things that you're taught in education could not necessarily be 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
And the problem is with science is that science we have now brought different side things within that science sphere to say this is science. Like, there are people out there who believe carbon dating is science, despite the fact that we have countless examples of carbon dating being
bad, being not true. Right.
Yeah.
So to me, the question about consensus and the question of saying, well, and that was the whole point, is, well, what's this or this and that? I say, okay, I'm willing to entertain a view, but when I hear somebody say, and we start talking about conversation, and you go, well, I just think that's really it now. Okay, so basically, though, but you're not going to give me a reason why. You're just going to be like, well, that's so stupid. You fucking think that. Like, who the fuck's been thinking that?
A good example.
And then it becomes a fallacy of appear to authority or consensus. And these are kinds of built-in things that people would say, well, I have the truth because I believe. Now, that doesn't mean you discredit truth, and that's the other problem that some of the flat earther people say as well. I mean, because at some point, you're gonna go far deep into this idea of almost like a kind of like a nihilistic type of point of view.
Right. You believe in Jesus.
Which would say, like, well, what can we trust or believe? And that's why I think it is dangerous for Christians to go into this with certain aspects that some of these people are trying to say. And I also think there are people who do legitimately, honestly, I think, say, hey, I'm reserved on being open about the topic, and I'm not going to be dogmatic one way or the other, but I acknowledge certain things. But we can't do that, because if you fucking don't believe faxes, you don't believe this is the kind of speaking that we've had, and it's the same thing we've had with like the vaccines. It's like you're like, oh well,
I'm pro dogma. I'm okay with dogma. I think
the dogma is not a problem. But when you don't acknowledge it as dogma, when you don't acknowledge it as dogma, that's the problem.
It's like I say, when people say they're indoctrinating our kids, I say indoctrination of kids is inevitable. All kids are indoctrinated. It's necessary.
Yeah.
The problem is the doctrine.
Right.
So
well, and it's the same thing when I hear people like go, I don't want to raise my kid in a religion because, I want them to be able to truly choose. And it's like, well, you know what? I'm pretty sure
that's another dogma.
Well, it is. That's why I love G.K. Chesterton. G.K. Chesterton says there are two types of people: those who know they're dogmatic and those who don't.
Right.
So to me,
right, I have a dogma. And I believe in my
and you can acknowledge that in dogma there are biases. You can acknowledge that there are preconceived notions in dogma. The dogma is not anathema or immune to it. Just
the problem is only if your dogma is wrong.
Right. And why? Where do you come up with wrong dogma?
Well, if each side is right,
and the reason why you come up with
if each side is right, who's wrong?
Well, and here's what I would say. This would be my epistemology for determining if the dogma is right or wrong. It'd be the reason for how you get to that conclusion of dogma, right? Or the reason why you think that or would believe it. And I think you will see that there are things that have come up throughout the history of religion where dogma has come in. There's been a belief or a doctrine set up that is contrary to things that we know in the Bible or other aspects. But what you end up happening is there's a reason why that is. And it usually comes from a belief about the world that is, and that's why I always say this. It's like people go, well, that's a cult, that's a cult, that's a cult. Really, the only thing that really is a cult is this mentality that our church, only our denomination, only our group gets it and everybody else isn't, right? That's when you start to get into that kind of cult mentality. And when you see how those dogmas are formed, they're formed on what? They're formed on the basis that people before us don't know what they were talking about and that we don't know it now, right? And that's why I don't like people like David Barton. David Barton is a lazy piece of crap when it comes to his history and understanding the foundation. Because if you really truly believe that Christianity didn't really truly exist in its purest form before the founding of the United States, and if your belief is that Thomas Jefferson is one of the most orthodox Christians, even though he is not a Christian,
he's a deist,
and that's and that's why I just say
in a god, but he didn't believe in
and it's the same thing that we say about.
I got a question, John,
and I think you have to follow the facts on what is why that is, and I think a lot of people's beliefs comes from something foreign or something being forced in that is alien to orthodoxy or is alien to truth, and it's because it's being forced, and you can see that forcefulness bear itself out. It doesn't have to just be within church or religion. You can see it in science. You can see it in any kind of fad that is becoming anything close to some type of cult of personality. It is the same thing. It's this idea, and what it ingrains in people is this mentality that only if we accept this one narrow view and dispel everything else, then we'll be in truth. Well, that is.
I got a question. I got a question for you, John. So, and this is for everybody. I was asked this question before, and the question is: if we were to take everything, geography, history, science, mathematics, space, all that, and we our knowledge of everything in the pie graph, what percentage of that pie graph would we?
You broke up a little bit.
You broke up there a little bit.
Take up.
You might be hitting in the mountains.
Sorry. All right. Yeah, I'm getting close to them. What percentage, if we took everything, you know, all education, geography, history, you know, geometry, math, science, everything, and we put it into a pie graph, what percentage of that pie graph would our human knowledge take up?
I don't know how I could even.
Would it be like 10%?
I couldn't even.
Would it be 10%, 50%?
I couldn't even say.
Human knowledge, a percentage in the a percentage in the pie graph of human knowledge, that would have to be 100%. It depends on how much of that you use.
I would say
Well,
that
I argue that
I would say that
be,
pie graph is the 100% of knowing. So knowing is science, history. That's our knowledge of things.
Well, the knowledge that we have inherited, good or bad.
It doesn't mean we know everything, but 100% of what we know,
right,
is
okay. Well, but see, let's narrow this in.
Science is Latin for knowing or to know.
To a priori or you know, to knowledge that we know before or after. Okay, so there's two types of knowledge. There's the knowledge that we know from our experiences. For example, when Buff was 3 years old and he put his hand on the burner and he burnt himself, he realized by that direct experience, you don't put your hand on there, right? Now, that's an inherent truth that he learned from that experience. However, experience itself is not. This is why relativism is BS, because people think, oh, well, that's relative. Because there are people out there who we do know because of scientific and medical discoveries that don't feel pain. So their experience with that same event is going to be different. So, but we do know that there's the knowledge that we have from our direct experiences and the knowledges that we inherited from people. Now, the question is this: do we take the knowledge that is given to us and completely 100% believe in it, or 100% not? And if how far you're going to go into that mechanism of saying, well, how do I know this? Well, this is where the studies, the academic studies and science come into play, because then what you can do is you can take a thing, as a subject, for example. We can look at a thing and say, okay, let's look at the
I'd like the human knowledge part of this to be defined. What do you mean by human?
That's a great question, Bob. That's a great question.
I think knowing is based on evidence. If there's enough evidentiary support for something, then we can know something. So,
well, but there are people who know things that are based on fraudulent evidences. There are people who know things, right? And these are assumptions.
Right.
So the question is, how do you get the purity of that knowledge? Some would say that the purity of knowledge comes from your ability to use a scientific observation, the scientific method to do that. And that's fine. I can support that. I think that's a great thing and a great model to use. However, not everything can be scientifically observed that way in using that that method.
Point like case, historical knowledge. Historical knowledge.
There's more
evidence. There's more historical evidence that Jesus existed than historical evidence that Genghis Khan existed. But somebody like Buff will tell you that Genghis Khan for sure existed, but Jesus, we don't believe he existed.
So now what you're getting into is we're looking into source material. This becomes a different issue. Now we have to look at the source material and say, how do we get an authentic understanding of that source material? What were the processes? What was the things that were developed? And when you study those things of how we got that information, how we got the Bible, how we got to look at the different translations, all these things that have emerged, you start to see there is a consensus. So consensus, there's nothing wrong with consensus, but the problem is this. Whether it be consensus, that would be the scientific term. I would call that, in the theological term, tradition. There's tradition, and there is the, and just because these things have been held popularly, or that they've been held for a long time, does not in themselves guarantee that they are true. So what we have to do is we have to look at the source material and say, okay, where are we looking at these different things? So for example, when we come to the Bible, we can look at certain source texts, and we know that we actually have found more original source material and go through the process of getting source material in the Bible than we have with even works of Shakespeare. I mean, like so the process is there. We also can look at things where there has been, for example, archaeological information. We know that we found information that had Pilate's name on a rock that they found, right? We know we've actually can go back. They actually went back into Bethany, which is where Lazarus lived, and his sisters, and they found in this place in Bethany, underneath his house, there was a rock under there that had a sign that said Caesarea, and actually there was a time that, and they've been able to do the history on it, where Bethany was renamed Caesarea. Well, what does Caesarea mean? It literally means the city of Lazarus. So, and it happens in that first century. So right around the time then the resurrection of Lazarus occurs, we see it becomes such a huge thing that people are like, where did this happen? Where did this happen? And they just make a sign and go, yeah, this is the city of Lazarus. This is where it happened at. We have that kind of historical evidence for that information. But we do also have people in the church, in the history of the church, we've had false teaching and false trends that have come up. One of my reasons why even though I love my brothers and sisters in the Orthodox Church, I kind of wince when they say, well, we're still the historical church. We're still the ancient church. We still haven't changed. And I hear that same thing from the Church of Christ people. And the problem I have with that is it's like, well, everything you're saying that everything you guys are doing now has been done like it was in the first century. Yes. Okay. There's a problem with that. For example, you have the iconoclast, which didn't occur until like the 4th or 5th century. You guys have Pseudo-Dionysius as one of your guys' church fathers, and we do know that the Pseudo-Dionysius movement happened and occurred. And in fact, that was a part of another thing that happened in the West as well with Pelagianism. So we have those kinds of different factors that come into play. And then you go through and you realize, oh, wait a minute. And it's the same thing with the Church of Christ people. And there's no disrespect to Church of Christ people, but I find it freaking hysterical when they go, well, we don't have an organ or a rock or a guitar in our worship because a cappella was the way it was done back then. And it's like, okay, so I mean, how far are you going to go with this line? Because they're like, well, we do it the way Jesus did. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure Jesus didn't drive a Ford Escalade to church, and I'm pretty sure he didn't go into an air-conditioned building for his worship. So how far are you going to how far are you going to take this line? And when I said earlier about the advent of the dispensationalist viewpoint, that's part of the reason why you have some of the things that occur, like what you're seeing with people taking verses and taking them out of context, right? And thinking, oh, well, this verse means this is applying to this and applying to this, right? The church has never taken that perspective from almost being first 1700 years. But there's things that happened that were a result of that. One of them being, well, I don't know how far you want to go into it because you might get a little organization that rhymes with BDL coming in here and slamming it. But there's truth out there if you actually take the time to look and follow the history. But we do know that the dispensationalist view of the Bible, the 70-week view of the Bible, the idea of the 1,000-year literal reign of the temple, all these kinds of things are not taught with any kind of consistency or believed up until that time. So the idea of rapture, post-trib or pre-trib rapture, all those kinds of things are, but there's people who believe that the Bible is saying that. And I always tell people, show me where it says that. They don't, well, they'll give you a verse they think it does that, but I'll go back and say, but here's what the historical church has said about what this actual verse means. So then you have to pick and choose. And that's where I think it's important. The other reason why I think source material matters, especially when we're talking about the Bible, is especially the Old Testament, is we know that the Septuagint. I don't know if you're familiar with the Septuagint or not, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
we know that the Septuagint has been dated, because when they were working on the Jewish scholars were working on the Septuagint, and even though they had written it in the Koine Greek and older forms of Greek, but they what's the word I'm looking for? Hellenistic Greek. It's that Greek where basically Romans and so. But anyways, what we do know is like that they were actually looking at source material of the Old Testament from older than the 1st century. Well, there was another text that came up, and that was known as the Masoretic text. And the earliest information, and I've done search stuff on this, I've read a lot of books on it. A lot of the stuff we're seeing isn't done till like the 5th or 6th century. That's when a lot of it was being used. And one of the things that we know is a big part of what a lot of the reason why the Christians liked it is because they felt that was very affirming to who they believed Jesus was, who they believed the revelation. And what actually happened is that they don't realize that most of that stuff was written by Talmudic Jews. Now, I think there's nothing wrong with their religion. I'm all for their religion, but their religion is a cult, and the religion is false from what. And if anyone
there's
takes a look at
there's nothing wrong with their religion, but their religion is a cult.
Yeah, I'm just saying it is.
Oh, I know. Talmud's
but they've changed. They changed a lot of things, and that's why if you look at like a lot of dispensationalist theology, you'll look at it and say this smacks of Talmudic, and even the Talmudic stuff. They're not even authentic to the authentic Torah. They've actually there's the Torah. They still have the Torah. It's like the Mormons, where they have the Bible, but then they also have,
it's like the Muslims where they have the Bible, but they also have the Quran.
Right, exactly. So I do think that there's source material, information that we can look at.
Right.
And following the history of this, following the history of the academia of that and how these things have kind of come about, I think are important. Just my opinion. I'll stop talking now about that, but I just want to say I do think that you're right, though. Dogma, that there are aspects of things that are dogmatic, and that's why it's important that we be careful about. And I think especially when it comes to the Bible, because for example, one of the things that is one of my pick-a-doos, and this is just my opinion, and I always say when it's my opinion. I don't have it on authority to say one way or the other. I just believe that everything I've read and looking at the history of the church, the notion that when you die, you go immediately to heaven is not anywhere near orthodox. And
but okay, that's a whole nother can of worms.
I know.
But,
see what I'm saying?
So about knowledge to circle back to flat Earth and stuff. So if I showed you a picture of the flat Earth, you would, or if you were a flat Earther, and I showed you a picture of the round Earth, you would just challenge the picture. It's like challenging sources. It's like,
right.
But
I think it's important to say, okay.
So how do we know what's right? We have to have enough evidentiary basis to say this is true.
Right. And I also think it's important too to also there's a thing,
and that's why I say that's why I disagree with like apostolic succession from like the Orthodox Church and stuff like that.
Right.
Is because we need to be able to figure this stuff out on our own, and
not only that, but St. Paul actually warns against the thought of in Galatians, if you read it carefully.
Well, but we shouldn't go to the authorities to answer the question for us. So, like, with flat Earth, you can do experiments on your own to figure this out.
You can. I agree.
And with the Koof Vaseline, the reason I wasn't with that is because I was looking at all the data, and then I saw the data that they were hiding. If you're really paying attention and you're seeing, oh, they're saying this thing, then they're taking it back, and then they're hiding this thing, and then they're canceling people for talking about this thing, but this thing actually is true. We have enough evidentiary data to say that this is not true. But and so the same flat earthers that will say, I don't care what the source is saying, blah blah blah. They'll say, well, I
Well, that's
don't
stupid
agree.
right there.
Yeah, they're like, I don't agree with the coup vaccine, but you're using the data and you're using your observations and all this stuff to come up with your idea. But
my thing is that I don't
the flat
believe
earthers aren't using any data. They're not using any observations.
No. And if you think about it, like there's that one guy that made it. There's a guy, he was popular for like a couple of years, and then he kind of went away because like people are like, oh, you'll appreciate this. How he was like he was like making like a bit like he had like 12 or 16 videos on flat earth that were like going really well, and then he made a video about why he drinks his own pee.
right.
And then like the whole, it's like, oh yeah, like it's like
well, there's one good flat earther. His name is Witsit Gets It, and I don't know if you've ever seen any of his debates.
I've seen some of the stuff. Yeah.
Well, basically, what he's using is Tesla. He's using Tesla's idea on electromagnetism instead of gravity. It's all It's all based off, but that stuff has been disproved that it doesn't work. There's ways where it doesn't work, but they ignore that.
Right.
They ignore that and they just go with what they.
Well, and it's like the same thing. If you go on a plane, you're going to see the curvature of the Earth. I mean, I think that's another thing you can observe very well.
I could build a rocket and strap a GoPro to it and fly it up into space and show you, But they're not going to do that.
There's also a device. There's also a device today that you could set it up on, like, you can go to the beach, set it up on the horizon, and it has like little viewports. And if you isolate them, you can actually see, because it's a straight, it's almost like a level.
It looks
and
straight.
You can actually see.
Yeah, and also if you take a panoramic photo of the horizon on a beach and then you compress it, you'll see the curve.
Right.
So I think the one thing that makes a lot of this problematic, and I'm saying this as a person of faith, a person who believes in God.
Oh, hold on.
Is that
sorry to interrupt, but they there was a guy, I forget his name. Hake talks about him a lot. It's a popular guy, and he basically said he went to Russia. He was in Russia during the gulags and stuff, and he said you could take somebody and show them the gulag. You could take them to the gulag and show them what's happening there.
Yeah,
and they would still say it's not true.
Right.
It's like people are going to believe what they want to believe.
Exactly. But that's what I was going to say, was that I think that's the problem. What we get is, so when we're trying to deal with these kinds of issues, we first of all have to acknowledge we can't completely divorce our beliefs, and we can't completely divorce our biases from things. People who believe that are, I think, mentally unstable people.
It's like Jalen, when you show him all the examples of Joe Biden being racist, and you show him all these examples of Trump not being racist, he's still going to call Trump
right.
Because
that's a cognitive dissonance. You're absolutely right. But to me, I think I think the issue becomes this, because there tends to be an idea, and this is why I get a problem with some of the flat Earth stuff, is, well, they just go, well, we just can't trust any of it. Well, why? If we can understand why, right? And it's the same thing. Like I deal with this with people.
Stop listening to what the authorities say and do the stuff for yourself. Do the research for yourself. Yeah. Like,
do research yourself, but also I think the other thing is important is the acknowledge and leave room for alternative views to come in and say, okay, that could say, because I think a lot of times that's what you see. And that's why I think climate science, for example, is one of the worst sciences there is because they're constantly, their whole method is proving, they go out proving. And of course,
it's playing off people's emotions.
Well, not just that, but I'm talking about, but when you think about like a lot of the climate science, it's all based on like money that they get from grants. And so when they get money, when you're getting money and someone's like, I want you to give me money, I'm going to give you money, I want you to see if you can find out, go find climate change. Well, if there's money on the table,
line, yeah,
on the line, you're gonna find climate change.
I tried to show one of my little brothers this. My little brother was telling me about the 97% of climate scientists say that climate change is a real thing, and I was like, do you know that if 97% of climate scientists didn't say that climate change was a thing, they wouldn't have a job?
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Of course they're gonna agree with it.
That's true.
They're gonna check the box. They're gonna check the box on the little paper they get that says, "Do you believe this is real?" They're gonna say yes, of course it's real. Because if they all said no, then you're all fired. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah. It's the same concept of like road construction. Why does road construction take so long? Well, because if they do it quickly, they don't have a job anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do think if you set yourself up with an idea of I'm going to try to make something happen, or I got to try to prove something, you're going to somehow there's a I'm not going to say it's a guaranteed, but I think there's a strong possibility you will find that's where confirmation bias comes in. Because I think you're going to find things that are going to affirm that. And that's why I think it's hard, especially when I talk to my friends who are Christian and they get into the whole young earth, new earth, evolution. And I was like, please, let's just not get into that right now. This is like one of the worst things. This is not,
I think young earth, old earth is a way better conversation than flat earth, round.
Well, but it is, I would agree. But what I'm saying is that it's the same thing with the flat. That's the problem. Is that you to the one side, everything can be said. They're going to say, "Well, of course you say that, Josh. That's because you believe in NASA. Yep. Of course, Josh. That's why you say." And then you can go back to them and say, "Well, of course you don't believe because you don't look at the evidence." And it's like, it's kind of funny. I love that scene from like that I love Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's one of my favorite shows. When he talks about evolution is a lie, and he says, and sometimes science lies, and sometimes science is a bitch. And he's like talking about like the history that's in science. That where they are often have contradicted themselves and they've gone wrong, and they've done these kinds of things. So to me, one of the things that he talks about how the fact that there was a belief that the Earth was the center of the universe, type of thing. And he goes through that whole process of that. To me, the whole thing of it is that no one, if you are intent on believing something, or believing or trusting something, my thing is, why do you believe it? And if you say, hey, I don't know why I believe it, it's just what I believe, at least you're now kind of coming into a conversation of saying, well, it's something I believe. The problem is we've got this thing going on with people who are both flat earthers and people who are trying to like fucking LARP flat earthers and saying, we're battling. And it's the same thing with atheists who go out of their way to try to disprove God. And it's like, if you're so much of an atheist, there's no reason to disprove God.
Well, you don't have to prove a negative. So it's not their job. It's not their job to prove that God doesn't exist. It's our job to prove that God does exist. But
because we're making an affirmative statement that says something is. And
so I watched a talk with Dawkins, Hitchens, or no, it was Dawkins, Sam Harris, and Matt Dillahunty, 3 of the biggest atheists, and they're making fun of Christians and joking about how they're all dumb and stuff. And then, Sam Harris, who's kind of a little more reasonable, he says
he's a smarter one, but he's still cringe.
Right. He's like, well, there's a lot of Christian theologians and stuff who are very smart people, and they're very like scientific people, and they know what they're talking about. And Matt Dillahunty's like, no, they're all dumb. I don't like him at all, but
no.
Anyway,
have you seen the new batch of scientists that that are saying that there's more evidence that that what we've been told about dinosaurs ruled 65 million years ago, and they're finding evidence of where dinosaurs or their fossils are being found with stuff still in their stomach, and
I talk about stuff like that all the time. I just did a thing about that on Monday where they found dinosaur prints next to some hieroglyphs or some petroglyphs,
right?
And they're like, oh, turns out people lived at the same time as dinosaurs.
Yeah. Right. And I always thought that was kind of that had to have been true, because where do you think dragons come from? Where somebody just popped in their head and were like, "Ooh, a dragon! That sounds like a really cool thing." Well, maybe no, they probably saw a dinosaur.
Dinosaur is literally means dragon. I mean,
and there's scientific explanations for how there might have been flying lizards that could blow fire. Like, is that crazy? We have bombardier beetles that can blow fire out of their buttholes.
Yeah.
Well, and look at for example, look at also too. You get with people because the Bible talks about unicorns. People are like, oh, unicorns. There's no such thing as unicorns, and it's like, but it's not saying white horses with one horn. It's unicorn can be. We know that there are types of like rhinos that just have one.
Right. There can't be a horse with a horn on his head. That's rare. That
I mean, there's the what is it? The narwhal. There's a freaking whale with
there's a
horn
whale that
on his
looks
head.
just like a unicorn. And so these scientists who believe in evolution can't possibly believe in a dragon or a unicorn, but you can believe that I came from pond scum. So I think that is a crazier belief than some of the stuff I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think I do think that being able to say, okay, let's have a conversation. You can give me your point of view, give me, and just have that mutual respect. But when you start to see people, and you see it on every different side of a perspective, where they just show that kind of disregard for decency and respect, that gets to me, because it's like, I always say I went through my phase of kind of being like, oh, maybe I am flat Earth, because I hadn't thought about stuff, because I'd always like, well, of course, everything I taught is right. It's and I'll tell you what, I know some modern things that are not right. For example, I know that Lyme disease did not come from ticks. I know that AIDS did not come from monkeys, and I know that the other stuff did not come from bats. And the reason I know that is because we know not only just the lab leak stuff, but we know that the cross species. I mean, this has been happening. So I always say that, like, to me, like, what we know and what we think we know about different aspects. For example, another one that drives me nuts is Braveheart. I love Braveheart. It's a good movie, but it drives me nuts because it's so inaccurate to what that time frame looked like in Scotland.
Right.
Because the Scottish were some of the best masons. And, like, you even have like the Scottish Mason Order, right? Like, and they had some of the best there's a reason why all the English people came in and took over their castles. So it's like, so this idea that we're all living in huts and but that's kind of things that you see. You can see information is always being changed. Information, how we perceive information is always going into the things.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that
when you question everything,
yes, then you have no basis for. Well, and if you question everything, then there's no point in affirming anything, because then you're quilling objectivity, right? Objective truth,
right?
However, if you accept everything as objective, that isn't necessarily good either, because it's not because something's not objective. It's because you're subjectively deciding what is objective.
And science has never been absolute.
That's why I like having conversations like this and debates and stuff, because we we got to come up. We got to have answers. We can't just
Right.
always have questions. We
Well,
can't just
and to me, I
question
think
everything. We got to
I
eventually. We got to know something.
right. And I think the thing of it is how do we get that knowledge? What do we go through? What is the study, the discipline to get that knowledge? And that I think is the important question of deciding things. But it's the same thing of like, I see it all the time, you know, like all the conspiracy theories that people have and about Christianity and church and like all the different things they think, oh, it's based on this and this is based on this. And I'm like, there's a reason why actually they did what they did. But if you believe everything is a conspiracy, if you believe everything is some kind of front, like, how can you really have an honest conversation with anybody? You know, and me and Mayhem, we have talks like this all the time.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we're going back and forth, and we're like, you know, yeah, I can see that, but here's this. And at the end of the day, what I have to say is, this is what my opinion is. And let me give you a reason. Well, let me give you a rationale for why it's my belief.
Right.
You can accept or reject that. That's cool. And just like I can accept or reject what others find, but
yeah,
what drives me nuts is when people
yeah.
discredit that you're and make this idea that you are out sometimes out of the bounds of reality for questioning certain things or affirming certain things.
Right. We don't like the people that, you know, assert something as fact and then, you know, when you kind of rebut what they say, they're like, well, that's just my opinion on it. Well, then don't assert it as fact.
Yeah, why are you saying?
Because it's not fact.
Yeah, that annoys me when people say, in my opinion. In my opinion, and it's like, either say it because you know it, and then if somebody proves me wrong, then I'll change my mind and I'll say, okay, I was wrong. But don't just say, well, in my opinion all the time. You're qualifying everything you say with "in my opinion." Basically, what you're saying is nothing.
Right.
You're not saying.
Well, I think you have to be. I think you have to be careful. I think that there's a back and
Buff
forth.
out. Buff is out.
He's out. Yeah.
Buff got his damn blankie.
Yeah. Because the reason I'm saying that
well,
is
I have to hop out because I'm about to reach this mountain.
I was gonna say I want to end by like 4:30, so
we can
4:20.
So I'll see you guys.
4:21.
4:20.
Yeah.
Well, this has been one of the most high-level conversations we've ever had on this channel.
Well, I appreciate you letting me come on and talk. You know, it's always, you know. And it got fun there for a while. It did get fun. I was kind of laughing. I had to mute my mic because I was laughing so. Especially when you know, the two of them were going at it. Like you could tell there was an emotional aspect to that. And
we'll be back tomorrow night doing this again. Friday and Saturday nights is when I do these panels and stuff. And it's supposed to be SNORESTREAM on Fridays where we just chill and hang out, and then Saturday night is where we argue while I watch fights and stuff. But sometimes Friday turns into the fight stream, but whatever, it was fun. Yeah, thank you for joining on, John.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you having me on. It's good to finally meet you, like in, you know, I can't say person, but you know, in a virtual, outside of just the chat. But and I'm glad that Mayhem showed me your stuff and was like, because like he's like, I think you'll like this guy. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I can tell we're not going to probably agree on everything, but I think I appreciate the fact that you have a certain disposition that says it's almost like a devil may care type of attitude about it. It's like, you know, if you're gonna come in here and play with the boys, then don't get hurt. And if you don't, and if you can't do it, then whatever. You know, it's like, and don't be offended when someone says something that offends you. It's like, just throw stuff at it, you know, and see if it sticks. And But you seem like you just seem like you're a down to earth guy, and I appreciate that. So it's always good to meet people like that because there's a lot of people on YouTube that are just fake. So
yeah. Well, thank you
Alrighty.
for joining on, man.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night. I'm gonna leave the Discord. Buff, put your thumb in your mouth. Where's your pacifier, Buff? Buff, you need your pacifier. You need your wower. When I was a kid, we called a pacifier a wower. Some people call it a pacifier. I've heard binky. I called it a wower. And I think nobody else calls it that. So I'm going to coin that phrase. If you ever have kids and you give them a pacifier, I want you to call it a wower. I called it a wower. That's my, I don't know. I don't know where that came up from. Maybe it was something stupid I said when I was a little baby. I was like, a wower. But it's also a cool word because it's like the kid is crying and whining, and then you put this thing in your mouth, and all of a sudden they're like, wow. It's the wower. It's the wower. So Buff needs his wower. I don't call it a pacifier. I don't call it a binky. I don't call it a bibby or a, no offense to my mod Bibby, but I've heard people call it Bibby or whatever the thing that I call it a wower. Buff needs his wower. And Jalen's been here the whole time listening, scared to jump back in. No, I'm just messing with you, Jalen. I like when I don't, it's not nice that it's 6-1 on Jalen. But it is good to have some voices of dissent who are at least somewhat respectable, not respectable, but respectful, full of respect. But Jalen starts turning on me and talking crap about me all the time, he'll get banned too, because I'm an authoritarian. But I'm gonna leave the Discord. Buff, put your wower in.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Oh,
minute. Who?
see, he is here. He is here. He is here. He's been listening the whole time.
I was literally asleep. I got pissed off at you because you was not right. It's one thing if y'all gonna disagree with me, that's fine. But like, let me at least have my opinion. Like, god dang, I couldn't get a word in edgewise. I was like, okay, cool. If y'all don't want me to speak and stuff,
What do you expect? There's 6 people on the panel. We're all outspoken internet people. If nobody's gonna let you talk, you gotta get in where you fit in, bruh.
Bruh, but that's why I let everybody else talk because I'm a fair human being. And you, the host of the show, you didn't even let them. You should have said, okay, he said, yeah, let's all say our individual stuff. Then he gonna respond. Then here I go responding. And even your own beautiful wife just come in like, let me have my turn. Let me have my turn. Let me give the response y'all don't want to hear anyways.
You were
But
there. We've heard from you endlessly. There were new people. We've heard. We know your stances.
And there were new people. That's why I was like, let's let them speak. I even told that drunkard right there, let these people speak because we let you speak. Like, and he just want to go off on the same tangent when he gets drunk. Oh, you black. I'm Jamaican. I'm Jamaican and you're black and gay. I don't, hush. Like, pick new material. Pick new material because it gets old hearing the same thing. It's either that, it's either the El Salvadorian thing, or he's figuring out how to kiss your ass in one way while also disrespect you in another. It gets tiresome. What is this? What is this?
Nothing. I'm just mocking you.
Trump, I see what you're doing.
You gonna vote for Trump or what?
Hell no.
All right.
Finally, you want me to say that? I don't trust Trump. I'm a black man. I don't trust him as my president. He's the reason there's so much of a racial divide these last couple of years. He's not a good guy at all. So no, I'm going to stick with Biden. And y'all can say I'm crazy in the head, whatever. I feel safer as an American and as a black man. I feel more comfortable. And I'm not going to listen to y'all's BS on how y'all say Trump did more for black people when we got our first black vice
You were the
president.
first one in the Discord. You got to talk more than all of them before everybody joined. So
you still could have let me finish. I got frustrated.
There
That's
are
why.
many times where I was like, "Let Jalen talk."
Yeah, after I already decided to leave, I had decided to leave.
Hey,
I
but
was
what do
like,
you think about this watermelon shirt, though? Are you
"Oh,
thirsty?
yeah, you look a mess. It's better. At least it's clean. You at least look cleaner, like some of your other streams sometimes, where I'll just be like, man, this man just woke up. He ain't showered in a week. He ain't washed his hair in a week. And
I
we can see that.
shower almost every day.
And we can see on the internet when you don't shower. We can see them times where we know you ain't putting nobody's soap on your body.
Well, when I wake up and I have to go to work and I jump on and do a quick stream, yeah, maybe I don't shower before the stream, but
Oh, you don't shower before you be
for the
at a
Monday
place.
night streams, for the Friday night stream, keeping it fresh.
Yeah, why you think sometimes people be offering you some gum? You said sometimes your coworkers always offer you gum.
No, there's a bunch of people that just hand gum to people, and they just hand out gum. I don't chew gum. Why am I gonna chew a piece of flavored rubber?
Eating, meaty,
Plus, I got
mighty.
nicotine in my mouth.
Mm-hmm. What I missed when I was asleep. I know
You should go back and watch it. We learned all about flat Earth and science, and it was one of the most high level intellectual. I don't like intellectual and intelligent. That's the word. It was one of the most high level intelligent conversations that we've had on this channel in a while. We talked about philosophy and knowledge and where we get knowledge from and all
God,
kinds of stuff.
I'm
Buff
glad
needed to hear it. You needed to hear it. Everybody needed to hear it.
I don't care about flat Earth because that doesn't make sense. Like, look at the moon, look at the sun.
Yeah, there was no flat earthers. There was no flat earthers here. But we're talking about how we come to knowledge and how we come to understanding of reality and what is existence and all sorts of deep stuff. I like John and Mayhem,
Yeah, John is like, I knew as soon as he started giving his opening things, I was like, oh, he's going to be fun to debate because there's something about him where he sounds like he could have his own.
Is it fun to lose? Do you like losing? Are you a glutton for punishment?
Again, if y'all think dog piling me is losing, if you got to jump me to win, then
just
are you
because I
really?
play dumb sometimes.
And even then, I handle all of y'all again, but it's also like if you have to jump me to win, if it's got to be 5 people on one, 6 people on one,
We
just for
didn't
you to
jump
have.
you. You joined into the jumping.
Child, please.
You and
Child,
Buff.
please.
You and Buff need to team up. You guys can make a squad to come against the Christians. How about we do Jalen and Buff?
Why would I want to?
Jalen and Buff versus me and John with Mayhem as the moderator on Christianity versus everything else. Oh, well,
Why
because
would I want to go against Christianity, sir? Answer me that. Why would I team up?
I know. Let's think of a better one.
You just said that because you was like the 2 black people need to team up, but then you like
nothing to do with skin color.
Because what I would rather team up with you when it comes to defending Christianity.
Jalen, it's not my fault that Buff, Jalen, and Freddie are the lowest IQ people I know. That was mean, and that was
your reflection is dumber than any one of those people, including Buff. And
that was a joke. That was a joke.
I'm a slave boy.
I thought Buff had a blanket on his leg, but that's his knee.
Oh, that's them. Yeah, I don't like sometimes when he gets up, we see his whole crotch, and I'm like, oh, that is not something I want to see ever.
Yeah, you just want to see my crotch when I get up.
I don't want to see your crotch. First of all, out of all three of your brothers,
all right, I'm not doing this. I gotta go to bed.
Why are you still here? I thought wait. This is early for you.
I know. I'm ending kind of early. I gotta do some cleaning and get some sleep and do some yard work tomorrow. So I got things to do.
I done woke up to talk to you, and you leave, and there you go again. As soon as I want to talk,
I was
y'all
leaving, and you jumped in. Back, you were listening the whole time. Don't lie to us.
I was not listening. I literally had fallen asleep. I was pissed. I was pissed off at y'all. I was like, y'all don't want to let me speak. Y'all think it's okay for y'all to just say
get
all
in where you fit in, man. This ain't no equal opportunity.
I
don't do no affirmative action speak.
But y'all knew when I was angry. Y'all knew when I was like, okay, cool. If I can't speak and stuff, I'm out. You gonna know that. You gonna know that, and I don't mind letting people know. Let that simmer that y'all be wrong all the time. I know how I end up winning my victories.
Well, prove us wrong.
Hold yourselves.
Prove me wrong.
I do numerous times.
I don't think you ever have.
And for the fact that you think
maybe
that
on
you
some
won,
dumb like I don't know, like who played in what movie, maybe you'll win that debate. I'm not gonna.
I won the racism debate, Josh, simply because, like, again, I bought in more.
No, nobody believes that.
If you really want to go there, and I'll say it again, I bought in more money for the three of us.
Whatever.
So, regardless, you want to have your little minions because I have my little minions telling me that I won, and I'm
Where
very.
Are they at?
They don't want to be here. My mother don't even want me talking with you no more.
That's a smart woman.
Oh yeah, like a lot of people, it's like, how did you find this guy? Like, where did you find this guy? I keep getting messages and stuff.
Make sure you show them this stream where I have the watermelon shirt on, and I keep asking you if it's making you hungry.
Yeah, which is so stupid. Why are you asking me if that racist ass shirt is making me hungry? Because you're not doing it.
I got another shirt with fried chicken all over it.
Boy, you won't see heaven. You won't see heaven. You won't see heaven. Repent, Josh. Repent.
What about my shirt where I got like the ocean and all these people are swimming in it? Is that a racist shirt?
I don't know. I think you would be trying to attack Latinos with that shirt, aren't you?
No, they can swim. Cubans especially, they know how to swim.
Yeah, I haven't seen that shirt, but we all know your intention. But by having a watermelon shirt and a chicken shirt.
Floor helped me pick this shirt out. We were looking at all the shirts on the rack, and I was like, I gotta get the watermelon shirt.
Floor is that type of girl. Floor is that type of girl.
Base.
And there's a reason she married a guy like you, because Floor is that girl. That type of girl. And I don't have to go into any explanation or detail of what I mean on that. Floor is that type of girl.
A based one, a real one.
I want her. That's what needs to happen. Her and Terry need to be on here having some conversations together, and then really just help like your female viewership. Where was Rome tonight? She left early.
Yeah, Terry might learn something from Floor.
They're sort of similar. I think they're both sort of like good representations of like conservative women, which
Well,
is none.
Floor would tell you. Floor would tell you what I would tell you. There's no such thing as a conservative woman, and Terry would give you the feminist argument that we're all ignorant and we don't know what we're talking about. And
yeah, Floor does tend to have opinions.
that's the
I'm
difference.
sure.
Unfortunately, that's the difference between a white American woman who lived and was born and raised in America and a woman who wasn't born and raised in America. It's sad that my country turns out these feminist lame women.
Oh my God, Joshua, what are you saying?
Truth.
That's not truth. That's not truth. And it's also
It's
like
just an observation. It's not a depiction is not causality. I'm not making an ought claim. I think white women ought to be the best women. But unfortunately, depictions of reality are not necessarily what's real. Or
best woman is
depictions are what should be is not the same as what ought to be. Or what am I trying to say? What should be is not the same as what is.
But like I said, like you've had white women on this panel, Latino women on this panel, and my beautiful friend Grace and a black woman on this panel. I think you've had more comments and interactions.
Who was that one girl? Get her back on the show.
I don't know that crazy chick.
Man, I'll do a whole interview with her. She was deep. She was based.
That's Candace Owens Jr. I don't know her.
Yeah, get Candace Owens Jr. back in here. I liked her.
I only met her at the club. Trinity, that's what her name was. Trinity.
Get Trinity back in here. Where's she at?
Well, I met Trinity at a gay club, and she was talking about Trump is right and stuff. Then she was randomly twerking.
Well, I mean, I understand if a woman goes to a gay club because maybe she doesn't want to deal with a bunch of men fiending over her and stuff. It's still weird, but I get it.
What's it like knowing a gay person like me? What's it like?
I know all kinds of gay people.
You know all kinds of gay people.
I love gay people.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Sorry.
I do.
Stop that. Because you don't love me.
I just said it. If I hated gay people, would I say I love gay people? What kind of homophobic gay hater says I love gay people?
You like attention.
I love gay people. I love degenerates.
You don't.
I have to. It's my job. It's my commission as a man to love even my enemy.
No, it should be your commission as a Christian, but you can't even say that.
Right.
But no,
a man is a Christian. If you're not a Christian, you're not a man. You're a male.
Okay. Okay, sir. And women can't be Christians too. Then I know that's false because you're not going to marry.
You could be a woman. And if you're not a Christian and you're a woman, then you're not really a woman. You're just a female. You're just male and female. You're
getting lost in semantics.
Gender is a social construct, right? And the social construct is your gender is nonsense.
What I heard?
You're only a man or a woman unless you follow your Father God and you love Jesus.
Okay. The gender is a social construct. I heard that from season 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race. That was the first time I even heard that.
Yeah, I bet.
But how many? This is a fun one. How many genders are there?
2.
What's your thoughts on those people that say there's more than 2 genders?
They're dumb.
Now, see, that's something you could ask me with me being a homosexual and being accepting of everyone. That's definitely something you could ask me one day. How many genders?
No. You don't get to deny reality and be whatever you want. No, that's not real. I don't hate them, but
what are you assuming right now? Are you assuming that I think there are more than 2 genders?
I don't know. You asked me, and I said 2. And
There
then you said, "What do I
are
think of the people that think there's more?" And I said, "They're dumb."
only 2 genders. Now, I agree that a man
Rome has
can.
been here the whole time, but I think Rome is a Latina lady. She might be like a white Latina, but yeah.
Is she and Bibby still dating each other?
Hey, all right, bye. All right. All right, that's enough of that. Guys, I'm going to bed. I was aiming for 4:30. I thought I might make it a 5. I would just sit and listen to music and stuff, play some games for a little while. So for the gamers, I figured out I still have another boss to beat before I fight the wall of flesh. So, and I can make a garden. And I figured out how to make iron skin potions. While I was playing, while we were talking just now, I watched a YouTube video yesterday and figured out how to make iron skin potions. Remember, I was fighting the wall of flesh and I kept dying? And I said, I need iron skin potions. I need an alchemy table. I don't need an alchemy table. I just made 20 iron skin potions. I figured out how to do it. All you got to do is put a jar on a table and you can start crafting potions. And so I put a jar on a table and I crafted 20 iron skin potions. Now I have iron skin potions so I can beat the wall of flesh. But before I beat the wall of flesh, if you remember from a stream a long time ago, I got killed by a boss randomly. It was the one-eyed moose. I don't know what his name is, but he's a one-eyed moose. So we're going to kill him before we go fight the wall of flesh. I got iron skin potions now. I know how to make iron skin potions. And we're going to kill the one-eyed moose before we go fight the wall of flesh. And then we will kill the wall of flesh. One day it's going to happen. But for now, I got to go, guys. It's late. I got to I think I'm going to cook a rabbit tomorrow. I got 2 rabbits. I got one in my fridge and one in my freezer. The one in my fridge has been in there for too long. I need to marinate it and roast up some rabbit and maybe some one of them pasta sides. That'd be a good little meal tomorrow. So I'm probably just gonna have a hot pocket before I go to bed. But tomorrow we might get here a little later in the day because I gotta mow a lawn and I gotta mow an edge, which will take me like 2 or 3 hours. So I'll probably do that from like 5 to 8 tomorrow. So it might start the stream a little later tomorrow night, like 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Hopefully I get to see this Tyson Fury fight. But we'll do fight nights tomorrow night. It might be a little later. We might start a little later than usual. Usually we start around like between 6 and 8 my time. Might start around like 9 my time tomorrow. But I will be back tomorrow night for fight nights and we'll do more Discord stuff. And I'm going to kill that stupid one-eyed moose in Terraria. And, but yeah, that's all I got for tonight, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Hit the like button on your way out. Share. We're trying to raise money for a haircut and for keeps. Keeps for men. We need to raise $100. $100 as soon as possible. So hit the Cash App up. Dreadedconservative on Cash App. Super chats. Memberships. All the good stuff. Thank you guys for hanging out.